Tonight's ball game pits the UDA Trojans in white against the Middies of Middleburg in the blue uniforms. Middleburg comes in tonight with a record of 9-2. The Trojans with an overall record of 6-7. So the Trojans will have their work cut out for them tonight for sure as they face a tough Middleburg ball club. Trojans without the services tonight of freshman Scott Reed. Into the corner goes Middleburg with it. Working around out here to Hockenberry. Near side to Klinger. He has the ball go off of, nope, he's going to have the ball knocked out of his hands by Bellis. And Brian will pick up personal foul number 1 for the team and in the ball game. First team foul, of course, for the Trojans. This is Hockenberry. He is their point guard. Near side over here for Fickinger. And into the corner it goes. Smith pops one back out here. Working it around deliberately down into the right wing corner now they go with it. Pass in front in the circle. Back over here in the left baseline. Shot up and in good. That's number 44, Smith. And he puts the Middies up by 2-0. Pass inside. Here is Roadcap going to the hoop for 2. Derek Roadcap ties up the ball game here early. It's 2-2. We've played 1 minute and 5 seconds into the contest. All tied up. Smith again with it. For the Middies, out in front, Hockenberry has it. Far side over there, Fickinger. Hockenberry bounce pass inside, back off it comes. It's picked up there by Rich Shadle. The Trojans come back with an opportunity to take the lead. Ian Smeltz has it for the Trojans. Smeltz winding around out here into deep to right wing corner here for Shadle. Back out in front now for Bellis. Shadle in the right wing corner inside to Derek. Here's his shot is put up, it won't go, and he's fouled. Derek Roadcap working loose underneath. Had the shot, but he was fouled. That foul comes with 6:16 remaining in the first, and we're all tied up at 2. I think I may have been calling 30 Fickinger. It's Ficken is number 30. So Roadcap at the line to shoot a pair. His first shot is good. 3-2 UDA. This would be a feather in UDA's cap tonight to beat this Middie ball club. Come in here on a winning streak as far as I know. Here's a second shot's no good. And Smith picks it off for the Middies. Here's Ficken with it. Inside it goes deep to Klinger. Spinner on shot inside good. And it's 4-3. Middies by 1. Smelt's going to set it up for the Trojans out here now. Ian winds it around deep into the right corner. Passes it nicely over there for Jeff Lentz, and Jeff nails it. And it's 5-4 UDA. Nice work that time by the Trojans working that ball around in there. Here's Smith with it. Hockenberry right down the lane. Puts a shot up. He's going to be fouled. Jeff Lentz will pick up his first personal foul. And that's going to send Hockenberry to the line, I believe, shooting a pair as he was in the act of shooting. His first shot is no good. Trojans still maintain that 1.54 margin. And Hockenberry will get one more go at it. His second shot is no good. Hold it. No shot. 44 in there too soon. So Smith in the lane too soon. Shot was no good. And so the Trojans will inbound. Brian Bellis will inbound for UDA. To Smeltz, back to Bellis. Man-to-man pressure here now by the Middies. Into the corner, dumping it inside for Roadcap, but Derek unable to reach that pass, and so it'll be Middie ball. 5:14 remaining in period 1. 5-4, UDA up by 1. Smith with it, dumps it ahead here now. Over for Hockenberry out in front. Ficken. Ooh, nearly trips over Bellis, but into the corner it goes to Smith. Left baseline. Pops a shot up. No good. A foul's going to be called. And the foul this time, I think, will be on number 44. That's Richie Shadle. He'll pick up his first personal, and that will send Smith to the line, shooting 2. Smith at the line for the Middies, shooting 2. First shot, good. And we're tied at 5. Smith's second shot is also good, and the Middies take a 1-point lead. Now 6-5. Here's a quick pass up ahead here for Lentz. He rolls one up there that won't go, or for Smeltz, rather. Here's Bryan with a shot from outside, no good, and a foul will be called underneath. The foul this time will be on Kerstetter. It was not Lentz. I think it was Smeltz that had the shot on the long pass up court. First foul on Kerstetter, and it'll be non-shooting foul, so the Trojans will inbound. Richie Shadle will inbound for UDA underneath. Out in front here for Bellis. Bryan looking around, dumps it inside to Jeff Lentz. Jeff at the top of the circle. Whoop, goes for a double dribble. That time Jeff was tied up in there, looked for somebody to pass to, and nobody open, and he put the dribble down again. And that cost him. Smith, head on the far side. Ficken has it. Slows it down, give it to Hockenberry. Trojans down 6-5. Into the corner for Smith. Out here for Ficken. He tries to dump it inside for Klinger. Ball's knocked away from Kerstetter, but he gets it back again. Kerstetter has it now. He stops, tries to pop it inside. Ball tipped away, and Ian Smelt's going to pick it up for the Trojans. Here he comes. Ian races in there, and he is fallen upon by a couple of people. And let's see, the foul is going to be called on Smeltz for the charge. Trojans' 4th team foul, and for Ian Smeltz, that will be his first. So one more foul on the Trojans, and that'll put the Middies in the bonus. Here's a pass over on the far side, and putting it up but missing the shot. Over there is number 30 Ficken, and back with it come the Trojans. They dodged the bullet that time, and back with it comes Brian Bellis. 3:35 remaining in period 1. Smeltz with it over on the left side. Near side here for Lentz into the corner. Bellis has it. Trojans have to play a very deliberate game tonight, I think. They'll stay with these Middies. Over here, here's Lentz. Back to Bellis. Bellis stolen away by Hockenberry. He puts a shot up and in, good. Bryan never saw him coming that time, and cost the Trojans. Now a 3-point margin. It's 8-5. Here goes Bellis. Dumps it off over there for Lentz. Spin around shot, no good. Rebound underneath to Bellis. He puts that left-handed shot up, no good. Ball still tipped around over there. It's going to go off Jeff Lentz's hand, I think. Jeff may have touched it last. Goes out of bounds, and the Middies send another face or two into the ball game, as do the Trojans. John Biddle and Brian Huffman coming in for UDA. They'll take the place of Richie Shadle, and whoops, wait a minute. Shot going to be put up, and it's going to go in. The foul's going to be called as the Middies begin to run on the Trojans here now. That's going to send Hockenberry to the line, shooting 1 as the bucket went in. It's 10-5. They've doubled up the Trojans here now with 2:54 remaining in the first period. Hockenberry at the line, shooting just 1 to finish off a 3-pointer. His shot is good, and it's 11-5. Bryan over to Bellis. A couple Bryans in here now. Here's a pass inside. Biddle with a turnaround jump shot, good. Nice shot by John Biddle. It's 11-7. 2:35 remaining. Here's a long pass over here. Smith gathers it in for the Middies. Gives it back here for Hockenberry. Near side here now for 10. This is Kerstetter, or here goes Smith with it. Left baseline shot, no good. Rebound brought down nicely by Jeff Lentz. Hands it back over here now for Brian Huffman. over to Brian Bellis. Bellis working around out front. Hockenberry on him. Over to the far side for Ian Smeltz. Inside here for Huffman. Smeltz has it back again. Pops a shot to the side. Good. A two-pointer, and it's now 11-9 with 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining in period one. Trojans hanging in there now. Into the corner they go with it. Here's a shot knocked away and knocked out of bounds by Brian Huffman. Off the hands of 32. Rapp will inbound. Does over here for Ficken. Pass inside. Here's Smith. Puts a shot up and in good. 13 to 9 with 1:24 remaining in the first period. Here's a shot from Smeltz from the outside. Goes in, out, and then back in. Good job. Trojans hanging in there. 13-11 with 1:11 remaining in period one. Here's Ficken has the ball passed inside to Smith. Here's 40 loose. He puts a shot up and in. 40's name is Loss, L-O-S-S. Back with it comes Smeltz, 15-11. Down to 45 seconds remaining in period one. Spin around shot by Biddle, won't go. Rebounded in there by Lentz. His turnaround shot, won't go. Rebound to Biddle. Shun's shot, good, but he's going to be called for a walk. Ooh. Didn't see that walk. At any rate, they called it with just 39 seconds remaining here in period one. 15-11. Trojans down by 4. Time called now as Undercuffler will enter the ball game and take Ian Smeltz's place for the Trojans. And Price Buffington also into the game for UDA now with 39 seconds remaining in the first period. Pass on the near side here for 35. He'll drop it back here for Swineford. Swineford working around the top now. Over the far side it goes. Swineford got it back. He tries to dump it inside. 32 puts a shot up and he's fouled. The foul this time will be on Jason Undercuffler. He'll pick up his first. And that will send 32 to the line, shooting 2. Rapp at the line, shooting a pair for Middleburg. His first shot's no good. And Rapp's second shot is short, off the front of the rim. Rebounded there by 32. Blocked away nicely by John Biddle. Biddle with an outstanding play that time on the defense. Made the good block, and that ball comes back to the Trojans. Price Buffington with it. And the near side, out of the hands of 32. Rapp. And it will be UDA ball. Trojans will send Derek Roadcap back into the ballgame with 12 seconds remaining. He's going to take Jeff Lentz's place. Jeff going to check out for a breather with just 12 seconds remaining in period one. And Jason Undercuffler will inbound for the Trojans. Does so here for Brian Huffman into the lane. Brian stops and pops a little short. Won't go. Rebound picked off by Loss. He throws it ahead here. The ball is stolen back by the Trojans. Gathered back in by, oh, wait a minute. Foul's going to be called as number 35 went over the back of Roadcap. 35 will pick up the foul with no time remaining, or is there time? I didn't hear the buzzer go. I'm not sure. Wait a minute. There is a little time left because the official buzzer did not sound. Now the clock says no time, but there must be a fraction of a second remaining because it's 15-11. Didn't hear the buzzer, so we'll see. No, I guess they're going to reset it. No time left. I didn't hear the buzzer. It was an awful short buzzer if there was one. But anyway, well, they want you over there to the scores table because I think that there was a little time left here. I don't think the buzzer had ever blown, and it seemed to me like there would have been a part of a second remaining. Okay, they're going to figure out who the foul was on, and we'll be right back with the second period. Okay, UDA gets the ball, trailing by 4 as the second period gets underway. Price Buffington in the ball game for the Trojans. He is the point guard right at the moment. Over to the far side for Huffman for 3. Shot is good. It's a 3-bagger, and the Trojans trail by 1. Nice shot by Buffington. It's now 15-14. Middies by 1. Here's the ball stolen away nicely by Price Buffington. He strives in, puts a shot up, and he's fouled. And Hockenberry will pick up the foul, and that foul will be the 5th team foul. So to the line to shoot a pair. This time will go Price Buffington. I believe he would have gone anyway. I think it was a shooting foul. Let's see. Price will go to the line for the first time tonight, and he will be shooting 2. His first shot is good, and Price ties up the ball game at 15 all. 7:40. We have just begun the second period of play. Played 20 seconds. Second shot is a little short, no good. Rebounded in there by Smith. Picked off over there by Huffman. Bryan's got it. Good. Steal that time by Brian Huffman. Sets up for 3. Shot no good. Rebound goes over on the far side. Going to be controlled by Huffman, who goes after his own rebound. Nice job that time. Brian Huffman playing some good D out there. And it will be UDA ball as the ball was tipped out of bounds by the Middies. And Undercuffler will inbound for the Trojans. He does so here. The ball skips loose, though, and is picked up in there by Ficken. Back over here for Hockenberry. Down here now for 34. Into the corner to Smith. Left baseline shot. Good. Inbound pass here now for Biddle, who is back into the ball game for the Trojans. And this is Buffington. Yep. Over on the far side, Undercuffler back out here for Huffman. Near side it comes. Ooh, Price might have had a shot. Took the shot. Good. Price Buffington ties up the ball game 17 all. Super ball game so far. Come on, Trojans, hang in there. Pass up here now into the corner. Hockenberry with it. Far side over there. Hockenberry has it back to Smith at the left baseline. Passes it underneath. 23 with a shot. Good. 23 found himself wide open underneath there and took the shot, put a fake on it, and then put it up in. 19-17. Middies by 2. Price Buffington out here. He'll work it over here for Huffman. Bryan has the ball stripped out of his hands. Then he drives the right baseline. Dumps it back on the far side. Price with a shot from over there. No good. Rebounded by the Trojans, however, as Roadcap comes up with it. Back here for Huffman. Ooh, Huffman was looking to put a three-pointer up, but decides to put it inside here to Derek Roadcap. He spins it inside for the Trojans there. Biddle, and no foul and all ball. The team over here calls it a timeout. A technical is going to be called now as Peters will pick up the foul, Coach Peters. Coach Peters picks up the foul for UDA, and that'll send Smith to the line for the Middies, shooting 1-1, I guess. And then, of course, the Middies will have the ball out of bounds. First shot is good. It's 20-17. His second shot is no good. So it's a 3-point margin now. 20-17. The Middies up by 3, and they will get the ball. Jeff Lentz going to re-enter the ball game for the Trojans now, and he will take the place of Derek Roadcap. Smith will inbound. Does so here for Hockenberry. Hockenberry crosses the timeline, bounces over the other side now. Kerstetter has it over there. There's a shot from out in front by Smith, good. 5-point margin now, 22-17. Middies up by 5. Price Buffington into the lane. Here goes a shot up and in by Jeff Lentz. Good shot. A super pass that time by Price Buffington to get it in there to Jeff. And it's 22-19. Trojans narrow the gap to 3 again here now. Ooh, here's a ball tipped away and gathered in by the Trojans as Lentz picks it up and gives it back over here for Huffman. Trojans down by 3. Brian Huffman, who has a 3-bagger in the ball game, out here dribbling around with it. Now he's got it. Puts it into the lane. Over here for Lentz. Lentz a shot. Good. Good job that time by Brian Huffman. Gets it back over here for Jeff Lentz, and we got a 1-point margin. It's 22-21. Here goes ball. Man, into the lane. Looked like a walk. No walk called as he lost the ball. 3 seconds and whatever else. Coach is over here trying to get some kind of a call. Something rolls across the gymnasium floor. Not sure where it went. Still rolling. Over here it goes, and I think it's going to be picked up by one of the coaches or whoever. But at any rate, it will be Smith inbounding for the Middies. Here's his inbound pass to 23. puts a shot up, no good. Rebound comes back off here to Biddle. Long pass up the court here for Lentz. Jeff will slow it down, gets it back over here now for Price Buffington. Trojans with a chance to take the lead. Buffington out in front. Over here now for Lentz, has the ball knocked out of his hands, and they're going to call it blue ball. They're going to say Jeff lost the handle on it. And so it will be the Middies with it, with 4:20 remaining in the first half, and they have a 1-point margin, 22-21. Ball stripped away nicely. Back with it comes Undercuffler. Jason loses the handle on the ball as he made the steal, and then as he went to lay it up, he lost the handle on it. Tough going that time for Jason Undercuffler, but another good steal, and he'll be back. Ooh, nearly a back court call, but not quite. Hockenberry throws one up and goes in. How can he make a shot like that? At any rate, he did. And it's now 24-21. Margin back up to 3 again. Buffington stops out in front. Over here now for Huffman. Brian Huffman shoots it over here. It's picked off. Back with it. Here comes 30. Ficken. He stops. Shoots. Good. Middies on a roll here now, and the Trojans wisely call timeout. We have 3:33 remaining here in the first half, and it's 26-21, a 5-point margin for the Middies of Middleburg. Okay, the timeout is over now. Trojans try to get things settled down here. Brian Huffman will come up the court for the Trojans. Trojans trailing by 5. Price Buffington with it, looking around, has the ball tipped away, but gathered back in here by Ian Smeltz. Ian stops and pops short, picked off over there by Rapp, and back with it come the Middies. Here's Smith, left baseline shot, put up, and a blocking foul is going to be called on the Trojans. And that's going to send Smith to the line, shooting 2. The Trojan bucket was good, he says. I didn't even know it went in. But anyway, if it did, and I guess it did, it's 28-21 now. And Jeff Lentz picks up his second personal foul. Jeff's second foul comes with 3:10 remaining here in the first half. Smith will be at the line shooting 1. Biggest lead of the ball game now for the Middies. It's 9 points. 8 points make that 29-21. Here comes Smeltz with a head of steam. He stops, nearly loses it, gets it back over here now. Here's Jeff on the right baseline, out in front. Huffman bounces it inside, intended for Lentz. Lentz got it back. Here's a shot from the outside. It's good, and it's a 3-bagger. So that's his second 3-bagger for Brian Huffman, and it's now 29-24. He cuts the margin to 5 with 2:45 remaining in period number 2. Drive into the lane, stop, tries to fire it underneath. The ball's going to go, the walk is called, rather. Ball was thrown out of bounds by the Middies, and a walk is called. And it will be Price Buffington to inbound for UDA. For Huffman. Brian will set it up. Brian's got that hot 3-point hand tonight for the Trojans. Inside here for Buffington, right baseline. Ball tipped away by Swineford, but they gathered it back in. Here's Huffman again, spinning around the top of the circle. He'll stop and go for 3. No good. Over on the far side. Rebound over there very nicely, though, by Jeff Lentz, I believe it was. And it's now 29-26. Margin back to 3. Swineford at the top of the circle. He stops. He'll pop for 3. It is no good. Rebound on the other side. It's going to go out of bounds. No call on number 23 as he flattens Brian Huffman. And I'll tell you, the refereeing, or the coaching staff over here is just going berserk. Coach Peters and Coach Huffman really letting these officials have it, as there is some strange calls. And now another technical is going to be called now. This time the technical will be called on somebody underneath there. 22 on Brian Huffman, I think, picks up the technical. It'll be the second technical of the ball game, as Coach Peters picked up one earlier. And now Brian Huffman says something, and the referee getting a little bit of static. I think he knows he's having a screwed up ball game, and so he quickly calls another technical. Here's the first shot by Smith is good. Smith's our foul shooter on the technicals. The second time he's been to the line to shoot technicals tonight. Puts the first one in. And his second shot is no good, so he's been 50% on both technical tries. But, of course, that'll give the Middies the ball out of bounds. Now the referee sets the ball. The referee is getting hyper now. He is getting hyper. He's got a short fuse, and it's going to get shorter as the fans are really all over him. Here's a pass inside. Over to the far side, Ian Smeltz knocks it out of bounds. And a good defensive move by Smeltz. And that will be Middie ball. 32 will inbound it. Here's a push off of 30. This better be on 30. And this time it is a charging foul. As the referee's getting into it now, the crowd has definitely had an influence on this lad here, as the foul was evident here on our video. But still, would he have called it a moment ago? I don't know. It's tough to be an official, but some nights there's just a little bit, you know, they have bad nights like everybody else, and this is just one of them. Here's Buffington over here for Smeltz. Ian driving it down there. Stops, loops one up from behind. It won't go. Rebound comes off to the Middies. They go on the floor with it as Smeltz and, let's see, who the heck is it? Price Buffington. Price getting all tangled up down there, rolling around on the floor with the Middie. And it's going to be Middie ball out of bounds. And Smith will inbound for the Middies. Over here is Swineford with it. Swineford over on the far side now for Rapp. Inside for Smith. Smith has the ball tied up in there. No call. Ball tipped nearly away here. Over here's 30. Ficken with a shot for 3. No good. Rebounded out there by the Trojans, but he gets it right back inside for 32. And he pops it home. It is 32-26. 6-point margin with 1 minute remaining in a furious first half here. Pass out in front. Here's Ian Smeltz with it. Trojans look to get something here. Now Huffman has it. Bryan shoots it over here on this side for a Trojan, but the pass inside is picked off by 44 Smith. He goes up for the shot. A foul's going to be called, and no bucket. Foul was here before the shot, but 44 Smith will go to the line. As for the Trojans, number 12, Price Buffington picks up his second personal, I believe it is. We'll check here in a minute. Smith will go to the line shooting a 1-and-1. 43 seconds remaining here in the first half. First shot is good. 33-26, 7-point margin now. Jeff Lentz checks back out of the ball game as Derek Roadcap comes back in. And now Price Buffington will step out for the Trojans as Jason Undercuffler comes back in. They didn't post the foul on the board, but I believe it was the second one on Price Buffington. His second shot is good. And so it's a 26-34 ball game, 34-26 with 35 seconds remaining in the first half. Undercuffler has the ball knocked out of bounds over there by Swineford. And number 24 now, Sherman will come into the game for Swineford. For Ficken. Ficken will check out, and Sherman comes in as the Trojans inbound. Over here for Smeltz. Ian back over here for Huffman. Inside it goes. Here's a shot by Biddle. Good. John Biddle nails it, and it's 34-28, 6-point margin, down to 18 seconds remaining here in the first half. Here's a shot from out front there, no good. 44 Smith with a rebound shot. That won't go. Rebound comes back off here to Undercuffler. Ian Smeltz with it. We're down to 6 seconds. Ian drives up towards the lane, lifts a shot up that won't go. Now on the rebound, ooh, nearly stolen away in time for a bucket, but hey, a very exciting, very frustrating in some instances first half here as the officiating is questionable, but nevertheless the Trojans trailing just by 6 at the end of 16 minutes here now. 34-28. Trojans trailing. Second half of play ready to go underway here now as the Trojans trail by 6. 34-28. We got 4 seconds remaining here in the countdown clock till half is officially over, so now we're ready to go. Trojans will inbound as Huffman will inbound to Bellis. He does, and we're off. Brian Bellis into the corner for Huffman. Now out in front. Here's Smeltz with it. Ian drives it down, dumps it into the right lane. Ooh, wait a minute, on the right side there. Jeff Lentz with a shot, but it won't go. And the rebound comes off to Smeltz, and he stepped on the end line. So it'll be Smith, the inbound for the Middies. The inbounds are here for Ficken. He pushes it back here for Hockenberry. Into the corner. Here's a shot by 34, put up, no good. Rebounded to the Trojans. Back with it comes Bellis. Brian with a little trouble over there. His ball's kicked loose, picked up by Smith, and back with it come the Middies. Bellis really never did have a whole good handle on that one. Here's Hockenberry out in front. Over here now for Kerstetter. Ficken with a shot for three, no good. Rebound to Bellis, and back with it comes Brian. He's got better control of this one, as there's no score so far here in the third period. Whoa, wait a minute. Foul's going to be called underneath here. The foul will be on 30. Wait a minute. Who the heck's the foul on? Okay, the foul was on Lentz. Foul was on Jeff Lentz. He picked up his third underneath there. Very quiet foul, not much going on, but I wasn't watching Jeff. Of course, he was out of the play, but anyway, he picks up his third with 6 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in the third. So Jeff going to have to take it a little easy. On the far side, they swing it to Ficken. Ficken drives it into the lane, puts a shot up, that will go. So Ficken making a move out there. 36-28, margin back up to 8 again. 6:25 remaining in the third. Smeltz back over here. Here's the three-pointer from outside. No good. Rebound comes right off to Huffman. He'll back out into the three-point lane, or range, I mean. Fires one across court here for Smeltz. Bellis stepping back with it. Drives over to the right wing side. Now out in front here for Ian Smeltz. Back inside here now. Here's Biddle with a shot. Good. John Biddle with a nice 10-footer from out in front. And the margin's down to 6 now, 36-30. Hockenberry near side here for Smith. Hockenberry on the far side, inside to Smith, has the ball knocked away very nicely inside there and picked up by the Trojans. They can come back and get to within 4. Over the far side, Huffman back out here for Bellis. Inside deep, they try to go. It's picked off by Smith. And back with it comes Ficken. Passes it over to the far side. Shot put up over there by Kerstetter, and he's fouled. And this time it'll be a shooting foul, I do believe. Kerstetter will go to the line, shooting 2. As Brian Bellis picks up his second personal foul with 5:57 remaining in the third. And Kerstetter will be at the line, shooting 2. First shot, good. 37-30, 7-point margin now for Middleburg. Second shot is also good, and an 8-point margin it goes. Now 38-30. Push ahead here for Ian Smeltz. Ian looking around, gets it back out here, over in front, over on the far side. Shot for 3. It's good. Huffman hangs up his third, 3-pointer. So Brian's got 9 tonight by way of that 3-point shot. And that narrows the margin quickly to 5 again now, 38-33. Pass over to far side. Here goes Hockenberry and rolls one across the back of the net. No good. Picked off over there by Lentz. Ahead to Huffman. Brian out in front here now for Bellis. He dumps it inside. Here's Biddle inside for 2 more. John Biddle narrows the gap to 3. Trojans hanging very, very tough in here now. Here comes Hockenberry up the court with it. Dumps it into the corner. Shot from the side over here. No good. Rebounded by the Trojans, and they can come back to within 1. It's 38-35 with 4:33 remaining in period 3. Smeltz out in front, over on the far side. Huffman over there gets it back out to Bellis. Jumps it inside. Ball stolen away. Picked up in there by 23. And wait a minute, a walk or a run, whatever. and he gets mad, hits the pad out here, does number 23 Klinger, and time's going to be called by the Middleburg Biddies now as the Trojans taking a run at them. It's 38-35. Trojans have climbed back to within 3 with 4:21 remaining here in the third. Okay, the midi timeout is over, and the Trojans will have the ball. Brian Huffman will inbound. Does so over here for Brian Bellis. Brian into the lane. Over here to the left wing side. Puts a shot up from out here. No good, short. Rebound comes off to the middies. Ball nearly tapped away, but gathered back in over there. Oh, should have been a charge. No call at all. And back with it come the Trojans as Huffman took the charge there, but no call. And back with it comes UDA. At least the middies didn't get anything, and neither did Brian out of that. Wow, here's Brian with it over the far side. Working it over there. Stops. Pops it underneath to Jeff Lentz. The shot put up and in. No. Foul before the shot. Foul before the shot. It'll be an out-of-bounds call instead. The Trojans will get nothing out of that. However, one of the middies picks up the personal foul. And let's see. I guess John's not got to put that one up. No, John didn't ring that up. So I don't know who got it or how many he got, but it's an inbound pass knocked out of bounds off Smith. And the Trojans will maintain possession. Huffman will inbound underneath the boards. He does so over here for Ian Smeltz. It goes out of Ian's hands, out of bounds. No, it's going to be knocked out of Smeltz's hand. Whoop, wait a minute. Now he changed his mind. Okay. Smith inbounding it here to Swineford. Swineford over the far side. That's Ficken with it. Ficken underneath here for Smith. Has the ball stolen out of his hands by Brian Smeltz, and then a trip will be called over here on number 30 Ficken as he made a bad pass. And of course you can almost always figure the kid that gets called for the foul or the causes the miscue will always go to get back into it. And of course he picks himself up a foul. John's not putting the fouls up on the board anymore. For what reason, I have no idea. But anyway, Ficken, number 30, picked up the foul. Back with it come the Trojans. This is Bellis rolling it down into the left baseline here. Passes it out in front. Nice pass to Jeff Lentz, and Jeff puts her home. Good job that time by seniors Bellis and a junior, Jeff Lentz. Wow. It's 38-37. Shot underneath for an alley-oop. No good. Rebound comes back to the Trojans. They were down by 8 here moments ago. They can come back and take the lead. They trail by 1. Just under 3 minutes left in the third, and a foul is going to be called on number 10 as 10 gets called for the block. It'll be a non-shooting. Now John has this one up on the board, so I don't know what happened. I'll have to check with John over there. He picked up his first. Here's a pass down here in the right baseline. Out in front here for Biddle. John stops, puts a shot up, it'll go, and a foul's called. Whew. What a good job that time by that John Biddle, wrenching that ball up there. The bucket is good, and a foul is called. It's 39-38, number 32. Let's see. Rapp picks up the foul. Here's Biddle's try for 3. No good. Rebound comes off to the middies. Ball stolen underneath. Shot put up. Will it go? No, it won't go. Oh, darn it. But Bellis will go to the line shooting 2. What a great inbound steal here by Brian Bellis. Time going to be called till they make the official call over at the desk. And now Brian will go to the line shooting a pair. Wow, Brian Bellis, a good shot. Just missed. The peeper wouldn't go. At any rate, a foul was called on somebody on the middies. And Bellis will be at the line shooting 2. He can give the Trojan the margin again. Here's Bellis' first shot. It's good. And it's now 40-38. The Trojans up by 2. What a ball game. We've got 2:48 remaining here in period 3. Second shot. Good. And a 3-point margin for the Trojans now. 41-38. And the ball's going to go out of bounds off of Bellis, so it'll remain UDA ball. Inbound pass down here for 35. They get it back over here now. Swineford has it. Across the timeline. Swineford loses it. Picked up by Brian Bellis. Back come the Trojans. He's got 2 on 3. Here's Huffman with a shot on the fake and the shot. The Trojans up by 5. Can you believe it? Trojans. Whoa, wait a minute. Now a foul is going to be called on the Brian Bellis. He'll pick up his 3rd. 43-38 with 2 1/4 remaining here in the 3rd. Undercuffler is going to check back in the ball game now, and let's see, he will take Brian Bellis's place. Brian's played 1 super ball game. He's going to go out now as Undercuffler comes in to replace him. Smith will inbound for the Middies. Does so over here for Hockenberry. Hockenberry across the timeline for the Middleburg Middies. Drops it back over here for Ficken. He hands it to Hockenberry. Ficken on the left wing side. Hockenberry now. Oh, ball tipped away nicely inside there again by Lentz, but then they lose it back again. Ficken's got it back. Nice defense that time by the Trojans, and then it got messed up. Here goes 34, driving up to the lane. No good. Rebound underneath there, and a foul is going to be called on a Trojan, I guess. And 44, Smith, who dove into the pile, will come up being the man who fouled as number 30 out there, Ian Smeltz, picks up the personal foul for the Trojans. It's only the team's 4th, so it'll be none shooting. And Kerstetter will inbound for Middleburg. Does so over on the far side here for Hockenberry. Hockenberry has the ball tapped loose, but gathered back in by Ficken in the far corner. Ball tapped away there. Gathered in by Huffman. 43-38. Trojan lead to 5 with 1:44 remaining in the 3rd. Here's Lentz underneath. Good. Another super pass into Jeff Lentz. And Jeff puts her home. And it's now a 45-38. The Trojans up by 7. They had trailed by 6 at halftime. Pass inside. Smith in the lane. Spins around. Puts a shot up. No good. Rebound underneath there by the Trojans and by number 23. And let's see, a foul's going to be called. The foul will be on Klinger. And that's going to send Jeff Lentz to the line, shooting a 1-and-1 as Jeff went up strongly for the rebound. And he was fouled, and he'll go to the line for the Trojans. Klinger picks up the foul, his 2nd for Middleburg. And Lentz at the line, shooting a 1-and-1. First time Jeff's been to the line tonight, I do believe. And we'll see what he can do with this one. Normally an excellent shooter. Here's his first shot. It's good, right to the bottom of the bucket. 46-38 Trojan margin up to 8. Trojans just came storming back so far. See if they can maintain this momentum now. Second shot is good. Jeff nails a pair from the foul line. Gives his Trojan a 9-point margin now. Here's Hockenberry dribbling it down. Pushes a shot up right as he drove into the left baseline. And he scores, and it's a 7-point margin, 47-40 with 1:05 remaining in period 3. Far side for Huffman. Out in front. This is Undercuffler, 15-footer. It's good! Jason Undercuffler nails a 15-footer. The margin up to 11. No, make that 9. 49-40. Hockenberry driving it all the way. Dumps it off nicely to Smith underneath for 2. 49-42. With 35 seconds remaining in period 3. Here's Huffman behind the back pass. Puts it in the lane, and now he's going to go for a stroll through the lane that time as Brian Huffman goes for the walk. And that's going to give the ball back to the Middies. Hockenberry, Trojans can ill afford to give the Middies anything here now. They must maintain some good ball handling, some good pressure all the way around. Here's the ball snapped away by Undercuffler. He goes in, puts a shot up, no good, high off the glass. And back with it will come the Middies. Hockenberry loses it, picks it back up again with 12 seconds remaining. Counting it down here now. Hockenberry into the corner. Kerstetter dumps it inside for Smith. Turnaround shot, no good. Rebound comes off to 23. He puts a shot up that will be no good. And a super 3rd period for the Trojans now as they have come back to take charge here momentarily in a nip and tuck ball game. It's 49-42. The Trojans up by 7. Wow. Super, super ball game. Well, we're into the final 8 minutes of play here in the ball game. Trojans up by 7, 49-42. They trailed by 6 at halftime. I believe it was 26-32, something like that. And they have really come back with a super third period. See if they can maintain it now. Hockenberry over to the side to Smith, deep in the corner. Back out to Hockenberry now. Ficken has it. Ficken for 3. It is no good. Rebounded underneath there, and it goes on the floor. It'll be wrestled for, and it's going to be whose ball? Referee just calls it. Okay. Ref was deciding what he was going to call it, and probably called it right. Okay. Inbound pass here for Hockenberry. Swings it out here for Ficken. Into the corner. Hockenberry out in front for 3. Shot put up, no good. And a foul's going to be called. Foul will be on Price Buffington, and Price will pick up his second. That will put the Trojans, or rather the Middies, into the bonus now. As Price picks up personal foul number 2 with 7:25 remaining in the ball game. And that's going to send Mr. Hockenberry to the line, shooting a pair. First shot is good. 49-43, the margin squeezes down to 6 here now. Second shot by Hockenberry is also good, and we got a 5-point ball game. 49-44. Trojans have to maintain that composure and that intensity that they had here in period 3. Here goes Price Buffington into the lane, puts a shot up, it won't go, but a foul is called. And Price will go to the line shooting a pair. Looks like the foul may have been on number 10. No, number 30 picks up his third. That is Ficken. He picks up personal foul number 3. And Price Buffington will go to the line shooting 2. Price's first shot is no good. Let's see if we can put this one in. Swineford comes back into the ball game now, replacing Hockenberry for the Middies. As Price Buffington gets set to shoot his second. See if he can hit 50% on him. The second shot is good, and he's got 50% of those two. And that gives the Trojans 50 right on the nose. So it's a 50-44 6-point lead now for UDA. Ball tipped out of the hands by Huffman on a fine steal that time by Brian Huffman. And the Trojans can increase that margin now. That's what they need to do. Into the corner. Whoop. Walk will be called over here now. No, foul. Foul? Foul's going to be on the Trojans. It looks like it's going to be Derek Roadcap picking up the personal foul. It'll be a 1-and-1. And so we'll travel up this way again, away from the ball. So I did not notice what Derek did. But whatever it was, he got called for it. And that's going to send Swineford to the line shooting a 1-and-1 for Roadcap. That's his first of the ball game with exactly 7 minutes left to play. Here's Swineford's first shot's good. 50-45, 5-point margin. Trojans need to get this rebound here now, providing Swineford, of course, misses his second shot. We'll see in a second. Here it is. It's good. It's 50-46, 4-point margin. Long pass down here for Undercuffler. He stops, pops one up short. Rebound comes off to the Trojans, so Undercuffler picks it up, dishes it back out in front. Over here for Biddle, who is in the ball game. Here is Huffman spinning around out in front, looking, dumps it inside here to Roadcap. Derek has the ball stripped away from him, and back with it comes Swineford. He's going to lose the ball as it goes on the floor. Picked up over there by Roadcap. Back over to Huffman. He drops it over here now for Price Buffington. 6.5 minutes for the Trojans remaining here in the fourth period. Huffman tries to dump it inside. It's going to go out of bounds, knocked out by number 23, Klinger for the Middies, and the Trojans will inbound. Long inbound pass here now for Price Buffington. Over there for Undercuffler. Undercuffler has it. He stops, pops one up, no good. Rebound comes off to the Middies. Here's a long pass over here for Ficken. He stops, drops it back here now for Swineford. They're trying to look and see if they can get to within 2, and they can with a bucket here. Here's a pass inside. Klinger with a shot. No good. Rebound comes right off to Derek Roadcap. He has the ball stolen away from him, knocked out of bounds by Kerstetter, but it will remain UDA ball. Kerstetter pulled it out of the hands of Roadcap. Full court pressure, man-to-man, put on the Trojans now. Here's a ball going to go over on the far side, knocked out of bounds by Smith, I believe it was. And UDA will take over. Full man-to-man pressure now put on. Here comes Price Buffington. Drives it right down, lays it up, but it won't go in. The rebound comes off to Smith, and back with it comes Ficken. Ficken passes it over on the far side. Kerstetter with a shot. It's good. And it's 50-48 now as the Middies steal it on the inbound pass. Tie it up. No. Ball knocked out of bounds nicely by John Biddle. Woo! What a job that time by Biddle. Great defensive play in there to knock that ball away. It's 48-50, 50-48. Trojan margin back down to 2 as the Middies get themselves back into the ball game in a hurry. So anybody's ball game yet with 5:34 remaining here in the contest. Okay, time back in now. And here's Ficken from the side for 3. It's no good. Rolls loose over on the far side, though. Klinger pulls it in for the Middies. Swineford with it. Inside deep to Smith. Over on the far side, Swineford for 2. No good. Rebound underneath there to Smith, and they were tied, 50-50. Smith ties it up for the Middies. 5:10 remaining in the ball game. So we'll settle it down now as everybody drops back into a zone defense. No, they're not. It's not a zone. Anyway, still man for man underneath. Here's Huffman. Spins around on the left baseline. Fakes the shot. Pumps the second one up. No good. Rebound comes back out to Huffman. He's fouled. He'll be fouled, and Brian Huffman will go to the line. Shooting 2, I believe, as the call is going to be made here. 34. That's going to be Kerstetter. He'll pick up his second, and they're going to give Brian just a 1-and-1. As I say, he was not shooting. I thought he was lifting up that underhanded shot, but here's his first shot. It's good. Trojans up by 1, 51-50. With 4:51 remaining. Second shot, good. Brian nails a pair. 52-50. The Trojans up by 2. Swineford moving ahead here over the timeline. Near side here for Kerstetter. Now he dumps it to Kerstetter on the left base. Oh, and a foul's going to be called. This foul will be on Brian Huffman. Brian says no way. He had all ball, and I believe he did. But they call the foul nevertheless. Brian can't believe he touched him. And number 34, Kerstetter, will go to the line, shooting 2. With 3:48, Brian picks up his second. 4:38 remaining in the fourth period. Here's his first shot. It is no good. And so Kerstetter will step to the line to shoot his second. His second shot is no good. In and out. Rebound comes back to the Trojans. Here comes Brian Bellis breaking ahead. 2-on-1. Throws it over there, and it's picked off nicely by the Middies. And back they come. Here's Swineford with it. Stops out in front. So both teams playing some super defense. Ball inside for Smith. Stops. 15-footer. It's good. And we're tied 52 once again. Back with it come the Trojans. Ian Smeltz. Smeltz has got to watch it. There's a man behind him. I don't know if he saw him. Well, no, I guess he does. Ian circling around out in front. Over for Jeff Lentz, deep in the corner. Back outside. Turnaround shot by Biddle. No good. Rebound comes off, and it's going to be controlled by the Middies. And the Middies with an opportunity to come back and take the lead. Swineford deep into the corner here. Here goes Ficken with a shot. No good. Rebounded by Lentz underneath. Back come the Trojans. We're tied 52. 3:50 remaining in the ball game. Super duper ball game. That's for sure. Here's Smeltz losing the handle on it. Has it knocked out of his hands by Swineford. And Swineford has it now for the Middies. Into the corner here for Ficken. He dumps it into the right baseline. Shot up and in, good. Shot that time by Klinger is good and gives the Middies a lead, 54-52. Huffman inbounds it here for Ian Smeltz. 3 minutes and 18 seconds remaining. Smeltz works it down the right baseline, or right wing rather, right out in front now for Bellis. Bryan over here for Huffman inside. Here's a turnaround shot by Lentz, is no good. Rebound picked off in there and then scrambled for, and they got it back again. Here's another foul is going to be called by Jeff, and there again, Jeff going to pick up number 4 with 3:02, so he'll really have to play it cozy now. 3 minutes, 2 seconds remaining as Jeff picks up personal foul number 4. And that's going to send Swineford to the line, shooting a 1-and-1. So we'll see if Swineford can miss this first one. Here's his first shot. It is no good. Rebound comes off to Huffman over on the far side for the Trojans. Got to settle it down here now and get to. Here comes Brian Bellis. Dumps it back here for Ian Smeltz. Ian looking around out front here. Still has it. Inside, here's Biddle. Spins around, puts the shot up. It's going to not go. Be no good. Blocking foul is going to be called on number 23. The foul will be on Klinger. And to the line will go Biddle, shooting a 1-and-1, I believe. No, shooting 2. Okay, they say John was shooting. All right. Here's his first shot. It's good. 54-53. Biddle, an excellent shooter. Let's see if he can put this second one in here now. Second shot is good, and we're tied, 54 all. Biddle would be the wrong guy to foul if I were one of the Middies. Okay, back with it come the Middies. We're down to 2 minutes and 35 seconds right now, as the Middies work it down the far side. Swineford out in front here now for Rapp. Near side here for Hockenberry, into the right wing corner, dumps it back out here. Ball knocked away very nicely. Back with it come the Trojans. And a foul will be called, as you see what happens here. Klinger was the guy that lost the ball, and you can look for him to foul. The guy that does the goof, the mix-up here, the mess-up, I should say, should probably just keep the camera on him. He's going to go foul somebody, inevitably. And he's going to send another excellent shooter to the foul line, shooting a 1-and-1 now in Brian Bellis. See what Brian can do with it. 23 now. Klinger, he picks up his fourth personal foul. Here's the first shot by Bellis. No good. Rebound underneath there, and a foul will be called as somebody went over the top of Smeltz. Might have been Hockenberry here. We'll see. And Ian Smeltz will go to the line, shooting a 1-and-1. And Ian, another good foul shooter, as Hockenberry picks up his third foul. Klinger leaves the ball game for the Middies. First shot by Smeltz is no good. Rebound comes off to Smith. Ball stolen away nicely. Oh, man, here's a shot put up and a foul called. And a foul will be called. And great steal in there by Brian Bellis. Wow, what a super ball game he is playing. To the line is going to go John Biddle. And Biddle, just an excellent foul shooter. He will go to the line shooting a 1-and-1. Or shooting 2, I should say. Yep, John will be shooting 2. Come on, John. First shot. Ooh, good. All right, it thought about it, but it went in. Trojans up 55-54. We've got 2:14. We'll be under 2 minutes here in just 14 seconds. All right. John Biddle's second shot is good. He hangs in a pair the rough way. He put a couple in the hard way that time, but hey, they look good up there. It's 56-54 with 2:10 remaining in the ball game. Hockenberry with it out in front for the Middies. Dumps it over here now for 32 Rapp. Over the far side. Hockenberry's got it back again. Out here to Swineford. Smith with it. We're down to 1:55. Smith turning around over here. Dumps it inside to 40, and he just lays it up and in, as Loss was underneath there. And Trojans missed the coverage somehow. And it's tied. We're tied at 56-56. Near steal out in front here by Hockenberry, but Ian Smeltz has it now. He loses it, and back with it comes 32. And he misses the shot. The rebound comes off to Huffman. He passes it ahead here, trying to hit Ian Smeltz with it. And the Trojans here getting themselves slightly all excited as we've got 1 minute 28 seconds remaining. All tied up 56-56. Trojans with an excellent opportunity that time and threw the darn ball away. But it's just an exciting ball game, and who knows what's going to happen here. This is Swineford with it. Cross the timeline. Over here now for Rapp. He stops with it. Tries to get it out in front. Stolen away again by a Trojan, but the Middies gather it back in. Here's Smith. Puts it up. Foul will be called as Bellis will pick up the personal foul with 1 minute and 8 seconds remaining. And Brian Bellis picks up his third or fourth. I'm not really sure. Let's see. They put it up on the board. At any rate, Smith will go to the line for the Middies with just 1 minute and 8 seconds remaining. It's all tied up at 26 all. For Bellis, that was his fourth personal foul, but with only 1 minute and 8 remaining, he stays into the ball game, of course. Smith at the line, shooting 2. His first shot, good. And that gives the Middies a 1-point margin now, 57-56. And he'll get one more. His second shot is good. So a 2-point ball game, 58-56. The Trojans with 1 minute and 8 seconds to work with. Here comes Brian Bellis with it. Brian stopping at the top of the circle. Into the corner it goes here now for Biddle. John looking around. Pass it over in here for Smeltz. Here's Ian Smeltz with it. Time down to 55 seconds. Smeltz on the right wing. Bounces it out of bounds off his foot. Wow. Timeout's going to be called now by UDA. As unfortunately that time, Ian Smeltz had that ball right on the right baseline, and it went off his foot and out of bounds. Well, 50 seconds, and the Trojans will give the ball back to the Middies, who have a 2-point margin. Okay, the timeout is over, so we got 50 seconds remaining in a 2-point ball game. Middies up by 2. Here's a ball tapped away, and a foul is going to be called on Brian Bellis, and that will be foul number 4 on Brian. He's going to have to exit the ball game with fouls, and he has played one heck of a ball game. Referee informs him, and Brian takes his seat at the end. A super game by Brian. In the meantime, Swineford goes to the line. He'll be shooting a 1-and-1. Very important 1-and-1. His first shot's good. 3-point margin now, 59-56 with 47 seconds remaining. So let's see if we can get this rebound, and let's hope Swineford can miss this. But he's just a little guy. Pretty good shooter, however, and he misses the second one. And back with it come the Trojans. Here comes Ian Smeltz with it. Ian drops it off over here now for Price Buffington. Trojans need 3 to tie. Price circling around out in front. 5 seconds going to be called now as Price can't find anybody to pass it to. And that's costly as the Trojans turn it over. And back with it come the Trojans. Kick ball, no call. We're down to 25 seconds right now. Here's the shot. Biddle puts a shot up from the side. No good. Rebound comes off to Lentz. He drives one up. It won't go. Gets his own rebound. Puts a shot up, and he's fouled. And if only that one would have gone, we may have had an opportunity to tie it right then. But Jeff will be at the line shooting 2. A lot of pressure in a ball game like this, and Jeff at the line to shoot 2. And we'll see if he can hit a couple of these. Here's his first one. It's no good. Rolls off to the side, and the margin is still 3 points. With 17 seconds remaining, 59-56. Here's his second shot. It is no good. Rebound comes off to Smith. Clock really hurting us now. It's down to 10 seconds. Pass over to the far side. Klinger with a shot, no good. Blocked out of bounds. Just 9 seconds remaining, and it will be Middies ball. Trojans, I think, will take a timeout as Ian Smeltz calls time with just 9 seconds remaining, and the Trojans, who have played their hearts out tonight, trailing by 3. Okay, 9 seconds left now as the Trojan timeout is over. And we'll see what they can do with it. Clock won't start, of course, till it's inbounded. It is inbounded, and a tie-up or a foul. Gonna call a foul. That took 2 seconds, so we've got 7 seconds remaining now. And a 1-on-1 is the call, and Smith will go to the line for the Middies, shooting 2, or shooting a 1-and-1 rather. Trojans have got to get this rebound, come screeching down the floor, hit a three-pointer real quick. Here's the shot. It's good. Now it's got to be a 4-point margin, and that might have done it. As it's 60-56 with just 7 seconds left. So the Middies will back up here now and let the Trojans take this rebound. It's no good. Rebound comes off to UDA, and a foul's called. And a foul will be called with just 5 seconds remaining, so that could make it interesting. With only 5 seconds left now, one of the Trojans, and I think it's going to be John Biddle, will go to the line shooting. That's hard to believe that they fouled on that, because 4 out of the 5 Middies had backed down the court, left one man up there, and he happens to foul John Biddle. So Biddle will be at the line shooting a very important 1-on-1 for the Trojans. And we'll see what he does with it. Here's his first shot. It's good. 60-57. Now, the thing we can hope for here, and timeout's going to be called by Middleburg. I guess what we got to hope for here is that John misses the second shot. And let's see. If he misses the second shot, and the Trojans can rebound the second shot and put a shot up and in, and a foul called, and we could have anything happen. Okay. 60-57 with just 5 seconds remaining. Biddle will be at the line to shoot his second one. Trojan, of course, can get the rebound perhaps and fire it back outside. Somebody throw up a quick three-point one and see what happens. Well, this might be interesting now as Biddle, who is an excellent foul shooter, goes to the foul line. He'll, of course, try to put it in, that's for sure, I would think. And then the Trojans can hope to either hold them off for the 5 seconds as they try to inbound the ball, really get on them like glue, or whatever here. Let's see how they play it. Second shot is no good. Rebound comes off to Smith. Whoa, foul will be called. Foul's going to be on Undercuffler, and that's going to just about do it now as we're down to 3 seconds. And Smith will go to the line shooting a 1-and-1 as Jason Undercuffler picks up his second personal foul with just 3 seconds remaining. So super ball game tonight. The Trojans, who came in with a 6-7 record against the Middleburg Middies, who have a 9-2 record. His first shot's good. And that's a 4-point margin now, so that does it. And it will be, the Middies record will run to 10-2, and the Trojans will drop to 6-8. Second shot is good. 62-57, that's probably going to be the end of it. Here's a long shot at the buzzer. No good off the glass, and that ends the ball game. Well, the Trojans have played a tough ball game against a tough team tonight, and they dropped it by 5 with a final score of 62-57. So super game, and the Middies continue to roll, and the Trojans get themselves another super effort out of everybody, but just fall a little bit short. So catch you next time. Good evening, everybody. The Trojans have traveled tonight to Halifax to take on arch rival, the Halifax Wildcats, in what should be one heck of a good ball game. looking forward to this one. The Trojans have been playing well lately. They've gotten nipped a couple of times, but they have played real good basketball. And the Halifax Wildcats have been getting their share of wins here of late also. So it should be a really super game. Good crowd on hand as usual here whenever these two teams play. Here's a pass underneath to Ebright. He puts a shot up and in good. And it's 2-0 Halifax. This is Bellis with it. Over into the corner for Shadle. Drops it inside for Derek Roadcap. His shots cross the top of the rim, and back with it come the Wildcats, and a double dribble will be called now as, let's see, Scott Paul got all messed up there with it. Yeah, Paul, Kasner, Ebright, Daniels, and the other Paul in there, Jamie Paul, for the Wildcats to begin the ball game. Here's Jeff Lentz. He's going to be a pivotal man tonight in the ball game against these taller Wildcats. Here's the ball tipped away, gathered back in, and backcourt they're going to call it. But the coach wonders how in the world it can be backcourt, and the official over here says, I guess it can. It looked as though it was hit backcourt. Okay, Coach Peters with a good question and no answer coming. And this will be Kasner with it. Greg Kasner to the near side here for Jamie Paul. Pass inside for Ebright. Puts a shot up and in good. It's 4-0. We've played 1 minute into period one. Trojan working it down that right side over there. Now it comes out in front. Here's a shot from out front by Smeltz. No good. Rebound comes off to Ebright. And ball eventually tipped out of bounds there by Smeltz. And it will be Halifax to inbound. Kasner over here for Scott Paul. Ahead to Corey Paul. And now Kasner's got it back. Dumps one inside. Goes over to the far side. Shot taken over there by Scott Paul was no good, and a foul will be called underneath here now as Jamie Paul rather went up to take a shot, and he was fouled. He'll go to the line. Picking up the foul was Bellis. That was his first, the team's first foul of the game. And Jamie Paul at the line shooting 2. First shot is good. It's 5-0. See, the Trojans can get a rebound in here now. Second shot is in and out, no good. Rebound comes off to Jeff Lentz. And back with it now is Bellis for the Trojans into the corner. Tried to dump it inside. A ball tapped away in there by the Wildcats, and back comes Jamie Paul with it. Whoops, hold it. Walk will be called here as Scott Paul took the pass from brother Jamie Paul and went for a walk with it. 6:14 remaining here in period one. 5-0 Halifax. Trojans working it around out front. Now they go inside here to Roadcap. He puts a shot up, won't go. Rebounded over there by Jeff Lentz, and foul will be called as Daniels will pick up his first personal foul, and Jeff will go to the line shooting 2. Lentz at the line to shoot 2. He could give the Trojans their first points of the evening, and he does. It's now 5-1. See if Jeff can put the second one in here now. Here it is, and it won't go. Rebound comes off and is controlled by the Wildcats. Back with it comes Scott Paul. Passes it inside. Ball tipped away in there and gathered in by Lentz. Jeff's got it. Clears it back to his Trojans, and back they come. Here's his Bellis with it. Back here for Smeltz. Near side for Richie Shadle, or for Bellis rather. Here's Smeltz from outside. It's good. A 2-bagger, and it's 5-3. Paul ahead over there for Daniels. Loses the handle on it. Goes into Derek Roadcap. No call. And back with it come the Trojans. The Trojans with an opportunity to tie it up here now. Into the corner Pass inside. Derek Roadcap underneath, puts a shot up, and a foul will be called. The foul will be on Daniels. That'll be his second, and that's going to send Roadcap to the line. Shooting 2. Roadcap at the line shooting a pair as Daniels picks up his second. We've got 5:03 remaining here in the first period. Jeff Daniels picking up 2 quickies. Here's the first shot by Roadcap. It's no good. And Derek will get another try at it. Into the ball game now as Daniels leaves. Into the ball game comes number 23. Corey Lau checking in for Halifax. Second shot by Roadcap is no good, but there's a rebound in there by Smeltz, and he misses the shot. And back with it come the Wildcats. They're up by 2, 5-3. 4:55 remaining here in period 1. Kasner out in front, bounces it over there. Now inside they go to Corey Lau. He puts a shot up, no good. Rebound comes off to Roadcap. And he'll clear it nicely for the Trojans. Give it back here for Brian Bellis. Smeltz to Bellis as they work that right wing side. Inside to Roadcap. No pass over here intended for John Biddle, off John's hands as he came into the ball game to replace Richie Shadle. Biddle into the ball game for the Trojans. Nice play that time, but just didn't quite connect with the ball rolling off John's hand. Oh, here's the ball tipped out of bounds by Bellis, and it will remain the Wildcats ball as Derek Roadcap checks out now, and Scott Reed into the ball game for UDA. Here's a pass underneath, gathered in here by Biddle, and back with it come the Trojans. Trojans have stopped Halifax here momentarily anyway. Smeltz looking for something inside. Here's a pass inside for Reed. Shot won't go. Rebounded in there by Lau. And back with it come the Wildcats. Both teams just a little bit cool at the moment here from the floor. Here's a shot from outside. It's good. That is Jamie Paul. Gives the Wildcats a 3-point bucket, and it's now 8-3. Bounce pass over here for Biddle, and John's going to be called for the walk. Now the Trojans have got to get something every time they can against this outfit, I think. We'll see. Here's a pass, tapped away out there in front. Trojans gather it back in. Here goes Smeltz driving the left baseline, puts it up and in. Good. And Smeltz for 2. Long pass down here for Jamie Paul, rather. Now out to Kasner. Back over here for Paul. Jamie hits a 3-pointer, and it's now 11-5. 2 3-point shots in the ball game for the Wildcats so far. Smeltz dumping it inside over the head of Reed. Picked off by Ebright, and back with it come Kasner. Greg Kasner into the line, tries to pass it ahead. Stripped away, the Trojans come back 2-on-2. Pass over here for Smeltz, puts a left-handed shot up, good. Ian with his second of 2 quick ones. Here's a pass over here now. Inside they go. Corey Lau dumps it inside for Scott Paul. His shot won't go, and a rebound underneath, and a foul's called. The foul will be on Halifax. And let's see, it'll be the 3rd team foul on the Wildcats. Scott Paul picks up his first, and that came with 2:32 remaining in the first period. Ian Smeltz will leave now as Brian Huffman comes in for the Trojans. Trojans looking to put some 3-point power into the ball game, I would guess. Brian's been pretty successful with the 3-baggers. Here's Biddle with it. Biddle looking around, gets it back out here now for Huffman. Bellis out to Brian Huffman. Into the left wing corner here now for Lentz. Back outside. Here's Huffman for 3. Short, but there's Jeff Lentz right underneath with a good rebound. And we've got a 2-point ball game now. 11-9, Halifax by 2. Greg Kasner with it for the Cats. Here's a Scott Paul shot from the right baseline, good. And it's 13-9. 1:45 remaining in period 1. Huffman dumps it into the corner off the hands. Well, let's see. It's going to roll loose, go out of bounds. Off of who? Off of Reed, I guess. That ball seemed to get loose in there as they tried to hit Jeff Lentz, I think, underneath. And eventually it rolled loose and off of Scott Reed. Greg Kasner passes it ahead here now for Scott Paul. Bounce pass over on the far side, and Kasner's got it back again out in front. Huffman guarding him. They dump it inside. Here's Ebright with a spin around shot. No good. Rebound comes off to Reed, and back with it come the Trojans. This is Bellis. Huffman out in front. Pass over on the far side. Shot taken over there by Lentz. No good, but a rebound in there by Biddle. He puts his second shot up, and that won't go. And the Trojans come away with nothing that time. They had an excellent opportunity. Two good shots. Here's the ball stripped loose. Picked up here by Biddle. Passes that ahead here for Bellis. He's 2-on-1. He puts a shot up. No good. Rebound comes back off to the Wildcats. So again, the Trojans stymied out here. Kasner working it down the left wing side. Dumps it inside to Ebright. Brad can't do anything with it. Shot from the side for two by Kasner is no good, but the rebound comes off to the Cats. Shot rolled up there by Ebright. No good, and it's going to go off the hands of the Trojans underneath. Got 31 seconds remaining here in the first period, and the Trojans trailing by 4, 13-9. Jamie Paul will inbound. He does so right inside to Ebright, and Ebright pops in a one-footer, and it's 15-9. Huffman and Smeltz out front here. Okay, now they bring it back over here to Biddle. Smeltz with a shot, no good. Rebounded underneath there by the Wildcats. Rolling into the ball game now for Halifax. Hits him with the ball, has the ball knocked loose by Ian Smeltz right at the buzzer to end period number 1. So the Trojans and the Wildcats in a good one here now. Trojans trailing after the end of the first period by 6, 15-9. Timeout is over, and the second period is ready to get underway. UDA will inbound. Trojans need a couple of buckets here now. This is Smeltz with it, down in the right wing corner for Shadle. Rich getting all tied up over there, and a jump's going to be called. It's going to remain UDA ball, as Shadle got, or no, it won't. I thought the possession clock said us, but I guess not. It's going to be Halifax to inbound. Scott Paul will inbound over here to Jamie Paul. A pair of brothers here, of course. Here's Kasner with it. Over for Jamie Paul, out into the corner for Scott. Ball comes loose inside there, tipped around and gathered in by Ebright. Back outside for Paul for three, no good. Rebound underneath to Kasner. He tries to shove it to Ebright right underneath and stuck it in Scott's stomach in there. Here's Huffman for two, can't get a shot off. Good defense there by the Trojans. Shot underneath, no good. Smeltz puts a shot up, no good, and back with it come the Wildcats, and they throw it out of bounds as the Cats, number 23, Corey Lau, passed it out of bounds that time. Brad Ebright checks out of the ball game now for the Wildcats. Back in comes Daniels. He's got 2 fouls on him. Here's a shot from the side by Richie Shadle, no good. Rebounded to Daniels, and back come the Wildcats. Pass over to the far side. Corey, near side here is going to go off the fingertips of Scott Paul, and that'll give the Trojans another opportunity. 6:57 remaining, 15-9 is the score, as Ian Smeltz will take it across the timeline for UDA. Over here for Brian Huffman. Brian for three from the outside, no good, off the front of the rim. Rebounded in there by Scott Paul. Bounces it over there on the other side for his brother, and Jamie is fouled. The foul will be on Huffman, and Brian will pick up his first personal. Only the team's second. Relatively calm ball game unfolding here so far. 15-9 is the score. If the Trojans can pick up these 6 points here somehow or another, we will get fast and furious, I do believe. Here's a shot by Jamie Paul. It's good. It's 16-9. Second shot by Jamie is good. And it's 17-9 now. The Trojans drop back to an 8-point deficit. Shadle out in front. Here's a pass over on the far side. Lentz with a shot. No good. And a rebound comes underneath, though, to Shadle. He passes it back here to Smeltz. Smeltz tries to dribble it. Puts a shot, or Shadle put a shot up that hit the bottom of the rim. And back with it come the Wildcats. Ooh. Shot's going to roll out of bounds, and I think it might have went off of Ritchie. At least I think that's what they will rule. And Halifax will maintain possession. Brad Ebright comes back into the ball game now as Corey Lau goes out for Halifax. This is the inbounds pass back here for the other Paul, and it's picked off in there by the Trojans. Scott Reed had come up with it. And this is Brian Bellis. Brian into the corner here for Shadle. Rich looking around to Bellis, swinging it over here for Smeltz now. Ian's got it. Far side for Lentz, dumping it inside. Here's Scott Reed from inside. Good. Freshman Scott Reed gets himself two. Whoop, whoop. He's going to walk inbounds with the ball. And that's going to give the Trojans the ball back again. As on the inbound pass here now, the Wildcats turn it over. Trojans with a chance to get a little closer here. The inbound pass is stripped away from them, and so that got them nothing that time. Here's a pass down here for Daniels. He stops, puts a shot up, blocked in there by Reed. Scott Paul picks it up for the Wildcats. Back over here for Jamie Paul. His shot short. Rebound comes off to Smeltz on the far side, and Ian winding it down the side over there, loses the handle on it. Picked up in there by Paul. Long pass up the court here. Here goes Daniels right up there, and it won't go. He gets his rebound, though, and puts it in. Okay, that brought the crowd alive. Now it's 19-11, still an 8-point deficit, but tough basketball on both sides of the court. Here's Reed right out in front, puts a shot up, no good. Ebright with the rebound, gets it ahead here now to Kasner. Kasner, top of the circle, puts it into the lane, and a foul's going to be called, and Richie Shadle will pick up the foul as Brad Ebright, and he got dangled up over there on the baseline. This will be a non-shooting foul, I would believe. It's only the team's third, and timeout's going to be called by Upper Dauphin. So for Shadle, he picks up his first with 4:54 remaining in the first half. 19-11 Halifax. Okay, it is a non-shooting foul, and so the Wildcats will inbound. Kasner with it, gets tied up over there by Bellis, but he gets it loose, puts a pass or a shot up, whatever that was, and Reed comes back with a rebound. Down here to Ian Smeltz. Smeltz back out here for Bellis for three. Shot's no good. Rebound comes off to Lentz, and then Bellis has it for the Trojans. Pass over on the far side. Huffman with it. Brian into the lane, stops, drops it back over there for Lentz. His shot is off the rim, no good. Rebounded underneath by the Wildcats, and back they come. This is Greg Kasner with it into the lane, dishes it off over on the far side there for Jamie Paul, and we've got a 10-point margin now. It's 21-11, Halifax by 10. Here's Bellis dropping it back over here. Here's Huffman for three from the side. That won't go. Rebound underneath, however, by Smeltz. He puts a shot up that won't go either, and back with it come the Wildcats. Trojans just finding it tough to get anything down at that end of the court. Here comes Kasner going coast to coast with it, drifts in and puts a shot in. It's 23-11 with 3:40 remaining here in the first half. Bellis out in front as the Trojans look to open something up. Here's a nice pass inside for Scott Reed. He stops and pops good. Scott again with a good layup and a good pass inside that time by Lentz to hit Scott right there underneath the bucket. It's 23-13, margin back down to 10. Kasner again into the lane with it, jumps it off inside there for Jamie Paul, and he puts it home. So the Trojans not closing up the lane, and Wildcats getting loose underneath there. Here's Bellis over for Smeltz. Smeltz puts a shot up. No good. Rebound underneath by Reed. Reed's shot won't go. And the rebound comes down and gets picked off by Daniels. And then Brian Huffman knocks the ball out of bounds on the pass attempt by the Wildcats. So Halifax coming back with it now. Trojans with some good opportunities in there, but just not succeeding. Here's this pass, shot from outside. No good. Rebound comes to Smeltz. Back with it comes Ian Smeltz. Waits for his teammates to come over the line now and dumps it off to Huffman. Inside for Reed. Reed tangled up in there. Gets it back out here now for Smeltz. Smeltz for two from out in front. No good. Rebound's going to come off and be controlled by Smeltz. Back he passes it here for Huffman. Bounce pass inside for Reed. Over there for Smeltz on the right baseline. Walk will be called, but my goodness, it looked as though maybe Ebright had held him, but I guess not. Couple of subs coming into the ball game now as both Reed and Smeltz check out for the Trojans, and that means Roadcap and John Biddle are back in for UDA. Jamie into the corner. Here's Jamie Paul with it out in front. Far side now. Snyder's into the ball game. Here's a turnaround shot from inside by Daniels that goes in. 27-13. They've doubled up the Trojans here now with 1:45 to go. Bryan inside for Lentz. Back over here for Derek Roadcap. His shot won't go. Lentz with the rebound in front, puts it up and in. Good. Jeff Lentz struggled that son of a gun up as a lot of bodies in front of him there, and Jeff got it up and in. Here's a shot for three from the outside. It's good. And it's now 30-15 with 1:20 remaining here in the first half. Brian Bellis over here for Huffman. He spins around out front there, rolls a shot up and in. Good. Nice drive and a nice job that time by Brian Huffman. Jamie Paul back over here for Snyder. Over on the far side it goes to Corey Loud's back in also. Here's Snyder for three from out in front. It won't go, and the rebound comes off to Biddle. Cleared over there to Brian Huffman. Back come the Trojans now. Bouncing it inside for Roadcap. Here's Jeff Lentz. Ooh, he tries to dump it inside for Biddle, but it's stolen away. And back with it comes Jamie Paul. Pass on the baseline to Daniels. He shoots it over here for Ebright. No foul called, and now it looks as though they're going to get rough, as I thought it might get, as Brian Bellis in there, who is not a rough guy, runs all over Bellis, and a foul is going to be called underneath there. And let's see, the foul will be on Lentz. Jeff Lentz picks up the foul eventually. Jeff leaves the game now with just 33 seconds remaining in the first half, and the Trojans down by 13. And to the foul line now will go Jamie Paul, and he'll be shooting two. Here is his first shot, and it is good. Here's Jamie's second shot. It's short. Rebound comes back over here to the Trojans, controlled by Bellis. Bryan ahead with it, over here for Huffman. Huffman, far side there for Shadle. Shadle takes a dribble, passes it back out in front to Bellis. Bellis into the lane, trips it back here for Huffman. Here's Huffman going into the lane. Puts a shot up, it won't go. Rebound's going to go out of bounds off of Ebright, and that'll be UDA ball. Scott Paul coming back into the ball game. He replaces Jamie Paul, and Smeltz comes back in now for the Trojans to replace Richie Shadle. And we've got a new guy coming in, another one. This is the guy that has the reverse hairdo of myself. I have a hairdo just like that, but it's in reverse. Okay, Trojans ready to inbound. Here's Smeltz with it. Passes it over here, picked up over there by Huffman for three. No good. Rebound over there to Biddle. He drops it back out in front. Here's a shot by Bellis. No good. Rebound going to be coming off here. Here's a long pass at the buzzer. Long shot, rather, at the buzzer. And it's 31-17. Trojans down by 14. At the end of the first half. We're ready to go with the second half of action tonight here in Halifax now. The Trojans have to mount a big come from behind here to get back into the ball game as quickly as they can. They will have the opportunity to do that right off the bat here as the Trojans will inbound. Jeff Lentz ready to inbound for UDA as we begin half number 2. Brian Bellis has it. Smeltz, Bellis, Biddle, Reed, and Lentz into the ball game to start the second half. And the ball tapped out of bounds over there by Greg Cassidy, and it will be UDA ball. Lentz to inbound again, right over here for Reed. Passes it back to John Biddle. Biddle fires it back over here for Bellis. Bounce pass near side for Smeltz. Now into the right wing here for Lentz. Back out to Smeltz. Smeltz checking around, gets it back out in front for Bellis. Bryan in the left wing corner with it. Back out to Smeltz. 17-foot shot, no good. Rebound to Ebright. Passes it ahead, almost out of bounds. Did he save it? Nope. Yes, he did save it. And back it comes now. Here's a 18-footer from out front, no good by Kasner. Rebounded by Lentz, and back with it come the Trojans. There's no scoring here in the second half so far. We've played about 40 or 50 seconds. Bellis bounces it over into the corner, dumps it inside to Reed, back out front. Bellis for 2. No good. Rebound out there for Smeltz, however. Ian making a good, strong rebound. Spins around the lane, puts a shot up and in good. Ian Smeltz got the rebound, spun around looking for some help, and decided to put it up himself, and he did, and it went in. Jamie Paul for Kasner as they set it up out front here now. Over to the far side for Scott Paul for 3. It's good. 3-bagger for Paul, and the Trojan deficit drops back by 1. Scott hits for 3, and it's now 34-19. Trojans, Bellis. Over here now for Biddle. He dumps it inside. Here's Lentz with a turnaround shot. No good. Rebounded inside there by Smeltz. It rolls off of him. Back to Bellis, and Bellis hits a 15-footer right from the foul line. 34-21. Daniels had it. Passed it back to Kasner now. Far side for Jamie Paul, no good. Rebounded in there by Jeff Daniels. He puts a shot up, no good. Rebounded by Ebright, though. And Brad Ebright pops it home. Bellis. Into the corner deep they go here now for Lentz. Jeff puts a shot up, it won't go. But a charging foul will be called on Jeff Lentz as he drove the left baseline. And Jeff picks up his first personal foul with 5:50 remaining in a 36-21 ball game. 15-point differential here now. Pass tipped away out here nicely by Brian Bellis, and it goes back court, and it will be UDA ball. Bellis to inbound for the Trojans for Ian Smeltz. Back here to Bellis. See if the Trojans can do something this time now. That's Biddle to Bellis. Smeltz. Far side now for Lentz. Back out here for Smeltz. Near side. Bellis nearly lost it, but got it back again here now. Bryan working over in the left wing side. Passes it out front here to Smeltz. Smeltz down the lane, stops, puts a shot up, and he is fouled as Ebright will pick up the personal foul. That will be his first for Ebright, and it will send Smeltz to the line to shoot 2. Ian's a sophomore, and he is one heck of a good shooter, generally speaking. We'll see if Ian can give us a couple here. Here's his first one. It's beautiful. Great shot. And he'll get one more now. Timeout momentarily called while this young beauty walks behind the bucket here. Referee clears her out of harm's way. Second shot by Smeltz is no good. Rebounded by Ebright. Brad ahead over here for Daniels, who does a tippy-toe job to save that one from going out of bounds. Back over here on this side for Scott Paul. It's good. It's a 3-bagger. Halifax racks them up 3 at a time here now, and it's 39-22. Trojans approaching the getting buried point here now. Here's the ball tapped out of bounds off the hands of Scott Reed, I do believe. And that's the way they call it, off white. And that'll be Halifax ball here on the side. Or rather, Trojan ball, I mean, on the side. Here's Smeltz driving into the lane. Stops, pops the shot up. It won't go. Rebound comes off to Daniels. He'll clear it for his Wildcats. Back comes Scott Paul with it. Nearby over here for Jamie Paul for three. It's good. Paul hits another one. So the Trojans play 2-point basketball, and Halifax Wildcats elect to play 3-point basketball. Smeltz back out here. It's 42-22 now, 20-point margin. Shot from out in front by Scott Reed is good. 42-24. Here's a pass blocked away but gathered back in again by Scott Paul. Underneath he goes to Ebright, and Ebright puts it home. And fouls, or a time's going to be called, by Scott Peters as he sees his Trojans just getting kind of blitzed out here momentarily. 4 minutes and 7 seconds remaining in period 3, and the margin's now 20. Halifax 44, UDA 24. Okay, Trojan timeout is over, and back with it comes UDA. Bellis into the corner. Pass in there and knocked away. Picked up by Shadle. Bellis has it back again. Back out here for Smeltz. He dumps it inside. Here's a foul going to be called underneath as number 41, Scott Paul, will pick up the foul. And Scott Reed will go to the line shooting 2. Reed to the foul line for, I believe, the first trip tonight. Not sure about that. But at any rate, for Paul, that was his second personal. Only the team's 5th of the whole ball game. Matter of fact, the Trojans only have 5 in the game. So the game's been well played that way. First shot by Scott is good. 44-25. The only people with 2 fouls are Scott Paul and Jeff Lentz has a pair. Second shot is missed. And back with it come the Wildcats. Ahead here now for Scott Paul. He puts a shot up, won't go. Rebound in the air by Ebright. Spin around shot, good. Pass inside, tipped away in there by Daniels, picked up by Undercuffler. Passes it back outside. Shot put up there, good for Bellis for 3 points. Well, the Trojans hit a 3-pointer, and back with it comes Scott Paul. Underneath there to Ebright. He puts a shot up, no good. Gets his own rebound. Second shot, good. That Brad Ebright stationed right underneath the bucket, and he's doing the job for the Wildcats right now. Near side for Bellis, or center for Bellis. Now it's on the near side. Here's a 3-point bucket from the outside by Undercuffler. So the teams decide we're not going to play 2. We're going to go for 3. Here's a pass down here for Daniels. Drives the right baseline. He misses the shot. Ball will go off of Scott Reed, however, out of bounds. And that will give the Wildcats the ball. Ebright checks out again now as Corey Lau comes back in for Halifax. Scott Paul inbounds it here for Lau. He puts a shot up, no good. Rebound's going to come back to Scott Reed. And away with it comes Bellis. He comes into the lane, puts a shot up off the glass, no good. Rebound in there to Corey Lau, who passes it ahead quickly here for Scott Paul. He puts a shot up and in, good. Running and gunning. Okay. Back with it come the Trojans. Brian Bellis. Another 3-pointer from outside attempted by Undercuffler, no good. And on the rebound, back with it come the Wildcats again. This ball's going to be tapped to the Trojans, however, as Bellis gathers it in. Puts it over on the far side for Smeltz. He puts a shot off the front of the rim, no good. Rebound comes to Richie Shadle. Stops, pops, no good. Rebound over the far side to Scott Paul. And Scott Reed this time will pick up the personal foul for UDA. For Scott Reed, that was his first personal. Came with 2:09 remaining in the third period. And we have a timeout going to be called now by Coach Al Laskowski of the Halifax Wildcats. Timeout is over, and Wildcats inbound. Snyder over in the far side for Lau. Dumps it inside for Scott Paul. He puts a shot up that won't go. Daniels tries the rebound underneath. It came loose and was picked up by Scott Reed. Back with it now to Brian Huffman. Brian will be in there to shoot some 3-pointers too, I'm sure. Here's a bounce pass inside intended for Jeff Lentz. Rolls loose and picked up by Daniels. He gives it back here to Scott Paul. Scott for 3 from the outside. It's good. I don't know how many he's got, but he's got a bunch. And he hit for another one there. It's 53-31. Pass over here. Far side it goes here now for Undercuffler. 17-foot shot. In and out, no good. Rebound comes off to Rowland, pass ahead here for Paul. He dumps it back over here for Daniels, and his shot is knocked out of the hands of Daniels by Undercuffler. And that's going to send Daniels to the line, shooting 2. Undercuffler picks up his first personal foul, and that sends Jeff Daniels to the line, shooting a pair, and he hits his first one. Daniels for the second shot, it's good, so he hits a pair. And that makes the score 55-31 with 1:10 remaining here in the third period. Pass inside, knocked away by Daniels. Back come the Wildcats. Pass over on the far side for Snyder. He puts a shot up, no good. Rebound comes back to Undercuffler. He'll drop it back for Huffman. Huffman, pass near side over here. Here's the shot way off the front. In fact, an air ball misses. And back with it come the Wildcats. It's a shot from the far side, no good. Rebounded out in front by Corey Lau, and he puts it in for the Wildcats. Huffman into the lane, puts it back over here for Undercuffler. Back out to Huffman for 3. It's good. Brian Huffman hits a 3-bagger. It's 57-34 with 20 seconds remaining in period 3. Rowland had it back over here. Now Rowland's got it again. He steps to pop for 2. No good. Rebounded in there to Lentz. Gives it back to Huffman. And back come the Trojans. Time winding down here in the third. We're down to 6 seconds. Here's Undercuffler with it. Dumps it back out for Huffman. Huffman for 3. No good off the front. Rebound comes back out to Richie Huffman, or Shadle. But that's going to end 3 quarters of play here at the old Halifax Gymnasium, and the Halifax Wildcats lead the Trojans 57-34 with 1 more period remaining. Fourth period set to begin now, and the Trojans trailing by 23. Kasner near side over here for Jamie Paul, over on the far side for Kasner. Out in front, here's Jamie Paul for 3. He's off the middle of the rim, short, and back with it come the Trojans. Brian Huffman dumps it inside. Here's Biddle with a spin around shot off the glass and in, good. 57-36. Scott Paul ahead here for Daniels. 15-footer, good. Bellis for Huffman. Ooh, Huffman had a 3-point shot, didn't take it that time. Over here for Smeltz on the far side now for Biddle. Here's Smeltz for 2. It's only a 2-pointer as he was standing with both feet just about on the line. But it counts. Okay, here we go. A 3-on-2, but now the Trojans get back. Give it back over here for Kasner. Greg passes it over in the right wing. Inside it comes. Wait a minute. Daniels puts a shot up. No shot. It'll be a foul before the shot. And the foul will be on number 53, and that's John Biddle. John picks up his... They didn't put Biddle up on the board, so I'm not really sure who that foul was on, but at any rate, he does not shoot as Kasner drops it inside. It's stripped away by the Trojans this time, and Brian Bellis will come back with it. Top of the circle for Brian for 3. No good. Rebound comes off over here to Huffman. He dribbles into the lane, puts a shot up, it won't go. But a foul's called. A foul this time will be, I believe, on number 31 down here. Jamie Paul. Yep. That's his first. First shot by Huffman is no good. It's an amazing ball game. We got 6:38 remaining. And there's been 6 personal fouls called on Halifax. Second shot by Huffman is good. 39-59 makes it a 20-point ball game here now as the Wildcats come back. Here's the ball tipped away, and Brian Bellis should have no problem with this when he runs into the left baseline, puts a shot up and in, good. Nice layup by Brian after the steal. Here's a pass underneath Ebright, dishes it back off here for Paul, and this time it's Jamie Paul who puts it home. Shot from outside for 3, no good. Rebound comes off to the Wildcats. Long pass down here now for Daniels. He scoops it back here for Jamie Paul, and Jamie Paul hits it. Virtually unstoppable are the Wildcats tonight. They're hot. 63-41. Pass inside, picked off by Daniels. Jeff tangled up in there by John Biddle, but he gets loose now finally. Drops it back over here for Kasner. Kasner over here for Jamie Paul. Into the corner, back out to Jamie Paul. Over for Kasner. He'll go down the right baseline with it. Stop, tries to pop it inside, does so. And the ball stolen away nicely in there by Brian Huffman. As Brad Ebright came down with the pass and was ready to put it up, Brian Huffman came away with it. Smeltz over on the far side. Here's Lentz for two from the side. No good. Rebound comes off to Ebright. 5 minutes remaining in the fourth period. Kasner stops, dumps it inside. Ebright spin around shot won't go. Rebound's going to go off the fingertips of Corey Lau, out of bounds, and back will come the Trojans. Corey's going to leave the ball game right now. And back come the Trojans. Brian Bellis over there for Ian Smeltz. Or Bellis. Huffman back over here for Bellis. Now deep into the inside they go here for Biddle. He puts a shot up that won't go. Daniels comes back with the rebound for the Wildcats. And Kasner out in front. Passes one down intended, I guess, for Brad Ebright, but goodness, over everybody. Back come the Trojans. 4 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. 63-41. Huffman over here. Bellis. Now Smeltz has it. Far side for Lentz. Turnaround shot by Biddle is put up and a foul's called. Pushing foul will be called, I believe, on Brad Ebright. And Biddle will go to the line shooting two as Ebright picks up his third, I think it is. No, his second. And let's see, both Snyder and Scheidler come into the ball game for Halifax, as well as Rowland. He's in there now also. Biddle misses the first one at 63-41. His second shot is good. 63-42. Rowland with it for the Wildcats. Ahead here now for Snyder. Snyder loses the handle on it, but he gathered it back in. Snyder has it again. Over here for Kasner. Kasner tries to pass it inside for Scheidler, but ball tipped away, and the Cats have it. Here's Snyder for three from the side. Looks good. It is good. Even Snyder hits a three-bagger for the Wildcats, so what can you say? Timeout's going to be called now by the UDA Trojans with 3:44 remaining. It's 66-42 Halifax. Set to go following the timeout now. Price Buffington into the ball game for UDA. Price has got it right now. Here's Smeltz from the side for two. It's good. 66-44. Kasner over here for Snyder. Left wing corner here for Rowland. Back out to Snyder. Back over to Rowland. Snyder. Across the court for Kasner. Craig down in the right wing corner. Passes it in front here for Ebright. Ball stripped away by Price Buffington, and now stolen back by the Cats. And here goes a Cat right in for a layup as it's Kasner for two. Wildcats strike really quickly. Far side here for Smeltz for two. No good. Rebounded underneath. Let's see, it rolls loose here. Fought for by the Trojans, but it goes out of bounds off of Reed, I guess. And we've got 2:44 remaining. 68-44. Snyder coming back with it. Cross the court over there now. There's a ball tipped loose. His back Snyder has it. Here's Rowland for two. No good. Rebound comes back off to the Trojans. Price Buffington in there. He has his pass stolen again now. Snyder picks it off for the Wildcats. And back he comes. Snyder has it. Rowland here on the near side. There's Snyder. Back over to Rowland. Snyder again with it over there for Corey Lau. Back to Snyder. Pass down here, Rowland, back out here to Snyder. Passes it inside, back out to Snyder. Back over to Lau. He has the ball roll loose off his fingertips. And Jason Undercuffler picks it up and puts it home for the Trojans. 68-46. We're inside of 2 minutes. 1:55 remaining. Lau, near side for Snyder for three. It's good. Snyder hits another three-bagger. And it's now 71. And a timeout called here or something here. Let's see. Coach Peters questions the official over here about something. Someone called timeout. I'm not even sure who. I guess it might have been the Trojans, but at any rate, 1:47 left, and 71-46 is the score. As the Wildcats have put on a three-point exhibition here this evening. Sometimes this could be more exciting than the ball game on a night like this, so we'll make sure they don't drop the gal. Okay, very good. 1:47 remaining in the contest as the Trojans bring the ball in. Pablo in here to the ball game now for UDA also, as is Swab. Trojans with a whole new group. This is Pablo with it. Drives the left baseline, stops, puts a shot up, it won't go. Rebound underneath there, going to be taken by Swab. He hits a turnaround shot, puts a shot up rather, and no good. And back with it comes Snyder. Passes it underneath here now. A spin around shot by Scheidler, no good. And the ball on the floor here is going to go out of bounds off of either Undercuffler or Ebright. The ruler went off Ebright, so Undercuffler will inbound for the Trojans. Price Buffington with it now for UDA. Over here for Swab. He stops, pops the shot. It looks good. It is good. It's a three-pointer. Swab hits a three-pointer for Upper Dauphin with 1:04 remaining in the ball game. Rowland, Snyder for three. No good. Rebound comes out to Rowland. He'll dip it back here for Snyder. Now over to Rowland. He puts a shot out, partially blocked away. Gathered in by the Wildcats, however. Snyder again puts one up. No good, in and out. Rebound comes off to Undercuffler. He tries to push it ahead here. Stolen by Corey Lau. Corey Lau driving into the lane. Stops. Lays one up and in. Good. Clock really counting down here now. We're down to 30 seconds. Here's a shot from outside by Price Buffington for three. It won't go. The rebound comes off to, let's see, it's going to stay up here, so it'll be UDA ball. 73-49. Probably one of the biggest margins that the Trojans have lost by this year, at least that I've seen anyway. Here's a shot put up by Swab. Good. So he's got 5 quick ones in the ball game here now. And let's see. We're down to 15 seconds or 14 seconds. Snyder with it out in front. Over here for Scott Paul. Near side here now. Back to Snyder. Over to Paul. He puts a shot up from the side. No good. We're down to 3 seconds. Rebounded underneath by the Trojans. Ball's going to come loose. Be picked up. A shot's good if it goes. But it won't go as Scheidler got the last shot off. And that's going to end it. Kind of a strange ball game tonight as the Trojans just never did get it together here against a much improved and very good Wildcat ball club. So final score is UDA, or rather Halifax 73 and UDA 51. Catch you later. Well, tonight's ball game pits the Upper Trojans against the Indians of Millersburg in what should be a good contest. The Trojans playing some good basketball of lately. Millersburg taking their lumps this year, and we'll be back after the national anthem. Okay, set to go with tonight's ball game. The center for the Trojans tonight will be Scott Reed, and he'll be tipping off against Hoke of Millersburg. Set to go. Should be a good ball game. Trojans got nipped the last time out by Halifax. But Millersburg is not quite the same caliber, so expect better things tonight. Here's 35 for the Indians into the corner, back out in front here now. And he'll circle around out here with it. Trojans played good defense last time out the game before Millersburg. Had an excellent ball game. And we'll see if they can do it tonight now. This is Smeltz working over here on Gehring. His ball goes off the foot of Brian Bellis, and it'll be Millersburg ball out of bounds. The pass over here for 25, dumps it inside. Here's Hoke with a spin-around shot inside. It's good, and it's 2-0 Millersburg. Indians took one on the chin against Halifax. I think their defeat against Halifax was even a greater margin than the Trojans the other night. But let's see here how the Trojans make out tonight. This will be Jeff Lentz. The inbound over here for Brian Bellis. Near side for Ian Smeltz. Looking around, out in front. Here's Lentz, 15-footer from out in front. In and out, no good. Rebound's going to come down to Smeltz. Ian stops on the right baseline, pops the shot up and in, good, and we're tied at 2. 2-2. Played 1 minute into the first period. Gehring back over there now. That's Enders with it. Back to Gehring. Near side for Hoke, off his fingertips, out of bounds, and it'll be UDA ball. Brian Bellis will inbound for the Trojans. Bellis spins across the timeline, has the ball knocked out of there by Pluck, out of bounds, but it'll be UDA ball. Pluck, Enders, Rothamo, Hoke, and Gehring into the ball game for Millersburg right now. Here's Ian Smeltz with it for the Trojans. All tied up at 2-2. Brian Bellis with it. Down the middle. Lentz pops a shot up a little short. Won't go. Rebound's going to go off the fingertips of Pluck over there. And out of bounds. And that'll leave the Trojans with the ball underneath the bucket. Lentz to inbound for UDA. Does so. Right here's Biddle with a shot. Good. John Biddle hits for 2, and it's a 4-2 ball game. Trojans up by 2. This is Pluck with it. Out there, running into a lot of trouble. Picked off by Brian Bellis. Brian drives down the left side, rolls one up, it won't go. Rebound comes off to Hoke, and back come the Indians. This is Gehring with it. Bounce pass over on the far side. Shot put up over there by Enders is good, and we're tied at 4. 4-4. Everybody, whoop, we'll hold it. 5 seconds going to be called now as everybody on the Trojans went back. And Coach Peters shouting out to the boys that something was amiss on that inbound play, as no one to pass it to. And so Millersburg takes over. Rothamo with it. Passes it out front here now to Enders. Back over here for Pluck. Pluck gonna lose it momentarily. Gathers it back in. Pluck down the right baseline. Inside here. Here's a shot put up there by Hoke. It's good. And it's 6-4. Now Millersburg by 2. Can never tell when these two teams get together, much as the with the whole darn series of really tough ball games. Here's a nice turnaround shot by Scott Reed, and it's 6-6. With the enthusiasm that these games generate for both teams, you never know what's going to happen. Here's a pass on the right baseline, up and in, good, and it's 8-6, Millersburg by 2. Standings don't mean very much when you have a rivalry like these guys have, and there isn't a player on the floor right now who doesn't believe their team can win, irregardless of where they are in the standings or what their record might be. Scott Reed with it over on the left side. Out in front here now to John Biddle. He pops into the lane, puts a shot up and in. Good. And we're tied at 8. Good nip and tuck ball game. Good ball game to watch here at the start. This is Pluck. for Rothamo. Ahead here now for Gehring. Back to Rothamo. Rothamo at the top of the circle, dribbles into the lane, puts a shot up, no good. Rebound underneath, and a foul is going to be called. The foul will be on Jeff Lentz, I believe. Yeah, Jeff picks up his first personal foul. Be a non-shooting foul. And Enders will inbound. No, he won't. He's going to be replaced right at the moment. As a matter of fact, so is Gehring, as Millersburg sends a couple of new faces into the lineup. Here's Rothamo, passes it inside for Hoke. Back out in front. Pluck's got it. And has it knocked away from him, and back with it comes Biddle. John drives down the right side, puts a shot up, and he's fouled. Pluck will pick up the foul, and Biddle will go to the line shooting 2. .429 remaining in the first period, and we're tied at 8. John Biddle at the line for UDA, shooting a pair. First personal foul on Pluck. First shot's good. Here's Biddle's second shot, and it's good. So John's got himself about 6 out of the Trojan 10 points tonight. It's 10-8 UDA by 2. Here goes Hoke with it. Around his defender into the left baseline, puts a shot up, partially blocked, picked off by Lentz, and back with it come the Trojans. Ian Smeltz with it for UDA. Out here for Brian Bellis. Brian puts one up for 3. It is no good, just off the side. And back with it come the Indians. Rothamo over here for Millersburg. Top of the circle. Bounces it back out here now for Pluck. Pluck over here for 33. He dribbles the left baseline, puts a shot up, no good. Rebounded by Scott Reed. And back come the Trojans. This is Smeltz. Near side here for Lentz. Bellis now over to Smeltz on the left wing side, down to the left baseline, passes it back out in front. Lentz has a swings it over here. Here's Bellis from the side. It's good. It's a 2-bagger. Trojans lead 12-8. Margin up to 4. This is Fulkrode with it. Over on the far side now for Rothamo. Back out here to Pluck. Far side it goes here for Hoke. He puts a shot up. No good. Rebounded to Jeff Lentz. And the Trojans come back. Now they can extend the margin to 6. This is Bellis with it. Looking around out here. Passes it over here nearly, off the fingertips of either Lentz or Biddle. And it'll be UDA ball, or Millersburg ball. Millersburg is sending some more people in here now. Latchaw into the ball game for the Indians. Here's a long pass over here now for 33. Wetzel, he drops it back. And Pluck has it for the Indians. Pluck into the lane, stops and pops one up there. No good. Rebound comes off to Reed. Scott hauls it down, passes it back over here for, wait a minute. There's a shot off the backboard. Okay. It wasn't a shot, it was supposed to be a pass. There's a ball going to be picked up by Rothamo. He drives into the lane, puts a shot up, and he is fouled. The foul will be on Brian Huffman. And to the line will go Rothamo, shooting 2. Brian Huffman picks up his first personal foul. Timeout's going to be called by UDA. With 2 minutes and 35 seconds remaining in the first period. Trojans up by 4, 12-8. And Enders will be at the line, Enders will be at the line for Millersburg, shooting 2. Enders at the line for the Millersburg Indians, shooting 2. First shot's good. And it's 12-9. 2:35 remaining in the first period. Here's a second shot by Enders, and it is also good. It's a 2-point margin now, 12-10. UDA by 2. Forcing it up ahead on the left line side now. Here's a pass inside for Reed, out of his hands, but picked up in there by Biddle. And a good save. Here's Smeltz driving the right baseline, puts a shot up, it won't go. Reed underneath for the rebound. His shot's blocked. Reed's got it back again, though. Here's Bellis from outside. It's good for 3. 3-bagger for Brian Bellis, and it's 15-10. Here's the ball blocked over there by Ian Smeltz. Passes it inside. Layup put up. A follow-up shot won't go. Another follow-up shot will go. This is Smeltz. It's 17-10. Trojans on a roll. Have widened the gap to 7 just all of a sudden here now. Here's Pluck with it for Millersburg. Back here for Enders. He drives into the lane, has the ball roll off his fingertips, picked up in there by, let's see, by who? By number 33, Wetzel, and he is fouled. Brian Bellis picks up the personal foul for the Trojans. It is Brian's first. Millersburg, here's a shot from the side, no good. Rebound comes off to Biddle, and back with it come the Trojans. This is Bellis streaking along up there with Smeltz, and Smeltz has the ball knocked out of his hands, and a foul will be called. And this time the foul is going to be on Millersburg's number 21. Pluck, I think, picked up the personal. We'll see. It's a team second, but it'll be a shooting foul as Ian was rolling to the bucket. And he'll go to the line to shoot two. Second personal foul on the point guard for Millersburg now. That's that Pluck. First shot by Smeltz is good. It's not 18-10. Smeltz with another try with 1:36 remaining. No good. Rebound comes off to Brian Bellis. He's still fussing for it. Back here. Here's a shot by Smeltz for two. It's now 20-10. They've doubled up the Indians. Folkrod over on the far side. Now he passes it down here for 51. He drives up in the lane, puts a shot up, no good. Smeltz comes down with a rebound for UDA. And Ian will settle it down here now as the Trojans look to widen the gap. Far side for Brian Bellis. Here's Huffman. Dumps it inside. There's Biddle all alone inside. He puts a shot up and he's fouled. Foul will be on Wetzel, and John will go to the line shooting two. Biddle at the line to shoot a pair. His first shot is good. John's quite deadly. Has a darn good shot tonight. It's 21-10 with 1:04 remaining in the first period. Trojans should score a bunch tonight. I know they hope to. His second shot won't go, but the rebound underneath going to go off the hands of Brian Huffman, they say. And it will be Millersburg to inbound. This is Enders in here for Rothamel. Enders got it back again. Right down the lane he goes, puts a shot up, and he is fouled. A blocking foul is going to be called on Jeff Lentz, I guess. I'm not sure. Ball player is down here, and I believe he is slightly injured. I hope it's only slightly. And he's going to be attended to right now. Injured ball player was Enders. He's the one bending over here, 25, but he looks like he's going to be able to continue to play, and he'll go to the line now, shooting two. Well, wait a minute, or will he? Nope. He won't go to the line. He's going to be replaced, and in his place, number 11, Clint Gehring, will go to the line to shoot two. And here's Clint's first shot. It is in and out, no good. Clint will get one more. I believe he is shooting the shots for Enders here. Second shot is in it, is good. Okay. And back with it come the Millersburg. It's 21-11. Down the right side goes Huffman, jumps into the lane, but he is fouled underneath there. And a foul will be on number 45. A lot of fouls in the ball game, it seems. Only the fourth team foul, according to the scoreboard. Seems like there's been more than that. 53 seconds remaining. And Huffman will go to the line to shoot two. Jeff Lentz will leave the ball game. Jeff has his two personals on him. And Derek Roadcap, who did not start tonight's game, will come into the ball game for the Trojans. Huffman at the line to shoot a pair. Ryan's first trip to the line tonight. His first shot, good. Nice shot. And Ryan will get one more try. Here's his second shot, and it is good also. Two nice ones. It's now 23-11 with 53 seconds remaining. Pass ahead here for Gehring. He stops. Into the corner it goes now. Wetzel had it. Passes it back out here for 45. Inside pass. Here's Wetzel with a shot. In and up. Good. Good shot. And back with it come the Trojans now with just 30 seconds remaining. Brian Bellis rolls into the center, puts a shot up, no good. Rebound comes back out here. It's going to be controlled by Rothamel. He loses the handle on it. 45 picks it up here for Millersburg. Dumps it out in front for Rothamel. Now back here for Wetzel, who gives it back to Folk Road. Over into the corner, out in front. Wetzel with another shot up and in, good. Well, Wetzel comes back and gives Millersburg a couple of buckets right here at the end of period number 1. So that's going to do it. 23-15, Trojan margin at 8 as we begin period number 2. Richie Shadle into the game for the Trojans now as we begin the second period of play. Huffman into the lane, drives it to the hoop, plays it up and in, good. 25-15, 10-point margin again for the Trojans. Here's the ball at Ender's feet, rolling loose, gets picked up in there, knocked aside by Richie Shadle. He'll go for it, but it's going to go out of bounds, and they claim that Shadle hit it last, and so it will be a Millersburg ball. Enders will inbound for the Indians. Does so in here for Gehring. He double team, it gets away, breaks it down the right side, fires it ahead over here. Now here's Hoke with it, or rather Wetzel with it. And he throws the ball off a Trojan leg out of bounds, and it will be Millersburg ball underneath. Gehring will inbound for the Indians. Does so here for Wetzel. He puts the ball on the floor, and it rolls loose. He picks it back up again. Puts it back out here for Folkroad. His shot's no good, but the rebound by Gehring underneath is good. 25-17. Huffman for Smeltz. Near side for Shadle. The ball knocked out of bounds by Enders of Millersburg, and so the Trojans will maintain possession. Richie Enders will inbound for UDA. Does so back here for Huffman. Nice pass inside. Biddle with a turnaround shot. It won't go. Rebound on the far side. A foul we called. Ian Smeltz will pick up his first personal foul for the Trojans with 6:56 remaining here in the first half. Gehring at the line for Millersburg to shoot a 1-and-1. His first shot, no good. Rebound comes off to Richie Shadle. He'll drop it back here now, and back with it come the Trojans. Ian Smeltz with it. Ian passes ahead over here for Roadcap. Derek back over here for Smeltz. Right wing corner for Shadle. Drops it inside for Derek Roadcap. He puts a shot up short. No good. Rebound comes off to Wetzel. He clears it ahead over here for Folkroad, and back come the Millersburg Indians. Foul pass over on the far side. Back out here to Folkroad. Over near side to Enders, and Enders throws the ball away now. He tries to hit Gehring, who he thought was breaking, and Gehring didn't break. Now here's the inbounds pass, stolen away very nicely by Enders, and freebie that time. Here's another inbound pass, nearly stolen away. It's going to go out of bounds off of Enders, and it'll be UDA ball. Lentz, Reed, and Bellis coming back into the ball game for the Trojans now. And Bryan will inbound it here. Yep, over here for Huffman. Lentz, Reed, Bellis, Huffman, and Biddle into the ball game for the Trojans. Huffman, good pass down there in the right baseline, or left baseline to Biddle, and a walk's going to be called as John lost the handle on that one. Couldn't control it. It was a nice pass. Just simply kind of missed it. It's an inbound pass over here for Hoke. Hoke has it, drops it back over here now for his Indian. Here's a bounce pass on the baseline. A shot put up and in good by that Wetzel. Kid's got a lot of points for Millersburg. And it's now 25-21. That 10-point margin has now melded down to 4. Turnaround shot by Reed is good. Freshman Scott Reed pours in 2. 27-21. The margin back up to 6. Polk Road, far side here for Gehring. Wetzel out in front. This is Enders. Near side over here for Folkrod. He drives to the left baseline, puts a shot up. The rebound shot by Hoke is good. And it's 27-23. 5:20 remaining in the first half. Pass inside for Reed. Back out here for Bellis. Huffman inside for Reed. Turnaround shot by Scott Reed is good. Scott nails another one. And it is now a 29-23 ball game. Ball rolls out of bounds down here, and it'll still be Millersburg ball. Okay, now on the inbound pass, the kid that got the inbound pass steps out of bounds with it, and it's going to be Trojan ball. Jeff Lentz will inbound here in the corner for the Trojans. Back over here for Bellis. Out in front, here's Huffman for three, short. Rebounded over there, however, by Lentz, and his shot won't go. And off with it come the Indians. Gets off an Indian, out of bounds, and it'll be Upper Dolphin ball. Lentz will inbound for UDA with 4:59 remaining here in the first half. Here's Huffman for three from this side. Ooh, it won't go. Rebound underneath, going to be controlled in there by Millersburg, as Wetzel picked it off and gave it to Folkrod. He drops it back here for Wetzel. Enders has it. Bounces it inside, intended in there for Gehring. Goes off of Huffman, and it'll remain, or did it go off Gehring? I'm not sure. No, it went off. I thought it went off Huffman. Yeah, it did. It went off Brian Huffman. So Wetzel will inbound for Millersburg. Wetzel inside. Turnaround shot by Gehring. Rejected by Scott Reed, and back with it come the Trojans. Good defensive play. Here's Bellis for three. No good, but he immediately races over there, gets his own rebound, gets it back to Huffman. Over to the far side for Lentz. Into the corner, they drop it. Here's Reed inside. He's going to be fouled this time as Jeff gets himself hammered, or Scott, I mean, gets himself hammered. And the foul will be on number 11, Gehring. He picks up his first, and timeout's going to be called by Millersburg. Reed will be at the line to shoot a pair when we come back. Gehring picks up personal foul number one with 4:23 remaining here in the first half. Trojans up by 6. Trojans are in the bonus now. Also, Scott Reed at the line now for UDA. He'll be shooting two. His first shot is good, and Scott will get one more. Scott just getting bigger and stronger and better every ball game for the Trojans. His second shot is also good, so he makes 2 for 2. Gives the Trojans that 8-point margin again now, 31-23 with 4:23 remaining here in the first. There's a ball going to be off the fingertips of Brian Bellis, and it will be Millersburg ball. Enders for, there's Enders again, drops it off on the far side. Shot put up over there, no good. Rebound comes down to the Trojans. Back with it comes Bellis. Across the timeline, double teamed out there, gets it over now for Smeltz. Ian into the corner for Huffman, drops it inside. Here's a shot by Biddle, good. John Biddle nails another 12-footer from over there slightly to the left of center. And it's 33-23. The Trojans got the 10-point margin back again, and this time Rothamel goes for a walk with it as he skidded to a halt after receiving the pass. And it will be UDA ball. Huffman will inbound for Bellis. Brian on the far side. He has one three-bagger, I think, tonight. Here's Biddle, near side for Bellis. Outside, here's Smeltz for two, short. Rebound's going to be controlled by the Trojans as Bellis gathers it in, stops, pops short. Rebound to Rothamel to Enders rather. And Enders has it back again now for the Indians. Here's a turnaround shot by Rothamel, no good. Rebound underneath to Reed, and he hands it over here to Smeltz, and Smeltz coming back with it. Ian drives to the hoop, puts his shot up, it won't go. There's Scott Reed with a rebound. His shot is blocked and knocked out of bounds, and it'll go off of Trojan, they say. As Scott got himself blocked, all definite block inside there now. And back with it comes Hoke. He'll drop it back here for Enders over on the far side. Gehring has it back out in front. Polk Road with it out in front here now. Brian Bellis working on him. They drop it inside here. Here's Wetzel trying to get loose with it. It goes on the floor. Now it's shaken loose again, and the Trojans pick it up this time as Brian Huffman picks it up for the Trojans. Down the left side over here for Bellis. Near side they come with it. Here's Smeltz from outside. That's a two-pointer. 35-23. Polk Road with it. Stops. Gives it back off over here for Enders. He's looking around, getting double teamed now. Gets it back out front here for Folkroyd. Nearly backcourt. Crowd says it was, but it wasn't. Over in the far side, Enders has it. Drives into the lane, stops, drops it off to no one. And it'll be UDA ball. Enders thought somebody was going to cut in that time, and nothing happened. Scott Reed will leave now as Richie Shadle comes back in for the Trojans. Here comes Bellis with it. Brian looking around over here, passes it over here for Fiddle. Back out in front. Huffman over the side over there. Wait a minute. Brian's going to go for a walk as he strolls into the lane and gets called for a walk. 1:51 remaining in the first half. 35-23 Trojan margin up to 12. Folkroyd's got it. Near side here is going to go out of bounds off the fingertips of Enders. It'll be up and off in ball with 1:45 remaining. Rothamo coming back into the ball game now. He'll replace Folkroyd for Millersburg. Brian Bellis, top of the circle, over on the far side now for Smeltz. Ian looking around to see what's going on inside. Decides to pop one up off the glass and in good himself. Nice shot that time by Ian Smeltz off of his left wing position. And it's 37-23. Trojan margin mounting. Back with it here now come the Indians. This is Wetzel with it. Over here now for Enders. Enders stops and pops. No good. Rebound comes off to Biddle. John will clear it back here to Huffman, who gives it back to Bellis, and back come the Trojans with 1:05 remaining here in the first half. Smeltz out in front. Huffman's got it over here for Smeltz. Ian looking inside, jumps it inside for Shadle. His shot is blocked away in there nicely by Wetzel, and back with it come the Indians. Bounce pass out front. Ooh, left baseline, and a foul will be called. Wow. As Rothamo is roped to the line, and I think Brian Huffman picks up the personal foul. And that'll be his second personal foul. And now, let's see. Brian, I think, might leave the ball game. Yes, he will. As Undercuffler checks in. Jason Undercuffler in the game for the Trojans with 45 seconds remaining here in the first half. Rothamo at the line to shoot two. His first shot's good. It's 37-24. Rothamo will try to make it 25, and he didn't. And the rebound comes back to Reed. He dumps it ahead here for Jason Undercuffler. He'll stop, pass it over here for Bellis. Now for Smeltz down the right side. Back out in front here for Bellis. Dribbles into the lane, stops, puts a shot up, weak shot, and it's going to be picked off in air by Wetzel of Millersburg. Down to 25 seconds remaining here in the first half. Ball is kicked, picked up in there by Reed, and back with it comes Smeltz. Trojans will play probably for a shot, or the time clock down to 15 seconds. Near side here for Smeltz. They work it around, pass it over on the far side for Richie Shadle. Shadle looking, pass it over here for Scott Reed. Reed dribbles into the lane, stops, puts a shot up short. Rebound's going to come back here for the Trojans. 1 second remaining. It's just shot's good if it goes. Won't go. Bellis flung it up there right at the buzzer, but it's a 37-24, 13-point margin for the Trojans now as they go into the locker room at halftime. Second period of tonight's ball game, or second half of tonight's ball game, getting set to get underway here now. As the Millersburg Indians will inbound the ball to begin the second half of play. We've got 3 more seconds to count down here on the clock, and then we'll be ready to go. Okay, we are now ready to go. Millersburg having a problem with the Trojans tonight. The Trojans looking good in the first half, put on 37 points. There's a pass inside for Wetzel, and he is fouled. Trojans pick up the foul, and the foul will be on 43, or wait a minute, 52 rather, and that's Biddle. John's first foul of the ball game. And Wetzel will go to the line shooting 2. His first shot, no good. Second shot by Wetzel is also no good, and back with it comes Ian Smeltz, flying for the Trojans. Good bounce pass over here for Bellis, and he puts it home. Super job that time on a great pass from Ian Smeltz over here to Brian Bellis, and Bellis put her home. Wetzel dumps it back over here now for Anders. 39-24 UDA. 21 here is Pluck. He drops it off, and it's picked off in there by Biddle. Drops it back here for Bellis. Bellis, Lentz, Biddle, Smeltz. Here's a shot by Biddle, up and in, good. Good shot. And let's see, Bellis, Smeltz, Lentz, Biddle, and Reed into the ball game for the Trojans. That was the starting five. They're back in here to begin the second half. 41-24 now, 15-point margin for UDA. Oh, wait a minute, it's got to be more than that. Okay, my mathematics isn't too good tonight. Here's a pass in the near side for Smeltz. Back out in front. Now here's John Biddle with a shot. And it's a foul called inside. Hoke picks up the foul. Looked like all ball from here. But Hoke will be charged with the personal, and that's going to send John Biddle to the line shooting two. Biddle's first shot's good. And John will get one more try. Second shot spins out, and Hoke picks it off for the Indians. Long pass up here intended for Pluck, but no way in the world he could catch that one. And the Trojans will get the ball back immediately. Here's Smeltz. 6.5 minutes remaining in period three, and he turns the ball over. That time Ian got it on the dribble, got the ball up under his arm, and got hung up there. And he goes for the turnover. Enders to inbound for Millersburg, does so over here for Wetzel. Wetzel spinning around over here. Biddle goes to the floor, but this is Pluck with it. Back over to the near side. Inside it goes to Wetzel. He puts a shot up and in good. The kid's been pretty good for the Indians tonight. He's been their top scorer. And back with it comes Bellis. Here's Ian Smeltz with it. Far corner. Brian Bellis for two. Pluck coming back with it. Passes it ahead to no one. Millersburg just kind of out of tune. That's all there is to it. Just have not gotten a game together here yet. They're passing it where the pass would be good if there was a player there to get it. They have an open spot, but no ball player there. Here's Lentz in the corner. Over on the far side for Smeltz. Ian trying to bounce it off of a couple of legs as he tried to get it inside to Reed, I believe, but it goes off a Indian leg. And it'll be Jeff Lentz to inbound on the side over here for the Trojans. Inbounds here to Smeltz. Smeltz crossed here for Bellis for three. Short off the front. Rebound comes back to Pluck. Let's see what he does with it. Nothing as he kicks the ball, goes rolling out of bounds with it. Pluck unable to control. So Millersburg destroying themselves here this evening. It's 44-26. And Ian Smeltz with it for UDA. Rolling down the right side. Ian having a little bit of trouble tonight. Drops it back here for Bellis. He dumps it off here for Lentz. Shot from the side, no good. Rebound comes off to Folkroad, and he picks it up, gives it back over here now for Wetzel. And he stops, drops it back here to Pluck. Pluck out here, Bellis working on him. He puts it into the corner. A nice pass inside for Wetzel. He goes underneath for Hoke. He goes underneath the bucket, passes it back out here. It's picked off by Brian Bellis. Brian stops, passes it over there nicely to Ian Smeltz. Ian misses the shot. Pluck comes up with the rebound for the Trojans, and a foul will be called. This time they'll call Brian Bellis with the personal foul. Be a non-shooting for Brian. I think that's his second. Only the team's second of the second half, and that came with 4:47 remaining here in the third period. Bellis picks up personal foul number 2, and Pluck will pick up the ball for the Indians. He'll inbound it over here. No, just about had it stolen away. Now Wetzel controls it. for the Indians. Back ahead here now for Gehring. He races right to the hoop. A shot won't go. Follow-up shot in here won't go, but a foul's called. And this time that's going to send number 51, Latshaw, to the foul line to finish off a three-pointer, as Latshaw was nailed as he went up for the shot. And he'll go to the line to pick up his third if he can. Foul was on Jeff Lentz. That's Lentz's third. He picked up his third with 4:35 remaining here in the third period. Shot by Latshaw is good, and so he finishes a three-pointer, makes it 44-29. Brian Bellis down the right wing side, dumps it into the right baseline. Here's a pass right in front for Reed, and Reed pops home a little three-footer. Nice pass that time over there from Lentz to Reed. Here's Gehring with it. Clint ahead here for Pluck. Pluck bounce pass over here now for number 51, Latshaw. He misses a shot. Rebound shot followed up there by Wetzel. Won't go. And back with it come the Trojans. Here's a break for Ian Smeltz. He puts a shot up and in. Good. Or no, it didn't go in. Sorry. Here's Bellis with a shot. That won't go either. Huh. I thought Smeltz's shot went in. Anyway, back with it comes Pluck. Pluck rolling it ahead, stops at the foul line, gives it over there to Wetzel. He glides into the lane and he's fouled, and the foul will be on Ian Smeltz. And Ian picks up number 2, I believe. And that's going to send Wetzel to the line, shooting 2. Smeltz picks up his second personal foul as Wetzel goes to the line to shoot a pair and knocks down the first one. 46-30 now, Trojan margin at 16. And Wetzel will try to make it 15. He did. 46-31. Trojans ahead by 15. 3 minutes, 42 seconds remaining in period 3. Here goes Smeltz, going to go coast to coast with one, rolls it off the rim. Over there is Richie Shadle with a rebound, no good. Follow-up shot by Biddle is no good. And Pluck comes back with it now for the Indians. This is Pluck chasing around out front here now. Gives it back to Pluck. He'll pass it over on the far side. Wetzel's got it out there in the top of the key. He's going to have it roll loose. And a jump ball will be called as Rothamo got tangled up out there with Richie Shadle. And it's going to be UDA ball out of bounds on the possession rule. Shadle will inbound for the Trojans. Over here now for Smeltz. 3:10 remaining period 3. Smeltz winding across the timeline. Over to right wing corner here for Trojan. Now it's going to go off the hands of Derek Roadcap on the pass from Richie Shadle inside. Goes off Roadcap's fingertips and out of bounds, and it will be plucked to inbound for Millersburg. To Gehring, and now back to Pluck. For Gehring, Shadle on him. Gehring has the ball roll loose, gets it back again. Now he fires it and it spins loose over there from Wetzel, but he gathered it back in. Pluck has it. Pluck inside they go for Wetzel. He goes to put a shot up. Wait a minute. Foul's called away from the ball. Wait, not necessarily away from it, I guess, but I think, let's see. It's going to be 52 Biddle picking up the foul, his second. And 2:42 remaining here in the third period. And I believe, let's see, how did they call? I guess they called that a shooting foul. All right, anyway, Wetzel's going to go to the line to shoot 2. Here's his first shot. It is no good. Rebound comes off to Biddle, and John passes it back here for Brian Huffman. Huffman over on the far side for Richie Shadle. He goes down to the right base side, puts a shot up, no good. Rebound coming off to Wetzel. He'll drop it back here now for Gehring. Pass ahead over here for Rothamo. Gehring had it, passes it out in front. He's knocked to the floor is Wetzel, and the ball goes out of bounds on the far side as he and Richie Shadle went after the ball, and the ball went off Shadle out of bounds. Here's Smeltz across the timeline. Over on the far side for Richie Shadle. Back to Smeltz. Near side here for Brian Huffman. Brian looking inside, gets it inside of Derek Roadcap. Spinner on shot, good. Roadcap with a 14-footer from right on in front. And the Trojan margin increases now to 48-31, 17-point margin. Here goes Pluck into the corner. Shot taken over there by Latshaw is no good. Rebound comes off to Richie Shadle. He dumps it ahead, but Pluck gathers it in for Millersburg. Brings it back here. Pass inside here for, oh, wait a minute. This time Biddle definitely caused the foul. And Wetzel will go to the line, shooting 2 with 1:39 remaining in the third period. As for Biddle, 44, they say? Okay, Shadle must have picked it up. Okay, Shadle, they say, picked up the foul. His first, and it's going to be Wetzel at the line shooting 2. Wetzel's first shot is good. Second shot's no good, and Brian Bellis comes off with the rebound for UDA. Brian will cross the timeline, work it down to the middle. Near side here for Brian Huffman. Brian back out to Undercuffler. Now here's Bellis with it. Over to Undercuffler. Jason's got it. Runs down the right side. Is stopped in there. Passes it back out here to Derek Roadcap. Over here for Bellis for 3. Shot no good. Rebound's going to come off on the near side. Be controlled by the Indians. And back with it comes Rothamo. He stops. Pops one up off the glass. Good. 48-34. 14-point margin. Inside 1 minute remaining here in period 3. Here's a pass inside for Roadcap. He's got it. Passes it back out in here. Fires it inside for Reed. Over to the far side. Undercuffler for 2. No good. Rebound comes off to Pluck. And back comes Pluck for Millersburg. Down on the near side. Here's Rothamo with a shot. It won't go. Rebounded by Reed. He'll hand it back here now with 35 seconds remaining in period 3. And Brian Bellis away with it for the Trojans. Near side for Huffman. Over into the corner. Here's Derek Roadcap, right wing side. Back out here for Undercuffler. Now they swing it over here for Bellis. Undercuffler with it again out front. Brian Huffman has switched over to right wing side. Now he's going to cross over and become a left winger, and here he is on the left wing. Huffman has it. Looking around over here. Pass it back over here now for Huffman inside. Runs into the lane. Now, wait a minute. Jump's going to be called, and it will be Millersburg ball. It's going to be Millersburg ball with 1 second remaining in the third. So the Trojans worked around on it. Looking like they were going to work for a shot, but they never did get the shot off. We got 1 second remaining here in period 3. That shot won't go anywhere. And so at the end of 3 periods of play, the Trojans lead by 14 now, 48-34 with 1 more period to go. UDA will receive the ball to begin the 4th period of play. And Undercuffler inbounds it to Huffman. Brian crossed the timeline for the Trojans. Now they're up by 14. Over on the far side for Undercuffler. Jason passes it inside. Spinner on shot by Derek Roadcap is good. Nice shot that time by Roadcap. That's 50 points for the Trojans, 50-34. Pluck has it. Over into the corner, pass it inside. A foul will be called on Reed. This will be Scott's second, I believe. And through the line. No, this won't be a shooting. Yes, it will be a shooting foul, as the Trojans have more than 5 fouls here in the second half. The Indians have 1. And Hoke will go to the line, shooting a 1-and-1 for his Millersburg Indians. Here's his first shot. It is good. 50-35. His second shot is also good. 2 nice foul shots. 50-36. Here goes Undercuffler down the right baseline. Stops, pops one up, won't go. Reed underneath there has the ball tipped out of his hands. And it's going to be Millersburg ball. Enders will inbound for the Tribe of Indians. His inbound pass comes over here to Pluck. Pluck starts down the left wing side. Passes it ahead here for Hoke. He stops. Dumps it back over here for Pluck. Into Enders. Dribbles into the lane. Ball stolen away. Here comes Bellis. He puts a shot up and in good. Brian Bellis nails a nice two-pointer on the steal. And it's 52-36. Enders dropping it off over here for Latchaw. And Latchaw goes for a walk. And Wetzel will come back into the ball game. This time he will be replacing Latchaw, who checks out for Millersburg. There's a long pass down here for Roadcap. He drops it off over there for Huffman, who passes it to Reed. Reed shot's no good. Rebound comes off to the Indians. Wetzel clears it for Millersburg, and back with it comes Enders for the Indians. Drop it back to Pluck. Pluck winding it into the lane, bounces it over to the far side. Here's your shot from the side over there taken by Gehring. No good. Rebound comes off to Roadcap, and he hands it back here to Bellis. Brian Bellis bounces it down here for Huffman. Over to Undercuffler on the far side now. Back to the near side for Undercuffler. Inside, here's Derek Roadcap in the paint. Stops, pops one up good. Derek just lumbering around in there. Got the pass inside, just kind of moseyed into the paint and turned around and laid it up and in. Here comes Pluck. He tries to dish it off and does here for Enders. Enders puts a shot up, but a foul's called. And the foul could have, yep, the foul's good, or the shot's good, he says. So it's 54-38. And Enders will go to the line, shooting one. Timeout's going to be called now by Millersburg with 6:07 remaining, and they trail by 16, 54-38 UDA. Following the Millersburg timeout now, Enders steps to the foul line, shooting his second shot. It's good. Or for his only shot, rather, to complete the three-point play. 54-39. Huffman races by here with it, loses the handle on it, gathers it back in, or does he? No, well, no, wait a minute here. It's going to be off Brian Huffman, and it will be Enders to inbound for Millersburg. Huffman's going to check out now, I believe, as Ian Smeltz comes back in for the Trojans. Smeltz, Bellis, Undercuffler, Roadcap, and Reed. Here's an inbound pass just stolen away nicely by Derek Roadcap. Again, the Millersburg turning it over with no effort from the Trojans. Here's Undercuffler for two from the side. No good. Rebound comes off to Enders. He'll come back with it for his Millersburg Indians. Long pass underneath there. Here's Gehring with it. Spin around shot in the lane. No good. Rebound comes off to Roadcap. He dishes it back here for Smeltz, and Brian Bellis has it for the Trojans. Down to 5 minutes, 35 seconds remaining in the ballgame. Undercuffler inside for Reed. Back out in front. Now they dump it over here for Smeltz. Smeltz puts a shot up. Good. Two-pointer. Smeltz with a 17-footer from out in front. Here comes Gehring, cross the line, over here in the near side for Wetzel. Wetzel in the right wing corner, passes it over here for Pluck. He races into the lane, fires a shot up, no good, but the follow-up shot by Hoke is good, and it's 56-41. Here comes Bellis, bouncing it in here for Smeltz. Ian looking around, tries to pass it inside. Ball rolls off a couple of fingertips and is picked up by Wetzel inside. He drops it back over here now for Enders. He rolls up into the bucket and good. Enders for two. It's 56-43. 13-point margin, 4:40 remaining in the ballgame. Smeltz over here for Bellis. Brian down the left wing side. Takes it into the corner, drops it back out in here for Smeltz. Far side Undercuffler. Now they dump it inside for Roadcap. He drives the right baseline, puts a shot up that's blocked over there by Wetzel. On a good block that time on a shot. And Jeff Lentz comes back into the ball game now to replace Jason Undercuffler for the Trojans, and Jeff will inbound the ball. Lentz to inbound for UDA. Wait a minute. Billow is going to come back in and take Derek Roadcap's place. And Roadcap has played a super ball game while he's been in there. There's a pass over here for Bellis. Back out in front for Smeltz. Far side now for Lentz. Back out in front for Bellis. Over the near side. Smeltz has it to Bellis. Bellis directing traffic in there. It's got ball back out here now for Smeltz over in the left wing side to Reed. Trojans whipping it around. Here's Bellis with it. Smeltz over to Bellis. Bryan looking around for something to happen inside. Gives it here to Jeff Lentz. Lentz brings it back out here for Smeltz. Good defense now, not allowing the Trojans to run whatever they're trying to run inside. Here's Biddle with it. Nearly has it stolen from. Oh, right there was Smeltz underneath. He puts a shot up. No good. Reed with a shot. No good. It's blocked. Reed in the lane there gets spun around with it, and the Indians come back. Here's a ball stolen by Smeltz, and he is hammered. And the hammer job this time is by number 51 in there. Latshaw hammers Smeltz, and Smeltz will go to the line shooting 2 as the Indians show a little bit of frustration that time. The Trojans also getting frustrated on the multiple shots, and nothing would go. And then finally, ball came off to Smeltz, and he had a good shot at it, and he was hammered. First shot by Ian is good. Okay, Ian Smeltz positions himself at the foul line as the Trojan gets to shoot 2. Coach Peters had talked to the referee, and there's some problem here with the illegal substitution. Let's see. Now I'm not sure what they're going to do. At any rate, it's going to be Trojans now getting the ball. This is screwed up. Something here is wrong. Trojans should have the ball. In fact, they should have had a shot, because the replay shows that Ian Smeltz was fouled on the shot. He went to the line. Timeout was called, but no one ever. Ian shot one shot, which was no good, and they were trying to substitute Latshaw out of the game, and now it's going to be something screwed up here. I'm not sure what that call was, but at any rate, Indians end up with the ball. Here's Folkroad with it for the Indians. Head here now. Here's a pass over here for Rothamel. He puts a shot up, no good. Rebound comes back to Reed, and Scott has the ball go low for him, and it's going to be UDA ball. Scott got tied up with it in there, and the Trojans will take over on the possession rule. Here comes Smeltz. Spinning in the lane. Drops it over here now for Biddle. Biddle puts it over on the far side. Now it's inside here for Scott Reed. Right baseline shot. No foul call, but a follow-up shot by Lentz is good. And back with it come the Indians. Here's a pass over here on the right baseline, and Rothamel is fallen all over by Ian Smeltz. And I do believe the call will be on Smeltz, but the way it's been going lately, I'm not sure. So we'll wait and see with just 3 minutes remaining, 59-43. And timeout's going to be called by UDA as Smeltz picks up his third, I do believe. Okay. Mrs. White is not going to tell us. It was Ian Smeltz's third personal foul that was called right before the Trojan timeout, and that sends Rothamel to the line shooting 2. His first shot is good. He'll get one more freebie here, and his second shot is also good, so he makes a pair. And that makes it 59-45. Here comes Bellis. Near side over here for Smeltz. Over the far side it goes now to Huffman. Now underneath they try to go with it. Ball knocked out of bounds underneath there by Rothamel. And it will remain UDA ball as Brian Smeltz will inbound the ball. 41 coming into the ball game for Millersburg, and that is Andy Meck. Huffman, his inbound pass goes off the bank board, and that's going to be Millersburg ball. Over here for Pluck. Pluck double teamed, gets loose with it. Drops it back over here now for Folkroad. Folkroad dribbling down, looking as he's going to go right into the lane with it, and he puts it up and in. Good drive that time. Folkroad gets the inbound pass and knocks it out of bounds for Millersburg. 59-47, 12-point margin with 2:35 remaining. Here's Smeltz for the Trojans. Spinning around out here. Ian gonna go across the timeline. Brings it back over here for Bellis. He sets up for three. No good. Rebound on the far side comes off to Enders, and back he comes for Millersburg. He passes it over on the far side. Shot taken over there by Hokus. No good. Rebound comes off to Brian Huffman. Brian spinning around with it back here. Charges over the timeline with it down that right wing side. Throws one over here for Smeltz. Huffman has it back. Calls out number 4. This is play number 4. Bellis to Huffman. Over on the far side. He has it. Ball. His pass stolen away. Back with it. And then he steals the ball back again. So Brian giveth and Brian taketh away. And back he comes. Spins into the circle. Still in control, I think. Okay. Gets it over to the far side. Now into the corner for Scott Reed. Right baseline. Scott looking around over there. Tries to dump it inside. A foul is going to be called. The foul will be, I think, on Pluck, and Reed will go to the line, shooting a 1-and-1. Timeout called by UDA with 1:37 remaining in the ball game, and Brian will not go to the line, shooting a 1-and-1, as that's only the third team foul for Millersburg of the second half. Trojans up by 12, and they got 1:37 seconds here to go, and they will gain their second. Or they're not their second. They'll gain a victory here and break their losing string is what I'm trying to say. Okay, we'll be right back. Price Buffington into the ball game for the first time tonight for UDA. And it's going to be Huffman to inbound. He does so back here now for Price Buffington. And Price has the ball stolen from him, and timeout's going to be called here now, as something is amiss out here. Price talking to the official as the ball is stolen away. And I'll tell you, there's this game here is out of control only by the official. The ball players are under control, but something is screwed up out here, as the Trojans may have only had, could it be they only had 4 players on the court? I'm not even sure. Referee says, hey man, I don't know what's going on. Anyway, Millersburg is going to have the ball. The official that blew the whistle and gave it back to Millersburg probably lost Millersburg 2 points. The kid was breaking in all alone, and this game is, you're going to have to watch this game very carefully to figure out what in the world's going on. Pluck putting on a dribbling demonstration out in front. Has the ball tapped away. Back with it comes Huffman. He dishes it over here for Lentz, and Jeff puts in an easy 2-bagger for the Trojans on the nice steal. Folkroad with it. Passes it ahead here. Now the ball knocked out of bounds and into the crowd over here by Brian Huffman, and Brian will, or rather the Indians will inbound. Inbounds pass here for Folkrod down the left side here, or right side here. Stops in the middle, puts his shot up, just kind of squeezed that one up there. It went about 6.5 feet in the air. And back with it come the Trojans. Inbound pass here for Huffman. Brian will pass it over on the far side for Price Buffington. Price double teamed over there, gets it back over here on this side to Smeltz. Swings it down here in the left wing corner for Lentz. Now we're on the far side. Buffington has it, drops it back for Ian Smeltz. And his pass is going to go awry and be picked off by number 25, Enders, and he puts it up and in. 61-49. We're down to 38 seconds remaining. Price Buffington, all kinds of trouble out here with the dribble, but he finally gets into control, gives it back over here for Smeltz. Clock down to 30 seconds. Buffington with it. Price has the ball stolen, and a foul is going to be called on Folkrod, and Price will go to the line this time. No, he won't. None shooting. Only the 4th team foul. We are down to 26 seconds remaining. Latchaw comes back into the ball game to replace Enders for the Millersburg Indians. And I think we're ready to go. We are. Here's a ball batted ahead by Folkrod. He goes down, drags it, puts it up and in. Nice drive that time by Folkrod. And back with it come the Trojans with 10 seconds remaining. Here's Huffman with it. Brian over to the far side. Back out in front for Price Buffington. Price going to dribble into the lane, and a foul will be called. Blocking foul called underneath with just 3 seconds remaining in the ball game. First shot by Price is good. Second shot by Buffington is also good. So Price nails 2 freebies. And with 3 seconds left, this should just about do it. Here goes a shot by Folkroad at the buzzer is no good, and that's going to end the contest and give the Trojans a sweet victory tonight over these Millersburg Indians by a final score of 63-51. A 12-point margin for UDA. Congratulations to Coach Scott Peters and his assistant coaches and every member of the ball club. They have all contributed well this evening, and it was a good ball game. Nice to see the Trojans back on the winning side of things. So until next time, we'll see you later. Good night. Good ball game. Trojans tonight have traveled to Line Mountain, where they take on the Line Mountain Eagles in a league ball game postponed from December the 15th due to inclement weather back in December. And tonight we're playing an evening ball game here, and the temperature outside probably about 60 degrees yet, although it's getting a little bit colder now as the cold wave or the warm streak, kind of subsides. But anyway, beautiful evening for anything. And the Trojans here will have Jeff Lentz to inbound the ball for UDA. Out in front here now, here is Bellis. Brian dumps it over on the far side for Lentz. Inside they go here to Scott Reed. He goes into the lane, puts a shot up, partially blocked away. Ball fought for on the far side by Lentz. Going to be picked up over there by the Eagles, and back with it comes 34. We'll pick these guys up as we go along. Ball stolen away nicely in there by Brian Bellis. Brian down the left side, spins around, stops in the lane, pops one up. No good. Rebound in there by a couple of people and a tie-up. And it will be Eagle ball. The Eagles coming back with it now. No score in the ball game. Ball stolen away that time by Ian Smeltz. Ian has the ball knocked out of his hands by number 34. And will be Upper Dolphin ball. Lentz to inbound, does so for Reed. Back over here for Smeltz. Ian stops, pops one over from the right side. Good. 2-0 UDA. Trojans coming off a victory over Millersburg in their last time out here. Now look to put a bunch of victories together as they play the Eagles here tonight. Eagles having a lousy year. Not much going on for Line Mountain this year. So the Trojans look to not quite such a tough ball game here tonight. Here's a pass inside, going to be tapped away. Gathered back in by the Eagles, though. 20 is Dirk. And the 30 out there is Ziegler. There's a pass on the near side here for Lundy, and he is going to be fouled. The foul will be on 43 of the Trojans. Or 33 of the Trojan, I guess. No, 53. Okay, it was on Biddle. Anyway, here's Dirk with it. Passes it inside. Troutman with a shot, no good. Rebound comes off to Wiest, and Wiest puts it up and in, and we're tied at 2-2. Eagles have a pretty couple of big guys in there. That Troutman and Wiest. Pass on the near side here. Inside, the ball comes loose, but picked up there by Lentz. Jeff over on the far side now for Bellis. Inside, here's a turnaround shot by Biddle, won't go, and a rebound comes off to Wiest, and Reed's going to pick up the personal foul for the Trojans, his first, team's second. Be a non-shooting foul, and back with it come the Eagles. Ziegler with it on the near baseline. Pass it out in front. Back to Ziegler. Shot from the side for three. No good. Short. Picked off in there by Bellis. And back with it come the Trojans. Bellis into the far side for Lentz. Jeff looking around over there. Gets it back out here for Smeltz. He sets up. Pops one up. No good. Rebound fought for and gathered in there by Reed. Here's a shot from the side by Bellis. No good. Rebound on the far side to Smeltz. Trojans getting some good rebounding down there in the offensive boards. Here's Bellis out in front with it. Brian inside here for Biddle. John rolls into the lane with it, but the ball is, or he is grabbed in there by number 34 or 40. We'll see here. Yep, 40. That is Troutman. He picks up the personal foul, and the Trojans inbound. Shot by Smeltz is no good. Picked off by Wiest. He drops it back here now for the Eagles, rolling down the right side. Pass out in front, stripped away. Here comes Biddle with it. Biddle into the lane, stops, pops one up, blocked away in there by Ziegler, and back with it come the Eagles. Long pass up here for Troutman. He saves it from going out of bounds, but saved it back in the length. We're playing long ball here. Now here's Smeltz with it underneath the bucket. He puts a shot up and in good. Ian Smeltz hits it on a long pass from Jeff Lentz up the court, and it's 4-2. Goes Ziegler down the right side. He'll pass it back out in front. Across the court here now. This is Lundy with it. Lundy back out here for Derek. He puts a shot up. Good. Two-pointer. And it's 4-4. 4:17 remaining in period one. Eagles and the Trojans all tied up. Smeltz with it out in front for the Trojans. Dirk all over this man over here, but inside goes Lentz with a shot. No good. Rebound comes off to the Eagles. And this is Ziegler clearing it back here. Ziegler on the near side. Pass it back out here for Dirk. Bounce pass here for Ziegler. Down on the left wing side. Tries to pass it inside for Troutman, but the ball goes off of a Trojan, John Biddle, I think. And it'll be the Eagles' ball with 3:41 remaining in period one. All tied up at 4. Here's a shot for 3 from the outside. Won't go. Rebound comes off to Biddle. Head they spin it. It's going to be picked up over there by Jeff Lentz. He bounces a pass over here that's picked off by Ziegler, and back with it come the Eagles. Here's the ball stolen away and picked back up again. Lundy picks it up. Pass over here for Lundy. Here's a shot from outside for 2. Short. Rebounded there by the Trojans. Smeltz came off with it and hands it back over here for Bellis into the corner for Lentz. Back out in front. Smeltz dumps it underneath. Whoop. Rolls loose out of the hands of Biddle, and back with it come the Eagles. Here comes 30 with a drive to the bucket. Goes up and in good. 6-4. The Eagles. Ziegler gives the Eagles the lead with 2:45 remaining here in the first quarter. Here's Lentz. Out in front for Smeltz. Near side, here's a shot put up by Bellis, no good. It goes out of bounds, and it'll be Eagle ball. Derek Roadcap will come into the ball game to replace John Biddle now. Roadcap into the game for the first time this evening for the Trojans. Pass inside here for Reed. Into the corner it goes. Here's a shot from the side by Lentz. That won't go. Rebound underneath. Going to come off to Derek Roadcap. He puts a shot up that won't go. Rebound comes free this time, and Troutman picks it up or Wiest rather, picked it off for the Eagles, and back with it comes Dirk. Near side over here. Pass inside, stolen away nicely in there, and back with it come the Trojans. This is Ian Smeltz. Trojans with a chance to tie it up. Now they trail 6-4. Smeltz with it down the right wing side, dumps it inside to Reed. He spins around, puts a shot up, it won't go. And the rebound's going to go out of bounds off of a Trojan, and it will be Eagle ball. 1:56 remaining in a very fast first period. Not much scoring, but the clock really keep continuing to move here. Pass over here now for Ziegler. Ziegler lines it right down the right baseline, up and in, good. Ziegler hits it, and it's an 8-4 Line Mountain lead. The Eagles with a horrendous record this year, not showing that so much here in the opening period. Here's a pass over the side. Smeltz with a shot, no good. Rebound comes off to the Eagles underneath. Dirk with it. Dirk down in the right wing side. Kid pulls up over there, pass it out in front. Shot by Wiest is good, and it's a 10-4 ball game. Trojans down by 6. Here comes Bellis, bouncing it over here on this side for Ian Smeltz. Smeltz looking around, passes it out in front for Roadcap. Over on the far side now for Bellis. Out in front to Lentz. Inside for Road cap right underneath is Bellis, and he misses the shot. So the Trojan bucket's not going, or the ball not going in a bucket tonight for UDA. And on the rebound, we have number 23. Or 22, I guess it was, Dirk of the Eagles picking up the personal foul. Huffman comes into the ball game for UDA right now, and he replaced Smeltz. This is Bellis with it. Bellis at the top of the circle, over in the far side now for Huffman. Back out to Brian Bellis. Circling this side, puts it into the corner here for Lentz. Back to Bellis, and now Huffman has it. Inside they go. Far side to Derek Roadcap. Huffman back to Derek Roadcap. Swings it out front here to Brian Bellis. Good defense put in there right now by the Eagles, not allowing the Trojans to do much with it. Here's a ball tipped away, but Derek Roadcap picks it back up. Fires over on the far side. Huffman for three. No good. Rebound comes off to Wiest, and he hands it back here to Ziegler, and back with it come the Eagles over on the far side. Out to Dirk out in front. Clock down to 5 seconds. Here's a long shot for three from the side. It's good. Ziegler hangs in a three-pointer. 13-4. The Trojans getting themselves in a bind here now at the end of one period of play. It's the Eagles 13 and the Trojans 4. Okay, to begin the second period of play, the Trojans will inbound. Lentz inbounds it here now for Smeltz, who's back in the ball game for UDA. Bellis over on the left side. Brian looking around. Passes it back over here for Jeff Lentz out in front. For Bellis again. Top of the circle. Brian going to try to set something up. Ziegler on him. The ball knocked loose over there by Dirk out of the hands of Smeltz. 13-4 is the score, so the Trojans need a couple to get back into it here. Smeltz with it now for the Trojans over the far side. Here's a shot from the side over there by Lentz. No good. Rebound underneath going to come off, and Smeltz will pick it up, and he'll be fouled as number 24 will pick up the personal foul. This will be a shooting foul. This will be the first time that Smeltz has been to the line tonight. I think it's the first time the Trojans have had an opportunity to shoot. Huntsberger picks up the foul for the Eagles, and he sends Ian Smeltz to the line, shooting two. First shot, good. Good first shot by Smeltz. He'll get one more try at it. His second shot is no good, but the rebound right there to Biddle. He drops it back over here for Bellis. Out in front, Smeltz has it. Now to the near side. Here's Bellis for three. No good. Rebound comes back over and going to be controlled by Bellis. Good rebound that time. Bellis into the lane, stops, pops it inside for Reed. Reed saves it from going out of bounds. Picked up in there by the Trojans. Lentz goes to the hoop with it, and he is fouled. And Jeff will go to the line shooting two. Foul was on Wiest, his first, and Jeff Lentz to the line shooting a pair, and Jeff's first shot is good. 13-6 is the score. And Jeff with another opportunity here now. His second shot is also good, 13-7. Okay, Trojans have come back to within 6 now. And back with it, this is Huntsberger. For the Eagles, stolen inside, rebound, put up good. Smeltz with a fine shot on the pass, inbound pass steal. Now here's a ball knocked out of bounds by Biddle on the inbound pass. Ziegler having problems trying to get it in, and a good steal that time by Smeltz. And now the Trojans drop it back a little bit here. Dirk with it over on the far side for Ziegler. And now back comes 34. And that's at Lundy. Over in the corner. Here's a pass inside, but picked off in there nicely by Jeff Lentz. And back come the Trojans. Ian Smeltz with it. Dirk after him. Smeltz drops it over on the far side. Here's Biddle with a shot from the side. No good. Rebound comes off to Ziegler. He starts it back for his Eagles. 6:30 remaining here in the first half. 13-9. Shot from the side is good. A two-pointer by Lundy. And back with it come the Trojans. 15 7. Inside, spin around shot by Scott Reed is good. Good job by Reed. He nails a pair for the Trojans. Trojan offense looks like it's coming to life here now. Here's Weiss with it, drops it back over here for Lundy. Lundy down to Ziegler here on the left wing side, back out in front. Lundy has it. Looking around, pass it back to Ziegler. Ziegler from outside. Wow, and Ziegler is leveled by Lentz. Over here has put the shot up, and Jeff took the feet right out from under Ziegler. He'll pick up the foul. And for Jeff, it'll be, I think, his first they have on the board. That may change. At any rate, came with 5:54 remaining in the first half. None shooting. It's 15-11. Trojans trailing now by 4. Jeff Lentz picks up his first. And we still inbound for the Eagles. And back here, the ball stolen away. Bellis picks it up for the Trojans. Goods in on the left side. Puts a shot up and in good. 15-13. Trojans trail by 2. Trojans really putting on the effort now and showing some good offensive effort. Here comes a pass inside here finally for Ziegler. He winds down the left side, dumps it underneath, and a foul is going to be called. Lentz will pick up his second personal foul. And that's going to send number 40 Troutman to the line shooting 2. Lentz picks up his second foul with 5:34 remaining in the first half. And the first shot by Troutman is no good. He'll try it again here now. His second shot is in and out, no good. Rebounded to Lentz, and back with it come the Trojans. This is Bellis, so it cost Jeff a foul, but no scoring done, so no harm done that way. Here's a pass on the near side. Huffman has it, spins into the lane, puts a shot up, it won't go, rolls across the back. And on the rebound, now a jump is called, and it's going to be Eagle ball. Rhine Mountain will inbound. This will be the Eagles. Oh, 5 seconds. No, a hold's going to be called over here on a Trojan, I guess. Let's see. No, number 30, White. It's going to be on Ziegler. 31 Black. 31 Black, and Jeff, or Mr. Peters over here giving the referee heck. 31. Scott called 30 White, and it wasn't on 30 White. It was on Smeltz. He picks up his first personal foul on the hold, and it's got 5:18 remaining in the first half as Ian picks up personal foul number 1. 1-and-1 shot here. First shot, no good. Rebound comes off to Huffman, and back with it comes Bryan. Bounce pass over there now for Smeltz eventually. He puts a shot up, no good. Ian tries to put another one up, and a foul is going to be called. Wow. Foul will be called. This time the foul is definitely on White. And shooting 2 will be Scott Reed to the line to shoot 2. Scott come up with a little limp that time. His first personal foul. Scott fires his first shot right to the bottom of the net. Nothing but net that time. And it will be Scott coming up with his second shot as we have Huntsberger coming back into the ballgame now to replace Weiss, who picked up his second personal foul. Huntsberger takes his place, and Scott puts the second shot up, no good. Rebound comes off now to the Eagles. Lundy with it, back out in here for Ziegler. Ziegler winding around on the top, right at the top of the foul line, puts it over there to Lundy. Lundy down the right baseline, puts a shot up, but he is going to be fouled. Foul will be on Bryan Huffman. He'll pick up his first, and it will be a 1-and-1 for Lundy. Lundy at the line shooting 2. They're going to call it. He must have been throwing one up from down here. His first shot's good. 16-14, the Eagles by 2. And Lundy will get another opportunity now as John Biddle gets ready to come back into the game for the UDA. Second shot is good, and so he makes a pair, and it's 17-14. Pass ahead down the far side here. Smeltz has it. Over now. They swing it here for Huffman. Across the court, inside deep. Here's a pass underneath, and Scott Reed puts her home. Good job. Ziegler drops it back over there for Lundy. Lundy right down to the top of the circle. Is going to back it out here now for Dirk into the corner. Lundy left baseline, hands it off underneath the Huntsberger, and Huntsberger puts it home. Very nicely, a nice play that time for the Eagles. Pass on the far side, knocked out of bounds by Lundy. John Biddle into the ball game now to replace Brian Huffman, as Brian Bellis will inbound the ball for the Trojans here to Smeltz. Ian looking around out in front, gets it to Bellis over in the left wing side. Bellis drives the left lane, gives it to Biddle. His shot's blocked away. Ball loose on the floor, picked up by Bellis. He spins it underneath, and it's going to go out of bounds off of the pass from Bellis, who threw it underneath or had it stripped underneath. I'm not sure. Anyway, went out of bounds, and here's a pass inbound here, tapped into the stands, and Mr. Reed gets it for the Trojan audience. Lundy inbounds to Dirk. Dirk tangled up in there, gets the ball stripped loose from him, and back with it comes Bellis, and Bellis is fouled by Dirk this time, and it will be a 1-and-1 situation, I think. Yep, as Bellis will go to the line for the Trojans. Brian at the line shooting a 1-and-1. His first shot is no good. Rebound is taken in there by Huntsberger. He drops it back here for Ziegler, and back come the Eagles. Ziegler, far side there now for Dirk out in front. Dirk over here for Ziegler, back out to Dirk. Dirk goes inside with it, pass it over on the far side. Here's a shot from the side by Lundy, no good. Rebound underneath there is going to be controlled by Ian Smeltz. A lot of guys in there hanging on that ball, but Ian come back with it. Pass on the far side. Now out in front for Smeltz. Drops it over on this side. Bounce pass inside, and a foul will be called. Huntsberger will pick up the foul. And again, Scott Reed will go to the line, shooting a 1-and-1. Reed at the line to shoot a 1-and-1 for the Trojans. Scott made 1 out of 2 last time. Misses his first one this time, so that'll take care of that. And back comes Ziegler for the Eagles with 3 minutes and 2 seconds remaining in the first half. Here's Dirk. Over on the far side it goes. Lundy had it, tried to bounce it inside. It goes off of Troutman as he steps on the end line, and it'll be UDA ball with 2:57 remaining. Back with it from Brian Bellis. Brian will set it up out here, and Brian is going to be blocked by number 22, Dirk. He'll pick up his second, and this time Brian Bellis, an excellent foul shooter, will go to the line for the Trojans, shooting a 1-and-1. Dirk picks up his second personal, and Bellis at the line. Here's his first shot. No good. Rebound comes back out here to Smeltz. Spin around shot, good. Ian Smeltz with a follow-up jump shot makes it a 1-point ball game. Now it's 19-18. Oh, steal here. Oh, by Bellis is going to be called on a foul. Looked like a clean steal, but Brian gets called. Lundy at the line for the Eagles, shooting a 1-and-1. Here's his first shot. It's good. Brian Bellis picked up his first personal on the foul here. It's now 20-18, a 2-point margin with 2:39 remaining in the first half. Lundy's second shot is good. 21-18, margin back up to 3. Trojans had a relatively easy time against Millersburg last time out, and thought maybe they'd, really do well here tonight, but so far the Eagles have made it a struggle. Here comes Lundy with it. Drops it back here for Dirk. Over here for Ziegler for 3. No good. Rebound comes off in there to Lentz. Jeff controls it, gets it back here for Smeltz. Smeltz on a bounce pass over here for Reed. Reed loses the handle and picked up by Smeltz in the lane. And they're going to call a walk inside there as the ball came loose, and the Trojans now are going to call timeout. Scott Peters says, wait a minute here. Let's get it back into control, and we'll be right back. Trojan timeout is over, and that means that Lundy will inbound the ball for the Eagles. Over here now for Ziegler. Back to Lundy. Back he comes, drops it back for Ziegler, across the timeline, into the corner, deep. Here's a shot by Dirk over there. No good. Rebound comes back off to Brian Huffman. Brian Huffman back into the ball game, along with Derek Roadcap, Biddle, and Ian Smeltz, and Brian Bellis. Here's Derek with a shot, spin around, no good. Rebound underneath, going to come loose, go on the floor. Weiss wrestles for it, comes off to Ziegler. Ziegler rolling down the right side, stops and throws a shot up, and a foul is called. And the foul will be on 23. That's Huffman. He picks up his second. And Ziegler will go to the line, shooting 2. Ziegler's first shot is good. 22-18, and Ziegler can make it a 5-point margin here with his second shot. It's good, and it is a 5-point ball game now, 23-18. Here's a ball going ahead real fast here on the fast break by the Trojans, and Smeltz puts it home. The margin back down to 3 now, 23-20. Trojans putting some vicious pressure on them now. Here's Huntsberger. Oh, passing underneath, and there is Troutman all alone, and it's 25-20. 5-point margin again for the Eagles. Near side here for Huffman. Long pass that's going to be picked off in there by the Eagles. And back with it they come. Here's Dirk with it. Passes it over to the far side. Lundy with it. Inside for Ziegler. He gets it back here for Dirk. Into the corner now. Lundy driving the right baseline, and he is going to be fouled. A blocking foul. Going to be called in there on Derek Roadcap, and Lundy will go to the line shooting a 1-and-1. Ian Ziegler at the line, shooting 1-and-1. For the Trojans, Derek Roadcap had picked up his first personal foul. 57 seconds left in the half, and the first shot by Lundy is good. I may have said Ziegler at the line. It's Lundy at the line for the Eagles. 26-20, a 6-point margin. Lundy's second shot is also good. The margin back up to 7 as we have a buzzer now for a substitution. And Trojans trailing by 7. Now we have something wrong here. I don't know what happened, but at any rate, okay. Official goes over and tells the scorekeeper something about blowing the whistle or stopping play. Anyway, back with it come the Trojans now. Here's a bounce pass for Roadcap inside. Spin around shot. No good. Rebound on the other side by Smeltz. He puts it up and it goes in and he's fouled. Ian will go to the line to finish off a 3-pointer now. As number 30, I think they said, Ziegler picked up the foul. Actually, they gave the foul to number 32, Kaufman. He checks out of the game as Huntsberger comes back in again for the Eagles. And at the line to shoot 1 is Smeltz, and he puts it in, and it's a 3-point play that time that he finishes off, and the margin is back down to 3 now, 27-23, 4-point margin make that. Eagles up by 4. Ziegler, looks like they may be playing for the final shot, although there's 32 seconds remaining here. This is Lundy with it, bounces it back over here for Dirk, and now back to Ziegler right here in front. Into the corner he goes for Huntsberger, back over here. Far side, they swing it for Lundy. Back out here for Ziegler. Now they bounce it over the far side, throw the ball away, and going to allow the Trojans to come back and get to within 15 seconds remaining here in the period as Lundy comes out of the ball game, and Kaufman back in again for the Eagles. Far side here, Smeltz bringing it out front here. Derek Roadcap with a shot. No good. Rebound underneath there. Going to go on the floor, be picked up or scrambled for. A jump will be called. It'll be up and off and ball with just 3 seconds remaining. So the Trojans going to have to get a pass inside here and maybe have Bellis hit a 3-pointer. Here it is. It's out to Bellis. He steps up, pushes one up for 3. It's good right at the buzzer. All right. What a super job. That's one way to end the ball game, or the first half of the ball game. And it's a 1-point margin now, 27-26. The Eagles up by 1. Second half is underway, and It's 29-26 now. The Eagles came out and got two, and Trojans trying to get right back here with it. Now here's Ian Smeltz. He has a shot blocked by Ziegler over on the far side, and back with it the Trojans control. Here's Smeltz. Huffman out in front, down the right lane, puts a shot up. It's good. 29-28. Trojans with some good forecourt pressure now, putting it on the Trojans now, or on the Eagles. Now they're going to drop back. This is Lundy with it. Lundy sweeping down the right side here. Stops, pulls it back over here for Dirk. Inside it goes. Ziegler with a 12-footer. No good. Rebound underneath comes off to Lundy. He puts a shot up that does go in. 31-28. Trojans down by 3 again. Early going here in the third period. This is Smeltz. Inside he goes. Here's a turnaround shot by Lentz. Is good. Jeff hangs up a little 8-footer from out in front. And it's 31-30. Trojans again trailing by 1. Here's Ziegler losing a hand on it, but he got it back again. Passes it ahead here now for Wiest. Wiest looking around, drops it back here for Lundy. Top of the circle, bounces it back. Dirk for 3. No good. Rebound on the near side is going to be controlled by the Eagles. No, he bounces it out of bounds off the hands of Wiest. So it'll be UDA ball. Got a wall right here in front of us that blocks the extreme right baseline down on the right corner here. Anyway, this is Smeltz with it, looking inside. Here's Lentz again into the lane, pops it over to the far side. Shot for 3 taken over there by Bellis. No good. Ball picked up here, and a foul is going to be called. Foul will be on, I think the foul is, let's see. Foul is on 44. Wiest picked up his 3rd. The Trojans inbound. Here's Biddle into the lane, puts a shot up, and a walk's going to be called first. So the shot by John is no good. And it's still a 1-point ball game, 31-30. The Eagles. Huntsberger with it for Lion Mountain. And he drops it back over here for Lundy. Lundy got the ball knocked loose, but in fact he's going to roll it loose. Goes all the way down to the other end of the lane. And it will be Upper Dolphin ball. Good job that time. I think Brian Huffman had knocked that ball loose for Upper Dolphin. And Brian Bellis will inbound it to Huffman. Here's Huffman, and there's Bellis. All right. Brian working it down the far side. Here's Huffman down the right baseline. Passes it over here for Biddle. Biddle puts a shot up off the glass. No good. But a foul is called, and John will go to the line this time. Shooting 2 as Dirk picks up, I believe, his 3rd personal foul. Biddle to the line to shoot 2. Dirk picks up the 3rd personal as Biddle ties up the ball game at 31 all. Here's his 2nd shot. It is in and out, no good. Rebound off to Ziegler. He'll come back with it for the Lion Mountain Eagles. Drops it back here to Dirk. Dirk into the lane, stops, dips it off inside for Troutman. He puts a shot up, and a foul will be called. John Biddle will pick up the personal foul, and Matt Troutman will go to the line, shooting 2. Here's his first shot, and it is good. His 2nd shot is also good. So that gives the Eagles the 2-point lead again here now, 33-31. Here's Huffman down the left side here. Brian spins into the lane, dumps it off on the far side to Lentz, and Jeff puts her home, and it's 33 tie again here now. Inbound pass here for Ziegler, racing down that left side, double teamed over there. Ball stolen, and then they're going to say he stepped on the end line as they team up over there on him, and Brian Huffman and Ian Smeltz. Ian with the steal. Took the ball out of bounds on the far side, so they'll try it again here, the Eagles will. There's an inbound thing for Ziegler. Crossed over here now as Huntsberger walks with it as he lost the handle on it, and that's going to be a UDA ball. So now the Eagles is kind of beginning to become unglued here, as the Trojans are going to start rolling away from them, I believe. We'll see. Far side, Smeltz. Here's Huffman over on the far side. Biddle with a shot, no good, and the foul is called. Foul will be on Huntsberger. And Biddle will be at the line shooting a pair. Biddle at the line shooting 2. His first shot, no good. His second shot is good and gives the Trojans a lead now for the first time in the ball game, I believe. It is now 34-33 UDA by 1. Lundy near side here for Dirk. Dirk racing down the right baseline. Hold it. Foul will be called. Foul will be on Brian Bellis. Wow, tough call there. I don't know, blocking foul I guess they're going to call on Brian. Be a non-shooting for Bellis. Be his second. And the Eagles will inbound. Huntsberger in here for Lundy. Lundy back out here for Dirk. Dirk passes it over there. Ziegler racing down the left wing side. Passes it back out here for Dirk. Dirk into the lane, stops, tries to pop one up, blocked away, gets his own rebound back again, and gets it back here for Ziegler. Ziegler down the left side, and Ziegler leaning all over. Now charge, good call that time by the official. As Ziegler, I guess it was, tried to run right all over Smeltz, and Dirk picks up his first foul of the ball game. Scott Reed comes back into the ball game now to replace John Biddle for the Trojans. And back with it comes UDA. This is Brian Bellis. Far side for Brian Huffman. He stops, pops it inside. There's Reed for 2. Good job that time by Scott, and a nice pass in there by Huffman. Here's Ziegler with it. Inside, Huntsberger with a shot. No good. Rebound's going to go off over there. The foul's going to be called on Jeff Lentz. And a technical foul is going to be called on the UDA coaching staff. As that time, Lentz was behind the man. Got to figure out how in the world that occurred. I'm not sure. But at any rate, looks like they're going to send out here. Lundy will be at the line shooting the technical first for the Lime Mountain Eagles. First shot, no good. Second technical shot is good, so he gets 1 out of 2. They will get the ball back. I do believe it would be a non-shooting foul as far as the foul is concerned. Foul was on Lentz. It was his third. And Troutman will inbound for the Eagles. Over there he does so for Huntsberger. Huntsberger circling around out in front here. Drops it back off here for Ziegler. Now Dirk has it inside. With Huntsberger down the right wing. Out in front. And over here for Dirk. Dirk back out here for Lundy. Lundy bounces it inside for Troutman. He stops, puts a shot up, blocked away by several Trojans. And back with it comes Huffman for UDA. Brian down here looking around inside. Passes right over there. There's Scott Reed for 2. Boy, oh boy, you can see that very well from our vantage point here now. As Huffman again hitting Scott Reed. And Reed just pouring in a little 2-pointer. Here's Huffman with another steal. Nice job. Huffman for 3, no good, and a foul called back here as he is leveled. And that's going to give the Trojans a timeout here, I believe. Timeout's going to be called by someone. Timeout called by the Eagles. 38-34 with 3:02 remaining in the third. Brian Huffman at the line shooting a 1-and-1 for UDA. Following the Eagle timeout. First shot is good. 39-34. The Trojan margin growing now. It's up to 5. Brian will get another shot here. Another freebie. Here's his second shot. And it's good. And it's a 6-point margin now. 40-34. UDA by 6. Lundy to inbound over here for Dirk. Now back to Lundy. Lundy racing down the right side. Passes it inside here for Ziegler. He rolls a shot up and in good. Nice shot by Ziegler, working it down there. It's 40-36, 4-point margin. Here's Huffman looking inside for Reed, and the ball's going to go out of bounds off the fingertips of Scott Reed. Scott looks a little lame tonight somehow or another. Not running with his usual stride. And this is Lundy crossing the timeline for the Eagles down into the right wing corner here. Back out in front for Ziegler. Ziegler into the right wing corner. See what's going on down there. Not much. Pass it out front here to Dirk. Dirk with Bellis on him. Inside, here's a ball nearly stolen away there by the Trojans. Here's a shot. Wait a minute. Hold everything. Foul's going to be called underneath here. I guess the foul will be on Bellis, I suppose, as Ziegler went flying into the lane. And let's see. It'll be non-shooting. Brian Bellis picked up his second, and so Wiest, who is back into the ball game, will inbound for the Eagles. I think. Yes, he did. Lundy has it. Lundy looking around, races into the top of the circle, into the lane, has the ball knocked loose, picks it back up, puts a shot up, no good. Rebound comes off over there to Troutman. He puts a shot up, and he is fouled. And the foul will be on Scott Reed. He'll pick up the personal, and Troutman will go to the line shooting two. No, it's on Huffman. It's not on Reed. It is on Huffman. He picks up his second. First shot by Troutman is good. Here's Troutman's second shot, and it's good. And we've got a 2-point ball game now as these Eagles hang in there. It's 40-38. Price Buffington into the ball game now for the Trojans. Biddle into the lane, puts a shot up, no good. Follows up with a rebound shot in there by a couple of Trojans, no good. And finally a foul is going to be called. The foul will be down here underneath the bucket as number 40, Troutman, picks up the foul for the Eagles. And that will send Ian Smelts to the line shooting two, or shooting 1-1, they say. Okay. Shooting a 1-1. It's 40-38. Trojans up by 2. Smelts at the line to shoot the 1-1. First shot, no good. Rebound on the near side here to Troutman. Jumps it back over here now for Ziegler. Ziegler looking around over the far side for Lundy. Lundy on the left wing side. Pass it back here. Ziegler for three. It's good. And we've got a 1-point ball game going the other way now as the Eagles come back and take a 41-40 lead on the Trojans. 1:25 remaining here in period 3. Brian Huffman, top of the circle, into the lane he goes, hooks the shot up and in, good. Huffman nails it. It's 42-40. 1. Trojans up by 1. Here's Lundy. Into the lane, stops, puts a shot up off the glass, no good. Rebound underneath there by Wiest, and he is fouled. Shot did not go, but Wiest is fouled. He'll go to the line shooting 2. Fouls on Brian Huffman. It was his third. Here's the first shot by Wiest, is good. Second shot by Wiest is also good. And now the Eagles lead 43-42. They're up by 1. Whoop, wait a minute. Foul called down here, and Ian Smelts will go to the line shooting a 1-1. Tell you, the fouls are coming fast and furious now. 22, Dirk picks up his 4th, and he's going to check out now as back into the ball game comes Kaufman for the Eagles. And Smelts will be at the line shooting a 1-1. First shot by Smelts is good. We're tied, 43 all. 56 seconds remaining in period 3. Ian's second shot is also good. We're ahead by 1, 44-43. Clock down to 55 seconds now as Lundy takes her down the right side. Looking around out there, hands it back here to Ziegler. He drives the left baseline, puts a shot up underneath, picked off by Roadcap. He'll drop it back here to Huffman. Ahead here on the hurry for Price Buffington. Price checking around out here. Clock down to 32 seconds. Smelts with it. Back over here for Huffman. Calls out play number 4. Buffington with it. Over here for Smelts. Ian looking into the right wing corner. Dumps it inside here for Smelts. Turnaround shot blocked away. Picked off in there by Wiest, and a foul will be called. A foul will be on Ian Smelts. And to the line will go Weiss to shoot a 1-and-1. Smeltz picked up his second personal foul. Weiss at the line, shooting a 1-and-1. His first shot is no good. Rebound comes back off to Ian Smeltz. He'll control for the Trojans with time running out here in the third. Price Buffington has it. Dumps it into the corner. Inside they go here. Scott Reed with a shot in and good. Good pass and a good job by Scott. We're down to 4 seconds. 3-2. This long shot won't go. Gets caught up into the superstructure of the bucket. But at any rate, at the end of 3, Trojans up by 3, 46-43 UDA. 1 period to go. Okay, the Trojans have the ball to begin the 4th and final period of play. Price Buffington has it for UDA. Down in the right wing corner here now for Smeltz. Inside for Derek Roadcap. Derek spins around, has a shot blocked by Troutman. Then it's going to go for a walk as Troutman blocked the shot. And Derek took a step back with it. Kind of surprised Derek, I think, that he even made the block. And then he come back and took a walk. Okay, here's Ziegler demonstrating behind the back passing. Behind the back dribbling. Ziegler stops. Passes it back over here now. Inside, shot taken, no good. Ball going to come back here now for Smeltz. Ian brings it back for the Trojans. Price Buffington over in the corner. Here's Huffman for 2. It's good. Brian Huffman nails a 2-bagger, and it's 48-43. Trojan margin up to 5. Early moments here in the 4th period. Here's Lundy looking around out here. Drops it back here for Kaufman. Over to Lundy. Left wing side, drives the left baseline, puts a shot up and in, good. Nice job that time by Ian Lundy. And this is Price Buffington, Price Buffington with it. Dumps it off inside for Derek Roadcap. He drives the right baseline, shot up and in, good. 50-45, 5-point margin still for UDA. Ziegler crosses the timeline for his Eagles. Swinging down that left wing side. Now dumps it underneath. It's going to go off the hands, but picked up in there and then thrown off the foot. So Troutman in there makes one heck of a play to save the ball from going out of bounds and then throws it off the foot of Weiss. And it will be UDA ball. Trojans now got to watch that friendly clock just tick away here. 6:25 remaining in the third. Price Buffington from outside. In and out, no good. Rebound comes off to Troutman. This is Ziegler going down the right wing with it. Stops, drops it off inside to Weiss. He drops it back over here and a pass inside. Nice pass and a foul. It's going to the bucket here. Will be, or going to the foul line, I should say, will be 40, Matt Troutman. And he'll be shooting 2. Foul was on Derek Roadcap. He picked up his second. And Matt Troutman's first shot's no good. Troutman's second shot is good. So he makes 1 out of 2. And that makes the score UDA 50 and Blind Mountain 46. 4-point ball game. Inside they go to Scott Reed. Underneath here, Scott has it roll off his foot. It's going to be raced for over here, picked up by Troutman. And ahead come the Eagles with it. They can cut the margin to 2. Here's a shot from out in front. No good. Rebound's going to be controlled by the Trojans as Brian Huffman comes down with it for UDA. And back they come now. Trojans cannot goof up here too much. Here's Smeltz. Shot blocked out of bounds by Ziegler on a good block. Good block that time by Ziegler, the Eagles. And Lentz and Bellis come back in as Reed and Price Buffington check out for UDA. Brian Huffman will inbound with 5:34 remaining. Here's Derek Roadcap underneath, puts a shot up, no good. Rebounded, come off to the Eagles, and they can come back and close the gap to 2. This is Kaufman with it, racing down the right side, looking, passing out in front. Lundy driving the left baseline, puts a shot up and in. Good. We've got a 2-point ball game. Good ball game here tonight. 50-48. Trojans by 2. Near side, inside. Derek has the shot blocked. The rebound going to come off to the Eagles, and they can come back and tie it. This is Ziegler. Top of the circle. Drops it over here for Kaufman. He stops, puts a shot up way short. Rebounded in there by Lentz. He'll give it back here for Bellis, and back come the Trojans. Timeout's going to be called by UDA. They will have control of the ball when we come back. 4:48 remaining, and the Trojans up by 2, 50-48. Brian Bellis will inbound for the Trojans following their timeout here now. The Trojans got to figure out this Eagle outfit here now. Here's Smeltz with it. Huffman for 3. It is no good. Won't go. Rebound comes off to Smeltz, however. Ian's got it. Passes it back out of here down for Bellis. Back out to Huffman for 3. It's good. A 3-bagger for Huffman, and that makes it 53-48. A 5-point margin. Nice shot there by Brian Huffman. Ziegler has the ball knocked away here. Gathered back in again, though, by Kaufman. Kaufman has the ball going to the floor. Picks it back up. Throws it over in the left wing corner. Back out in front for Ziegler. Ziegler to the left baseline, puts a shot up again, no good, but right there's that Weiss for the rebound, and he puts it home, and the margin back down to 3, 53-50. I'll tell you, super ball game here now, 53-50. Brian Bellis spinning around into the lane, puts a shot up now. What's the problem? 33, okay, 33, no, 32, picks up his second, okay. That would be Kaufman picking up his second personal foul and sending Brian Bellis to the line, shooting a 1-and-1. First shot, good. Brian knew it, didn't even move off his spot. He said, that sucker's dead, and it was. Okay, he'll get another whack at it here. 3:52 remaining. Second shot, no good, in and out. Rebounded by Huntsberger, who drops it back over here for Ziegler, and back with it come the Eagles. For 3. It's good. And all of a sudden, it's now 54-53, a 1-point margin. What a good ball game. Nice shot that time by Ziegler over there. Here's a near steal by Ziegler as he goes flying along the left wing floor over there. But anyway, he's played one heck of a ball game for the Eagles. And Brian Huffman will inbound for UDA. Inbounds over here for the Trojans. Underneath is Smeltz. Puts a shot up and in, good. Ian standing here on the left wing, or left baseline, right underneath the bucket. Here's a pass nearly knocked away, gathered in by Dirk out there. Back over here now for Lundy. Over for Dirk. Dirk for 3. No good. In and out. Rebound comes off to Brian Huffman. Brian spins it ahead here for the Trojans. Over to the far side. Bad pass picked up in there by the Eagles, and back with it come the Eagles with 3 minutes and 2 seconds remaining. Here's Dirk racing all the way down the right baseline. He throws a shot up totally out of control, but a foul is called underneath there on someone, and I'm really not sure on who. We'll find out here. 3, let's see. We'll look at the scoreboard and find out. Lentz picks up his 4th personal foul with just 2:59 remaining in the ball game, and Dirk at the line shooting 2, and his first shot's good. It's 56-54. Scott Reed comes back in to replace Jeff Lentz now for UDA. And Dirk at the line shooting his second. He can get the margin to within 1. Here's his shot. It's good. Got a 56-55 ball game. A squeaker. Here's Brian Bellis out in front. Brian working it down here in the left wing corner for Huffman. Huffman into the lane. Stops. Wait a minute. What happened? A walk's going to be called. Walk will be called on Huffman. And that's going to give the opportunity back to the Eagles now to take the lead. Here's Ziegler with it for Lion Mountain. Far side, Lundy has it. Lundy racing down that left side over there. Dribbles into the lane, stops, pops a shot up, and it won't go. Rebound comes off to Scott Reed. And back with it come the Trojans. Wow, they dodged a bullet there. This is Bellis into the lane, stopping, popping, good. Brian Bellis for 2. It's 58-55, 3-point margin. We're down to 2:20. Ball nearly stolen away. Tapped loose over there, but they gather it back in. Here's a pass over on the far side. Dirk with a shot, no good. Rebounded underneath there, and it's going to go out of bounds off a Trojan. Hardly a rebound, I guess. The shot never made it to the backboard, but anyway. It's going to be Line Mountain to inbound. Over on the far side it goes to Dirk. Dirk twists around, puts a shot up off the glass, no good. Rebound on the near side here, going to be controlled by the Eagles. Here's a shot from outside by Dirk, no good. He was looking for three, didn't get it, and back with it come the Trojans now. We are down to a minute 50 seconds remaining in the ball game. Trojans up by 3. Out in front here for Smeltz. Here's Huffman with it. Bryan out in front. Passes it inside here for Biddle. And Biddle is going to be fouled as number 44, Wiest, will pick up the foul. And John Biddle will go to the line shooting a critical 1-and-1 here for the Trojans. With a minute 36 seconds remaining, the Trojans up by 3, 58-55. And John's at the line to shoot an important 1-and-1. Here it is. It's good. He knocks her down just like I thought he might. And it's 59-55 now. And timeout's going to be called by the Eagles. Biddle at the line for the Trojans, getting set to shoot his second now of this 1-and-1 following the Eagle timeout. His shot is good. 60-55. The Trojans up by 5 with a minute and 32 remaining here. This is Lundy. Into the circle. He drives into the lane, puts a shot up. It won't go. Rebound comes off to Troutman. His shot won't go. Ball still loose, and back with it comes Bellis. Bellis looking around over there, has the ball roll loose, and I think a walk will be called here now, or what are they going to call it? No, they're going to call a foul. Looked as though Bryan had lost the handle on it. And 30, I think, is the man they called, and Bryan will be at the line shooting a 1-and-1. Ziegler picks up his third personal foul, and Jeff Lentz is going to come back into the ball game right now for UDA. And let's see, he will take took Scott Reed's place. Okay, with a minute 17 remaining. Bellis at the line shooting a 1-and-1. His first shot is good. And Bryan's got that foul shot down. He just fires it up there, steps back, and watches it roll right in, or sail right in. 61-55, 6-point margin. Bellis, the second shot is no good. Rebound comes off to the Eagles with a minute and 13 remaining here in the fourth period. This is Lundy rolling down the left wing or right wing side. Out in front here for Ziegler. Now deep into the corner. Lundy's got it. Puts a shot up from the right baseline. No good. Rebound off on the far side. And my goodness, no call. Okay, anyway. Here's a shot from outside, no good. Rebound underneath, and now a foul will be called. And this time it's going to be against the Eagles. But man, they sent Ian Smeltz sailing over there with a push. No call came on that one, as Kaufman will check back in for Line Mountain, and Biddle will go to the line for the Trojans, shooting a 1-and-1. Foul was on Wiest, his fifth. He fouled out of the ball game with that one. And that's the reason for Kaufman coming back into the ball game now. As Biddle goes to the line, shoot a 1-and-1. His first shot, no good. Rebound comes off to Ian Smeltz. He spins around, puts a shot up, and he is fouled. Foul will be on Troutman, and Smeltz to go to the line shooting 2 for UDA with 48 seconds remaining in the ball game. Smeltz at the line, shooting 2. His first shot, good. Things are right up in there. Gave it a little bit of body English that time, but it went down. It's 62-55, 7-point margin. 48 seconds remaining. And his second shot is also good. 2 nice foul shots by Smeltz. 63-55. It's an 8-point margin now with 45 seconds remaining. Here's Ziegler. Bounces it on the left wing side, and he is going to be fouled. Huffman will pick up his 4th personal foul. And Dirk will go to the line shooting 2. Okay, Matt Dirk will go to the line shooting his 2. Trojans had called timeout. And now Dirk stands to the line to shoot a pair. His first shot is good. 63-56 with 41 seconds remaining. Here's his second shot. It's good. 63-57 with 41 seconds remaining. Brian Huffman. Brian's fouled. Brian will go to the line, shooting a 1-and-1. Dirk fouled out on the last foul, and Huffman at the line to shoot a 1-and-1. His first shot's good, no doubt about it. And Brian will try to nail another one at 64-57 with 40 seconds remaining. Here's his second shot. It's good. 65-57. Margin grows to 8 now. Here comes Ziegler. We're down inside of 35 seconds. Ziegler runs the right baseline, puts a shot up that won't go. Rebound shot underneath there by Huntsberger is good. He puts a bucket in, and timeout immediately called by the Eagles. Okay, following the Eagle timeout now, the Trojans will inbound the ball. This is Brian Bellis with it, and he's going to call timeout. He has to, as the Eagle defense does not allow the Trojans to inbound the ball, so we have timeout called by UDA. 28 seconds remaining, and the Trojans up by 6, 65-59. Be right back. Ball game tonight being carried live by local FM station WLIZ. Mike Calnon along with Tim Bordner bringing the play-by-play by way of FM radio. 1000.5 on the FM dial. Okay, here's a foul going to be called underneath. This foul will be on 32, I believe, and that's going to send Ian Smelts to the line shooting a 1-and-1. Smelts has been excellent from the line tonight, and we'll see what he does with this one. He was shooting a 1-and-1 as 32 picked up the foul. First shot no good. Rebound off to Ziegler. 24 seconds remaining and the clock moving. Here's a shot for 3 from the side. No good. Rebound's going to go over here to the Eagles. Another shot for 3 is good. And timeout called immediately by the Eagles as they narrow the gap to 3. It ain't over yet. 65-62 with just 15 seconds remaining as the Eagles sneak up on them. Okay, the Trojans will inbound with just 15 seconds remaining. Here comes a long pass down here. Here's Biddle to the hoop, puts it up and in, good. So the Trojans get a 5-point margin. We're down to 8 or 7 seconds. Here's Ziegler. He'll pop for 3 from way outside. No good. Rebound off here to Bellis, and Bellis is, to Lentz, and Lentz is fouled with just 2 seconds remaining. And Ziegler picks up the personal foul for the Eagles, and that's going to send Jeff Lentz to the foul line with just 2 seconds remaining, and the Trojans up by 5. So the long inbound pass ate up the Eagles that time, and Jeff at the line to shoot a 1-and-1. His first shot is good. Lentz nails a nice one, and it's now 68-62, 6-point margin, and that did it as far as the Eagles are concerned. The Trojans will win their second in a row now, for sure, having defeated Millersburg the last time out, and now the Lyon Mountain Eagles tonight. That's going to do it. So the final score is UDA 68, and the Eagles in a tough ball game 62. Heck of a ball game here tonight, and congratulations to Scott Peters and all of the Trojan ball players on a good effort, and a good effort actually by these Lyon Mountain Eagles as well. Tough ball game and very exciting ball game as it turns out, and one which the Trojans sorely needed, and they persevered at the end here by 6. So that's going to do it. Till next time, Dale Calnan saying, hope you enjoyed this one. Tonight we have the Trojans getting ready to face off here against the Juniata Indians in a ball game that should be a good ball game. The last time out, these two ball clubs played a tough ball game up at Juniata. Tonight the Trojans have them on their home court. In the first ball game, the Trojans had been ahead by some 5 points with 40 seconds left to go, and ended up losing a squeaker. But tonight they hope to come back and avenge themselves against these Indians, and we'll be right back. For the opening tip-off tonight, now the Trojans will send out Lentz, Reed, Bellis, Biddle, and Ian Smeltz. Trojans coming off of a pair of victories, one over the Millersburg Indians, and then just last night, a victory over the Line Mountain Ball Club. The Eagles of Line Mountain, they beat just last evening by about 12 points. And so tonight they're looking to put their third in a row together against the tough Juniata Indian Ball Club. And here we go with the opening tip. It's going to be controlled by the Trojans. Biddle has it roll loose and picked up over there by Bellis. See if the Trojans can really put a good one together here tonight. Here's Ian Smeltz with it over in the left wing. Back out in front. Spinning around. In deep it goes to Reed. Back over here for Bellis. He puts a shot up. No good. Rebound picked off over there by Bell. And he's going to bring it back here. He hands it back here to Jonathan Clark. Clark, the point guard for the Indians. Over on the far side now for Snook. Deep underneath it goes. Pass off the glass. Clark picks it up again on the left baseline. Pass it out in front here now. Over on the far side it goes. There's the ball tipped away nicely by Jeff Lentz. Jeff into the lane. Puts a shot up. It won't go in. Rolls off the rim on his side. Rebounded to Bellis. Spins it back out in front. Biddle picks it up for the Trojans. Bellis has it. Smeltz now. Tough job that time as a good steal, and then the ball wouldn't go down. Here's Biddle underneath. Pass it over here for Ian Smeltz on the left wing side. Back out in front for Trojans. Inside deep they go. Here's Smeltz for three. In and out, no good. Rebound comes off to Bell, and he'll drop it back here now for Clark. And Jonathan Clark, we got to mention Jonathan Clark because we've got a couple of Clarks playing in the ball game starting. Bell over on the far side, dumping it inside over there on the right wing side. Shot taken over there, no good. Rebound comes off to Biddle. John clears it for the Trojans. No score here in the first period. Out in front now. Smeltz has it for the Trojans as the UDA tries to set it up underneath there and see if we can do something with it. Smeltz inside for Biddle. Biddle tries to put it down the lane, but a foul will be called. The foul will be on Mumaw. Number 42, it will be the first personal foul of the ball game. And the Trojans will inbound underneath as Jeff Lentz will inbound. Here we go. Here's Biddle with a shot. Good. John Biddle with a 12-footer from over here on the right side. It's 2-0 Upper Dauphin. Clark crosses the timeline with it. Stops out in front. Pass over on the far side. Here's Beaumont with a pass inside. A shot on the right baseline. Taken, no good. Rebound shot by the other Clark, Scott Clark, is no good. Blocked out of bounds by the Trojans. Jonathan Clark with it. Into the corner for Bell. Andy Bell passes it out here for Jonathan Clark. Shoots it over on the far side. Down the right wing side they go with it now. Here's the other Clark with it, and he's going to be forced out of bounds on a foul called by Scott Reed. Scott will pick up the first Trojan personal. His first, of course. First in the game for UDA. Non-shooting, and Mumaw will inbound for the Indians. Into the right corner. Here's Bell with a shot, and a walk's going to be called as he drove along the right baseline. And he'll turn the ball over to the Trojans. Bell is to inbound for UDA. Trojans up 2-0. 5 minutes and 35 seconds remaining here in period one. Here's a shot by Lentz from the side. No good. Rebound on the other side. Picked off over there by Mumaw. Gathered back in by the Trojans. Here goes Reed in for two. Will it go? Yes. Gosh. I wasn't sure. Scott lays it up and in for two. It's 4-0 UDA. Jonathan Bell working down the right side, across the timeline, triple teamed out there. Gets it loose over here now for Snook. Snook has the ball knocked loose from him. It's going to go out of bounds. It's going to be Indian ball. And Juniata will inbound. Get a basket, man. Come on. Mumaw in here for Jonathan Clark. Snook has it. Now back to Clark. Inside they go. Bounce pass over on the far side. Here is Mumaw with it, and he puts a shot up and in. Good. It's 4-2. 4-2 UDA. The pass on the far side. Here's a pass inside intended for Biddle. It's going to be knocked out of bounds, out of the hands of Scott Clark. And it will be UDA ball. Lentz to inbound. Does so back here for Bellis. Bryan, near side pass here for Jeff Lentz. Drives down the right wing. Passes it back out here for Smeltz. Nice pass inside for Biddle. Turnaround shot good. John Biddle hits another one. This is only about an 8-footer. And it's 6-2 UDA with 4:23 remaining in period one. Snook had it. Here's a long pass down here now. Bell's got it. Drives into the lane. Puts his shot up. It won't go. Rebound comes off to Reed. And back with it come the Trojans. This is Bellis with it. He'll slow it down here now. Dump it over to the far side. There's a pass rolling out here. Picked up. Inside it goes here. Scott Reed right underneath. Scott's shot won't go. He's got a rebound, though. Puts his second shot up, and it won't go. No, wait a minute. I guess a walk or a jump or something's called underneath there. Scott had two excellent chances tonight in the ball game so far, and neither one of them have had the effort necessary to make it go down. It's just a little limp so far. Here they're pushing it ahead here now to the other Clark. Snook with it over the far side. Inside to Bell, and the pass is going to go out of bounds. Intended for Andy Bell on the right wing side, but goes out of bounds, and it'll be UDA ball. Trojans up by 4. Bellis down the left wing side. Puts a shot up and in. Good. Brian Bellis with a good job. It's 8-2 UDA. Snook coming back with a double team. Gets it across there for Jonathan Clark. He's double team. Ball knocked away from him. Back with it goes Clark for it. He'll pick it up on a fine job out front there by the Trojans again. Near side over here now. Here goes Mumal in with it. He tries to dump it inside. He does so to number 30, Scott Clark, and he's fouled. Scott Clark at the line for the Indians. He'll be shooting a pair. His first shot is no good. Foul was on Jeff Lentz, his first. Scott Clark at the line for his second shot. It's no good. Rebound comes off to Biddle. They'll bring it back up here for Smeltz, and back with it come the Trojans. 3 minutes, 5 seconds remaining here in the period one. Smeltz with it, dumps it inside for Biddle. John looking around, across the court over there for Bellis. Out in front again now, they swing it for Smeltz. Now it's over on the far side for Bellis again, and hold it. 3 seconds going to be called underneath there. Not sure who it was, but somebody lingering there for 3 seconds. So it's 8-2 with 2:55 remaining in period one. Smith into the ball game now for the Indians. Bell has it back over here for Jonathan Clark. Clark double team, pass it in there to Scott Clark over on the far side. Now Bell has it, tries to pass it inside for Mumal. It goes out of bounds off Biddle, and it will be Mumal to inbound for the Indians. There's a ball tipped away on the inbound pass nicely by Lentz, and then here goes Bellis with it, up and in. Good job by Lentz on the steal, and Bellis finishes it off. It's 10-2 UDA. Near side here now for Mumal. Over for Clark. Over on the far side now. Smith bounces it inside. It's on the right wing side. Passing it over here for Mumal. Mumal dumps it out in front for Clark, and Clark's going to be fouled. Nope, it's going to be a walk, I guess, called. No foul. Walk called on Jonathan Clark, and it will be UDA ball. And here comes...
We're going to slide all night. It's a skating rink here.
Here is Bellis with it.
There's a walk!
Bellis over on the far side. Here comes Smeltz driving the left baseline, and a foul will be called. Foul this time will be on Smith, and it'll be none shooting. The team's second foul, Smith's first. And that came with 2:02 remaining in period number one. Trojans up by 8, 10-2. No, it will be a shooting foul. And to the line will go Ian Smeltz, shooting 2. Smeltz's first shot is good. It's 11-2. See if Ian can hit another one here.
Thank you.
Okay, Scott Reed left the lane a little bit early. He can't do that, and lane violation deprives Smeltz of his second shot. But anyway, it's 11-2 with 2:02 remaining. Here's a ball tipped off the fingers of Scott Clark out of bounds, and so it'll be UDA ball. Bellis will inbound to get the Trojans rolling here now with just 1 minute and 55 seconds in an excellent first period for UDA. Here's Ian Smeltz, near side over here. Dumping it inside for Biddle. Ball's going to be scrambled for out here. Wrestled for, still on the floor. Back with it comes Mumaw, or rather Bell. This is Andy Bell with it. Over there for Jonathan Clark. He passes it inside deep. 24 in there, puts a shot up. No good. Rebounds come back off to the Trojan. Here comes Smeltz with it for UDA with 1 minute 30 remaining. Passes it inside. Ball's going to be picked up by Andy Bell. And back they come. Bell with it. Bounce pass over the far side for Smith out in front here now. Here goes Clark in the lane, and he is fouled. Foul will be on Reed, and Scott will pick up his first. Scott picks up his second personal foul. And here's a long shot from the side. No good. But the rebound's going to go off of Andy Bell out of bounds and be UDA ball. Derek Roadcap into the ball game now for the Trojans to replace Reed. Here in the waning moments of period one. Scott picked up 2 personals, and he's getting a break here with 1 minute 10 remaining in the first period. Here's Lentz with it. Out in front for Smeltz. Over on the far side, they swing it on for Biddle. Or for Bellis, rather. Bellis deep into the corner, double team. Gets it back out in front here for Lentz. Jeff works it inside. Nice pass to Biddle. He's tripped. And over on the far side, Lentz has it now. Back out in front. Here's Bellis for 3. It is no good. Rebound underneath there is going to come off to the Indians, and back away they come with it. Here is Jonathan Clark with it in the lane. Stops, pops it out here for Smith. He puts a shot up. No good. Rebound comes into the lane, and now a foul will be called. A foul this time will be on Andy Bell. And Andy Bell, these guys are a little bit kind of... Fans over here have the kind of fans that you would think the ball players could get a little bit upset. Anyway, back with it come the Trojans. Fouls on Andy Bell, his first. Let's see, 11-2 with 30 seconds remaining in the first. Jeff Lentz with it. Back out here for Ian Smeltz. Bellis has it inside for Derek Roadcap. Turnaround shot, no good. Rebound comes right off there to Andy Bell. And back with it they come. This is Jonathan Clark had it. Here goes Clark with a shot from out in front. Won't go, and a rebound comes off to Andy Bell. Hands it back to Snook. Ball loose on the near side. Here's the other Bell has it, and that's going to end the first period of play. So an excellent first period of play for the Trojans as they see themselves up by 9, 11-2, practically shutting out the Indians here in the first period. It'll be Trojan ball as we begin the second period of play here now. UDA will inbound. It'll be Bellis inbounding here for the Trojans. Smeltz with it. Snook on him. Over on the far side it goes. Clark on Bellis. Back out in front here for Smeltz now at the top of the circle. Here's a ball nearly stolen away. In fact, it is stolen away. And Clark's going to have it roll out of bounds off his hands, off Jonathan Clark, and it'll be UDA ball. This will be Bellis inbound for the Trojans. Looks like the Indians going to get a little bit more aggressive now. Here's Smeltz down into the corner. Way out in front here for Bellis. Jumps it inside. There's Derek Roadcap on a nice play. Wow. Roadcap on a good pass in there from Lentz. And it's 13-2. Boy, they broke the pressure that time very well. Here's Jonathan having some problems with it. Gets it ahead here for Snook. Snook dumps it inside. Bell spins around in the lane. Puts a shot up short. No good. Second follow-up shot by, let's see, 42, Snook. Snook's fouled. 34. That'll be Jeff Lentz picking up his second personal and going to send Mumaw to the line shooting 2. Mumaw's first shot's good. It's now the 13-3 Trojan margin at 10. And Mumaw will get another one here. Another shot. Second shot, good. 13-4. Long pass down here as the Trojans break 2-on-1 and up for the layup goes Smeltz, and he nails it. It's 15-4. 7 minutes remaining in the first half. Here's Snook with a ball bumped away in there by the Trojans, and back with it comes UDA. Here comes Brian Bellis with a shot up and in. Good. Brian Bellis having one of, quote, those ball games. It's 17-4 with 6:45 remaining. And now the coach of the Indians calls timeout as he sees his Indians getting buried here momentarily. It's 17-4. Trojans up by 13. 6:44 remaining in the first half. Okay, following the timeout, here it's the Indians with the ball. Here's Clark, and Clark is going to be pinched as he goes into the lane. A foul will be picked up by Roadcap. And Derek picks up the personal. Jonathan Clark will not shoot, be a non-shooting foul. Or yes, it will be a shooting foul. Okay, Jonathan will go to the line, shooting a 1-and-1. Clark at the line to shoot the 1-and-1. Here's his first shot. It is good. Second shot by Clark is also good. And it's a 17-6 ball game. Trojans rush it up real quickly. Smeltz into the left wing corner with it. Drops it back over here now for Bellis. To Lentz, back to Bellis. Here's Bellis with it. Bellis near side over here for Lentz. Over to the far side. Into the corner for Bellis. Dumps it inside. Turnaround shot by Fiddle. No good. Rebound shot in there by Lentz, and he is fouled. A foul will be on number 42, Mumal. And Jeff will go to the line, shooting 2. 6:11 remaining, 17-6 the score as Mumal picks up his second foul. And Jeff at the line for the first time this evening. Let's see if Jeff is on from the line tonight, as he normally is. Here's his first shot. It's good. It's now 18-6, 12-point margin for the Trojans. Lentz with his second try upcoming here. Here's the second one. It is no good. Spins in and out. Rebounded over there by Scott Clark, and back they come. The ball nearly tipped away from Jonathan Clark, but they get it back again. Jonathan has it. Shoots for 3. It's good. Three-pointer for Jonathan Clark from out in front. First three-pointer of the ball game. And back with it comes Bellis. Over to the near side here, or far side. Here's Smeltz for 3. It's good. So they exchange three-pointers, and it's now a 21-9 ball game. Smeltz comes back and says, hey, we can do that, you know. No problem. Very good. Down the far side it goes. Slides, and foul will be called this time on Brian Bellis as he went in the back of Snook.
Hey, you got a rotten floor. Don't penalize the kids for it.
And Snook will go to the line now, shooting a 1-and-1. The first shot is good. Snook hits his first one, and that makes it 21-10 with 5:33 remaining here. His second shot is good. So he makes a pair of them, and back with it come the Trojans. Here's Ian Smeltz, 3-on-1. Hands it here to Roadcap, and Roadcap is fouled as he goes into the lane with it. We are sitting tonight in the midst of the a bunch of Juniata fans, in case you can't tell that. And one guy here, very, very vocal, complaining about the floor and about every call that's made. And Derek Roadcap will go to the foul line now, shooting 2. Snook picked up his first personal. Roadcap's first shot's good. For Snook of the Indians, that was his first personal foul. Came with 5:28 remaining in the first half. Trojans up 22-11. And Roadcap's second shot is good. 23-11. Derek makes a pair. Back with it come the... Whoops, here's the ball knocked loose, but gathered back in over there now. 42 has it. That was Mumal. Rolls it ahead here for Snook. Drops it back here to Jonathan Clark. Clark looking around, pass it over to the far side for Mumal. Mumal down the right baseline, hands it inside. A pass over here for Snook is up and in good. Snook nails one as he was right underneath the bucket here on the left side. And it's 23-13, the margin still at 10. Inside, the pass goes for Roadcap. His shot will roll across the rim. No good. Big gathered in there by Mumaw. And this time, they're going to call a foul on Bellis. And Jonathan Clark will go to the line. I didn't see Bellis do anything, but anyway, Clark will go to the line shooting a 1-and-1. Bellis picks up his second personal foul. And Jonathan Clark to the line shooting a 1-and-1, misses it, and the rebound's going to come off over there to the Scott Clark, and Clark puts it home. So these Indians sneaking up on the Trojans now, as Indians are wont to do. It's 23-15, Trojan margin down to 8. Pass on the far side. Here goes Lentz into the lane, bounces it over here for Huffman. Across the court it goes. Here's Ian Smeltz with it, back out front to Huffman. 4:30 remaining, ball stolen away here. This is Scott Clark. Scott stops, passes it over on the far side, underneath to Clark. The other Clark, no shot won't go, and Derek Roadcap picks it off for the Trojans, so look out. The Indians are coming to life. Here's a shot from outside by Huffman. That won't go. Rebound comes off to Scott Clark. He'll drop it back over there for Snook. Long pass ahead here now for the other Bell, and this Matt Bell goes for a walk with it. And it'll be UDA inbounding as Scott Reed comes back in to replace Derek Roadcap for the Trojans. Smeltz, Huffman, Biddle, Reed, and Lentz in the ball game for the Trojans now. This is Huffman with it, back over here for Smeltz. Ian back over to Huffman, standing outside the three-point range. Brian tempted to put one up. He does. It won't go. Rebound in there to Matt Bell. Here's Matt Bell with it. Stops, drops it back over here for Snook. Snook fires it underneath there. Pass on the far side, and foul's going to be called. Foul will be on Jeff Lentz, and I think that's going to be Jeff's third. And Jeff walks over here to the bench. Jeff picks up his third, and timeout's going to be called by the Trojans now, as they see their lead here melting a little bit. It's 23-15 with 3:33 remaining. But more importantly, Jeff Lentz has picked up his third personal foul. We'll be right back. Following the Trojan timeout, now Mumaw goes to the line for the Indians. He'll be shooting two. And Mumaw's first shot is good. 23-16. Second shot is also good. It's 23-17 now. Trojan margin down to 6. Or 7, make it. Okay. Here's Mumaw back over here for Huffman. Bryan out in front, over on the far side, swinging into the corner here now for Biddle. Out to Huffman, top of the circle. Inside it goes. Here's Smeltz with a shot. Good. 8-footer from the right side for Ian Smeltz. 25-17, 8-point margin. Here's Snook with it. Falls into the lane. Looked like a walk. No call. Shot put up over there, and a foul will be called on Scott Reed. And Scott will pick up his second for sure. And Mumaw again on the line, shooting two. Could have been Scott's third. We'll see. Scott Reed picks up his third. That's big with 2:57. Both he and Jeff Lentz sitting out now with foul problems. And the first shot is no good. Mumaw rolls it around the rim and back out. So he'll have another opportunity. Derek Roadcap came back into the ball game now to replace Reed. His second shot is good. And back with it come the Trojans. This is Price Buffington. He's into the ball game also now for UDA. Price on the near side for Smeltz. Out in front. Huffman with it. Dumps it inside. Roadcap with a spin around. Shot, it won't go. Rebound comes off over there to Mumaw. He drops it back here to the Trojans. Here's Biddle with a shot. Good. Good job that time as he dropped it over there and gave it right to Price Buffington, who gave it to Roadcap, and Derek put her home. It's 27-18. Pass on the near side for Matt Bell. No good. Inside goes the pass. It's going to be stripped away from him very nicely, and back with it comes John Biddle. Biddle drops it back here for Huffman. Huffman on the near side here for Smeltz. Ian working down the right baseline. Dumps it out here for Biddle. John tries to pass it inside for Roadcap. It's tipped away in there by Andy Bell. And finally they recover now with 2:05 remaining. Jonathan Clark out in front. Over for Snook. Snook looking around out here, has no one to pass it to. Finally gets it back over here to Clark. Clark will drop it off over on the far side to Snook again. He bounces it back here for Jonathan Clark. Clark into the lane, stops, 15-footer, no good. Rebound comes off over there to Biddle, and he clears it for the Trojans. Back to Huffman, and back come the Trojans. Here is Bryce Buffington with it for UDA. For Huffman, inside they go to Derrick. Here's a shot, 17-footer from outside, won't go. Rebounded underneath there by Andy Bell. And he gives it back here to Mumaw, and they'll start it back with 1:24 remaining here in the first half. Trojans up 27-18. Jonathan Clark with it. Far side for Snook. Over to the near side it comes here now for Mumaw. Mumaw passes across the court. Dump it in the corner. Back out in front. Jonathan Clark with it. Over here for Snook. A two-point shot from outside. No good. And on the rebound, Jonathan Clark will pick up the personal foul as he went into Derrick Roadcap. And Roadcap will go to the line shooting a 1-and-1 for the Trojans. For Jonathan Clark, that's his first personal foul of the ball game. Came with 1:04 remaining here in the first half, and the Trojans up by 9. And Rhodey at the line to see if he can increase that margin just a little bit. 27-18 with 1:04 remaining in the first half. First shot by Roadcap is good. Nice shot by Derrick. 28-18 widens the margin to 10 again. And now Jason Undercuffler is going to come into the game and replace Bryce Buffington for the Trojans with 1:04 remaining in the first half. Roadcap's second shot is good. So Derrick hits a pair. It's 29-18, 11-point margin. Some double team on the far side. A foul is going to be called. The foul will be on Ian Smeltz. Ian will pick up his second, I believe. No, his first. 1:02 remaining. Smeltz picks up his first personal foul. And that sends Snook to the line, shooting 2. Or shooting 1-and-1. First shot, no good. Rebound underneath there. Comes back down to Derrick Roadcap. He'll clear it for the Trojans. Back with it over the far side to Undercuffler, to Smeltz, to Huffman. Huffman has it now for the Trojans. Back over to Smeltz. Swings it over to the far side. Undercuffler deep into the corner for Roadcap. Back out in front. Smeltz with it. The whole center of the court's open up as the Trojans spread it out wide. Now they're going to try to maneuver underneath a little bit. Here's Smeltz over here for Undercuffler. Jason posing with it. Snaps it back out in front now for Smeltz. Clock down to 25 seconds remaining in the first half. Jason Undercuffler over here for Smeltz. Ian bounces it over in the right wing side. Shot taken by Biddle. No good. Rebounded by Biddle. Spins it underneath off the fingertips of Bell. And that's going to be UDA ball to inbound with just 15 seconds remaining. And Jason Undercuffler will inbound for the Trojans. Over here for Huffman. Huffman inside. Turnaround shot by Biddle. No good. Rebound comes off to Mumaw, and he is fouled. Jason Undercuffler will pick up the foul with just 10 seconds remaining here in the first half. Jason picks up his first, and that's going to send Mumaw to the line shooting a 1-and-1. Bryce Buffington back into the ball game, replacing Jason Undercuffler now with 10 seconds remaining here in the first. First shot by Mumaw is no good. Rebounded in there by Biddle. Back with it comes Smeltz. 4 seconds to go. Over on the far side, Smeltz for 3 from outside. It's in and out. It won't go. Oh, well, but an excellent first period of play by the Trojans as they take an 11-point lead into halftime. Good job, UDA. Be back with the second half in just a moment. Okay, we're set to go with the second half action tonight as the Trojans played a very, very fine first half. And we've got one more half to play. The Trojans up by 11, 29-18. And back with it to begin the second half come the Indians of Juniata. This is Snook with it. They swing it around out in front looking for something underneath. Snook again. Bounces it over here on this side to Mumaw. Back to Snook. His ball is stripped away from him. And a backcourt's going to be called now as we're going to have a timeout here. Crowd over here is going to call it as a tip ball. Okay. Referee over there apparently didn't see it. Everybody's all excited, but Juniata will get the ball back. And Mumal will inbound for the Indians. We're on the far side now. Jonathan Clark into the corner. They go with it. Here's Andy Bell passing it inside. Scott Clark with a rebound, and the shot won't go, and back with it come the Trojans. Here's Brian Bellis. Over on the far side for Huffman for three. No good. Rebound's going to be gathered in on the inside there by Andy Bell. Scoops it back here for Jonathan Clark. In the lane he goes, passes it underneath, trying to hit Mumal with it, but fires it out of bounds against the wall. And it will be Trojan ball, 29-18. No scoring here in the second half. We played just about a minute. Ian Smeltz out in front. Here's Huffman for three. In and out, no good. Rebound comes off to Scott Clark, and back with it comes Jonathan Clark now. Two cousins. Here's Snook. Snook goes for a walk as he jumped into the circle, and he turns it over. So the Trojans getting some good breaks tonight against these Juniata Indians. Remember, I said in the beginning of the broadcast or the tape that the Juniata had nipped them in the waning minutes of the ball game at Juniata, so the Trojans need to keep a good margin here tonight. Brian Bellis bounces it inside for Derek Roadcap. Out to Bellis, swings it out in front. Here's Smeltz for three, no good. Rebound back to Smeltz, so he gets his own rebound, brings it back here for Bellis. He puts a shot up, no good. A rebound will go off the hands of Biddle out of bounds, and timeout's going to be called by the Trojans now, as neither team able to score here in the second half, and Scott Peters calls timeout for UDA. This is the halftime score. Remains here with 6:29 remaining in the third. 29-18, Trojans up by 11. Okay, following the Trojan timeout, Mumal inbounds here for Clark, and Mumal's got it back again. Over here to Jonathan Clark. Cross to Scott Clark. Back over here for Mumal, and now Jonathan Clark's got it back again. Swings it over here near side to Snook. They dump it inside. Scott Clark with a shot, and it's good. And it's now 29-20 with 6 minutes and 5 seconds remaining in the third period. Bellis over here for Huffman. He bounces it inside here for Derek Roadcap. He stops in the paint, puts a shot up. It goes in. Good job. Derek needed a little help on that one. Somebody must have opened the door on the other end of the gym and blew that sucker in. But anyway, here's a pass for Snook down on the right wing. He tries to dump it inside. Now foul will be called on 45. I would think Andy Bell will pick up the personal as be a non-shooting, but for Bell, it will be his second, I think. Yeah, number 2 on Bell. Came with 5:45 remaining in the third. 31-20. Now here's a walk going to be called on Brian Bellis. Brian wanted to stop and didn't, and so it will be a turnover. One of the rare turnovers. Trojans have not turned it over very much this evening. And this will be Jonathan Clark with it over on the far side for Bell. And now Mumal has it. And he throws it away over here as the Indians just, looking like the Trojans want them to look. Look at a little discombobulated here. And it's 31-20 yet with 5:23 remaining in the third. Bounce pass over there for Huffman, has the ball knocked loose, but he gathers it back in, drives into the lane, passes it underneath there to Biddle, and John's shot partially blocked, goes way up in the air. Andy Bell picks it off for the Indians, and back with it comes Jonathan Clark out at the top of the circle. He'll slow it up now and try to set something up here for his Indians. Over on the far side for Andy Bell. Clark, Jonathan has it out front. He's going to pop one for three. It's no good, but right there is Mumal with a rebound. He misses the rebound, goes up again, and a foul will be called. And Mumal will go to the line, shooting two. The foul was on Ian Smeltz.
Red ball, come on.
And it's going to be a non-shooting as Ian picks up his second. Was non-shooting. Second foul on Smeltz. Jonathan for the shot from the side, no good. Rebound on the far side to Derek Roadcap. And back come the Trojans with 4:45 remaining in the third. Here's Huffman with it over to the far side. Bounce pass inside for Roadcap. Goes right into the lane and puts a shot up and in. Good. Derek Roadcap with a good move that time. Right underneath on the right baseline. Here's a ball tipped away and gathered back in here. Let's see. It goes on the floor. They roll around for it. No walk going to be called as he's sitting there with it. Trojans may come up with it. Nope, it's going to go out of bounds off of Huffman. They rule. They rule it went off Huffman. Brian says, don't argue with him. And let's see. 20 will come back into the ball game. That's Primack, or come into the ball game, I should say. Primack comes in and he'll take Mumaw's place. This is Snook with it for the Juniata Indians. Snook ahead here now for Smith. In the corner for Primack. Back over here for Smith. He's tied up momentarily. Gets it back to Primack. He'll pop one up from over here. Good. It's a two-pointer, and it's 33-22, 11-point margin with 4 minutes remaining in the third. This is Brian Bellis down the left wing side here, right into the corner. Throws one over the far side for nobody. I'm not sure what in the world that was. That was a pass or what. And let's see. Roadcap's going to come out as both Reed and Lentz come back into the ballgame. Both these boys playing with 3 personal fouls on them now. And they take the place of Brian Huffman and Derek Roadcap. Snook with it for the Indians. Looking around in there. Passes it over to the far side. He's going to throw it out of bounds off the fingertips of Ian Smeltz. So it will remain Indian ball. Juniata will inbound with 3:38 remaining in the third. There's Snook with it. Snook looking around, dumps it over here for Smith. Smith pops one up from outside. It's good. And it's now 33-24. Trojan margin down to 9. Smeltz swinging it over on the far side for Lentz. Lentz jumps it inside, and a foul will be called on Scott Clark. It'll be before the shot, I do believe. And for Clark, it will be his first. Scott Clark picks up personal foul number 1 with 3:19 remaining in the third, and Jeff Lentz will inbound for the Trojans. Over into the corner, they swing it out in front. Mouse inside it goes to Scott Reed, who puts it up and in. Good passing that time by the Trojans. Man, Scott was open and put a little 4-footer in from out in front. Pass over here for Snook, nearly out of control. Drops it back over here for Smith. Smith has nailed a couple. Pass over on the far side now for the other Bell, Matt Bell. Now Snook has it, looking to pass it inside, has it stripped away, but he gathers it back in again, gives it back over here for Smith. Snook into the corner. Whoop, here goes a walk over here now as Primack will be called for a walk. And that came with 2:47 remaining in the third. 35-24, Trojan margin back up to 11. Bellis with it. Over on the far side for Lentz. Bounces inside for Reed. Now back outside. Smeltz with a shot. No good. Rebound's going to go on the floor. Be wrestled for in there by a couple of Trojans. Picked up by Primack, and he gets it back over here now as the pass goes down into the corner here. Snook out in front. Over here off the fingertips of Matt Bell. Out of bounds. And so the Indians turn it over again. Trailing by 9 with 2:21 remaining in the third. Trailing by 11 make that. Trojans up by 11, 35-24. Bounce pass near side for Ian Smeltz. Ian passes it underneath here, and a foul will be called. Number 41 will be, or will it be 32? Wait, no, 41, okay. 41 is Bernard. He's into the ball game. He picks up his first personal foul. And Lentz will inbound for the Trojans. Inbounds it here for Reed, and Reed's going to go for a walk as he is kind of all tied up inside there. Bernard had him and tied him up, and that will give Primack a chance to inbound the ball here. He does so, and away they come. They throw it out of bounds off the fingertips of Ian Smeltz. Goes into the crowd, and Primack will inbound again. He does so back here now for Snook. Trojans with some four-court pressure here now as the Indians get it across here. Here's Primack with it down the right side. He puts a shot up, blocked out of there by either Scott Reed or John Biddle. I'm not sure which one of these guys, but somebody made a nice block. 1:59 remaining in the third. Here's Smith with a shot. No good. Rebound underneath there is going to come off to Scott Reed. Dumps it ahead here now for Smeltz. He pumps it ahead here for Brian Bellis. Brian at the top of the circle. He'll slow it down. Pass it over to the far side. Now they dump it inside for Reed. Back over to Jeff Lentz. Jeff with a shot from over there. No good. Rebound comes off here to Snook. He fires it ahead, and Jeff Lentz picks it off for the Trojans. Nearly has it knocked out of his hands, but he gathers it back in, and back with it comes Bellis with 1:33 remaining in the third. Bellis right in the lane. Stops. Puts a shot up. He is double. He's decked here, and, of course, the crowd over here doesn't like to call, but Snook has dumped Bellis, and Bellis goes to the floor pretty hard. And Snook picks up the personal foul, his third, I believe, or second, we'll see. Yeah, second. And came with 1:29 remaining. Brian Bellis at the line for the Trojans, shooting 2. Brian went hard to the floor, but he seems like he's okay. And he'll take his position at the line now to shoot a pair. A couple big ones here for the Trojans, and Brian can nail them, and he does. Trips the first one in there without even any doubt about it. 36-24, 12-point margin. And we'll see what he can do with the second one here now. His second shot is no good. Rebound comes off to Matt Bell. Back over here for Snook. Snook top of the circle. Double team. Ooh, wait a minute. 30. Foul's going to be called on Ian Smeltz. This will be about Ian's second, I believe. And it's going to be non-shooting. It's the second team foul, the third on Ian Smeltz, and he's going to check out of the ball game now. No, he's not. Yeah, Ian's going to check out, and Brian Huffman will come into the ball game for the Trojans with 1:17 remaining here in the third. Snook has it for Juniata. Bounces it over on the far side for Matt Bell. Into the corner they go with it. Premack has it. Back out in front here now for Snook. Swinging around this side. Here is Matt Bell again with it. Has the ball stripped loose from him. It's going to go out of bounds, and it will stay here as it went off the final fingers of Brian Huffman that time. And Premack will inbound for Juniata. Bounces it back here now for Matt Bell, who gives it to Snook. Snook wiggling around out here with it. Gets it loose to Smith. Bounces on the far side of near baseline to Premack. Back to Smith. He straggles into the lane. Puts a shot up and in good. Boy, what a struggle that was for Smith. 36-26 with 40 seconds to go in the third. Trojans maintaining that 10-point lead right now. Here's Huffman with it over the far side. Back on in front to Lentz. Now Bellis has it. Swings it back to Brian Huffman. Trojans may be setting it up for the final shot of the third. Jeff Lentz, far side. Over here for Huffman. Brian's got it. Over here for Bellis. Clock down to 20 seconds. Bellis has it. Brian moving around with it. Gets it out here to Jeff Lentz. Jeff trying to dump it inside here. Here's a pass on the near baseline for Biddle. So the Trojans messed some time off the clock, but didn't come away with anything that time. And it will be the Indians with a chance to get the final shot of the third period now. Pass over here for Snook. He goes right around Reed, but the shot is no good. Follow-up shot's no good, and Scott Reed comes down with a rebound. Drops it back here with just 1 second to go. This could be good if it would go, I think, but it won't go. And so the Trojans maintaining that 10-point margin over these tough Juniata Indians now. It's 36-26 with just 8 minutes remaining in the ball game. Good ball game for UDA. Fourth period is about ready to get underway as Brian Huffman approaches the ball. No, it'll be Brian Bellis. Well, a pair of Brians in here. Brian Bellis will inbound the ball for the Trojans to begin period number 4. Trojans up by 10. Trojans can be a little more deliberate now. Of course, they want to score, but I mean, you know, the clock is on their side right now. Here's a shot from Lentz from out in front. Good. Lentz nails a 12-footer. And that makes the margin 13. Here's a ball kicked off the foot, picked up by Lentz. Gets it back over here for Brian Huffman. 38-26. Brian Bellis with it now. Trojans looking very good. Near side over here for Huffman. Brian was tempted. Now he dumps it inside. Here's Scott Reed with a turnaround shot. No good. It's short. Rebound's going to come off to Biddle underneath, and John Biddle nails a little 4-footer from right out in front. And the margin's up to 14 now. And let's see. This is Andy Bell with it. Dropping it off over here for Mumal. He fires one up. No good. Rebound comes off to Huffman. And Brian Huffman tangled up back there with Snook, but Brian's going to get away with it. Little behind the back dribble. Fires it into the right wing corner here for Lentz. Lentz back out in front here for Bellis. He dumps it inside for Reed. Back over here for Lentz on the right wing side. Now out in front as the Trojans can be deliberate. And they are. Here comes Bellis with it. He stops. Fires it back over here for Huffman. Brian, top of the key, has the ball spin loose. Gets it back in again. Now here's a pass attempted for inside for Biddle, but stolen away in there by Mumal. He stops. Drops it back over. Oh, here's a walk as he goes strolling down the lane. With 6:36 remaining, the Trojans up 40-26. I don't think anybody really expected a ball game like this. I talked to Scott Peters here right before the ball game. He said, yeah, these guys are tough. But the Trojans have handled them well thus far. We'll be back. Okay, 14-point margin now for the Trojans. It's 40-26 as the timeout is over. And back with it come the Trojans. Here's Lentz with it over in the right wing corner. Back over here, and a foul will be called. Foul this time will be on Jonathan Clark. And Bellis will go to the line shooting a 1-and-1 as the fifth foul is called. And on Clark, that will be his second. Bellis at the line to shoot a 1-and-1. Here's his first shot. It is no good. Rebound comes off to Lentz had it, and it goes off the fingertips of Scott Clark. Out of bounds, and Lentz will inbound for the Trojans. Here's a long inbound pass back here for Bellis. Brian just moves back here, and he'll slow it down a little bit back here now. Into the corner here for Lentz, who swings around to the left wing side. Over on the far side they go. Bellis over there. Inside to Lentz, bounce pass, trying to get inside for Reed, but it's picked off in there by Mumal. And back with it come the Indians. This is Scott Clark with it, drops it back off over in the corner there now for Mumal. Back out in front to other Clark. Here's a shot from the side, no good, it was for three. Rebound comes off to Smeltz. He drops it back here now for Bellis. 5 minutes, 40 seconds remaining in the ball game. Near side for Smeltz. Far side for Lentz. Right wing over here. They swing it down to the left wing now for Smeltz. Here comes Smeltz over on the far side. Bellis with it again out in front. Bounces it over here. Trojans really handling the clock well. Pass inside now, and Jonathan Clark knocks it out of bounds on an attempted steal in there. It'll remain UDA ball as Jeff Lentz will inbound for the Trojans. Wait a minute. Bounce throws it off at the back of the rim. So that's going to be a turnover. And Juniata comes up with it. Here's Mumal. Bounces it ahead here now for Smith. He'll drop it back here for Jonathan Clark. Here's a ball roll loose. And still has it. Passes it underneath. Off the hands of Biddle. And out of bounds, and this will be Juniata ball. Mumal will inbound for the Indians. Does so over there. Here's the ball stripped out of his hands by Lentz. Lentz battling for it, grabs it back again. Good job that time by Jeff Lentz. Double team over there, and here comes 10 driving in here, and a shot put up there, and a good foul that time as Bellis picks up the foul, fouling Andy Bell as Bell went to the hoop, and Lentz put the stopper on that one. And we'll see how many, or not Lentz, but Bellis, I mean. And we've got a 40-26 score yet with 4:55 remaining as Brian Bellis picks up his third. And Brian, I think, will now leave the ball game again. And Brian Huffman, we exchange Brian's here now. Brian Huffman will come into the ball game. And Andy Bell will be at the line shooting two. His first shot is good. Andy's second shot is also good. And so it's 40-28. The ball loose over here. It's going to be missed by Scott Reed. I'm not sure why in the world Scott didn't catch that one, but at any rate, he missed it. And Mumaw will inbound for the Indians. Here comes Jonathan Clark. Far side over there for Scott Clark. Bouncing it inside, left wing. He drives into the lane, puts a shot up, and he is fouled. And Mumaw will go to the line, shooting 2. Scott Reed picked up his 4th personal on that last foul, and that sends Scott out of the ball game. As back into the ball game comes Derek Roadcap for the Trojans. Kenny Mumaw at the line, shooting 2. His first shot, no good. Here's his second shot, and it is good. So it's 40-29. The Trojan margin down to 11 now. Inbounds it comes here to Huffman. Bryan with it, passes it over to the far side. Now it's deep into the corner. Back over here for Smeltz. Smeltz looking around, fires it over here for Biddle. Back out in front for Huffman. Bryan spinning around, top of the circle, passes it over there for Derek Roadcap. Lenz has it, back to Huffman. Bryan spinning around out here, passes it over here for Smeltz to Biddle. Back over here now, and Smeltz has it. Smeltz goes into the lane. He's going to be fouled as Mumaw picks up the personal foul. And that's going to send Ian Smeltz to the line for the Trojans, shooting a 1-and-1. Mumaw picked up his 3rd personal foul for Juniata. First shot by Smeltz is good. 41-29, 12-point margin again for the Trojans. And see if Ian can make it 13. He did. Yep, in it goes. And so it's 42-29, 13 points now for the Trojans. And the Trojans have definitely been in control here this evening. Here's a pass up to Snook. He tries to throw one up, a wounded duck type of a pass. Here's a ball stolen away, however. And a walk's going to be called this time as Snook, getting all kinds of wound up in there, went for a walk with it, with 4 minutes and 2 seconds remaining here in the ball game. Pass over here for Bryan Huffman. He spins away loose, gets it back up here for Biddle. John will start it down the right wing side here and then throw it back out here for Smeltz. Over on the right side now for Lenz. Back over here for Smeltz. Smeltz looking inside, gets it inside to Biddle. Spin around shot. And a foul's going to be called before the shot. Hold it. Before the shot. The call will be on number 45, Bell, I believe. Yeah. Andy Bell picks up the foul, and John Biddle will go to the line, shooting a 1-and-1 when we come back, as the Indians have called time with just 3:46 remaining now, and the Trojans still in control, 42-29. Jonathan Biddle takes his place at the UDA foul line, as he'll go there shooting 1-and-1. First shot by Biddle is no good. Rebound comes off over the near side here. It's going to be controlled by Andy Bell, and back with it comes Jonathan Clark. Jonathan spinning around out in front, passes it over to the near side here for Snook. Back over to Clark, and Clark is grabbed by Bellis, and for Bryan, that's going to be about his 4th, I think. Let's see. Bryan Bellis picks up his 4th. With 3:31, that foul just now put the guests into the bonus, and Jonathan Clark will go there with 3:31 remaining to shoot a 1-and-1. First shot, good. Here's his second shot. It is no good. Rebound comes off to the Trojans. Biddle clears it for UDA, and back with it they come. This is Bryan Bellis. Down that right side, Bryan stops, puts it over here to Smeltz. Near side here for Biddle, back out here for Smeltz. Smeltz dishes it back out in front. Here's Bryan is with it. Here he goes. A shot put up, no good. Rebound comes off over there to Clark. Scott Clark with it. Over here now for 45. Bell's got it. Andy Bell drops it back over here now, and it goes loose on the far side to Mumaw. Mumaw pass it on in front here now for Snook. Over here for Clark, and he puts a shot up and in good. It's a three-pointer, and it's 42-32, 10-point margin now with 2:43 remaining. Here's Derek Roadcap with it, brings it back over here for Bellis. Bryan's got it, spins around into the lane, dishes it inside. Here's a turnaround shot by Biddle, good. John Biddle hits a very important margin back up to 12. Here's Clark, pushes it ahead over here now for Mumal. He tries to go in the lane with it, loses the ball, and back with it they come. Here comes Bellis with it. Bellis on the near side here now for Smeltz. He stops and pops one over from this side. No good. There's a rebound by Biddle, and John Biddle nails another one in the margin back up to 14 and should cool some of these son of a guns I'm in the midst of over here. Now they're giving everybody heck. Okay, here comes Snook inside, rolls it deep. Turnaround shot by Andy Bell won't go. Rebound by Momo underneath. That won't go, and a ball's going to come loose and get rolled out of bounds over there. No, didn't go out of bounds. Captured over there by Snook. Snook stops, dumps it underneath. Here's Momo with a shot for two, good. 46-35, minute 35 seconds remaining. Ball's over here for the Trojans. Here's a ball stolen away in there by Jonathan Clark. He rolls a shot up, it won't go, and a rebound comes off to the Trojans. Long pass down here for John Biddle. John sticks it up and in. Good job. Atta boy. Okay. Here comes a shot put up, no good. Rebound comes off, though, and a foul will be on Mumal. And this foul this time will send Lentz to the foul line with a minute and 12 remaining. It's 48-35, UDA by 13. Mumal that time picked up an indefinite amount of fouls for the... oh, here it goes. Okay, it was his fourth with only 1:12 remaining. The Trojans up by 13. Jeff Lentz at the foul line now following the Trojan timeout. He'll be there to shoot a 1-and-1 with just a minute and 12 seconds remaining. Wait a minute. Timeout's called as Jeff is on the foul line, so hard to believe. Hard to believe now. They're arguing now. Well, what kind of a call do you call that, huh? That's a good call. How about it? Well, he never shot it. Anyway, here's a good steal. Wow, shot good. And back with it come the Juniata Indians. Here goes Jonathan Clark with it. Rolls one up and in. And it's now 50-37. There's a shot on a pass on the far side. Here comes Bellis back with it. Drops it into the corner. Here's Reed with a shot, and he's fouled. The foul will be on that foul will be on Scott Clark. And to the line will go Scott Reed, shooting two. Here's his first shot. It's good. 51-37, 14-point margin now with 48 seconds remaining. And the second shot is also good. And back with it come the Indians. This is Clark with it. Clark passes it away over here for Biddle. John Biddle's got it. Dumps it ahead now for Bellis with 30 seconds remaining. Brian Bellis near side over here for Smeltz. Now over to Bellis. Swings it over on the far side for Huffman. Back here to Smeltz. Smeltz, top of the circle. Now they dump it inside for Reed off the fingertips of Scott Clark. And out of bounds it goes off Clark, and it'll be UDA ball. Huffman inbounds it back here over here for Bellis. Bellis drops it back over here now for Price Buffington, who's back into the ball game. Here's Bellis, far side now, and here's a pass going to be tipped out of bounds by Scott Clark. Knocks it into the bleachers, and it will be UDA ball. 9 seconds. There's a shot from the side by Swab, no good. And back with it come the Trojans, and that's going to just about do it. We're down to 3 seconds. A good job that time as Swab really puts the crunch on big Andy Bell. Andy didn't like that play. But at any rate, Swab with a fine job that time on Bell. No foul. 2 seconds remaining. Trojans will win the ball game, 52-37. Shot's good if it goes. It won't go. And a final score, UDA 52 and the Juniata Indians 37. Good job. Congratulations to Scott Peters, 3rd in a row for the Trojans, and that's going to do it. Till next time. Good job. See you later.